Checking audio on YouTube. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Checking 1, 2, 3. Checking 1, 2, 3. Checking broadcast level 1, 2, 3.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaluta-Jedovich.
The office in the audience or active duty military, could you please stand and be recognized for your service? Thank you, sir. Let us all stand now for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I would like to call up Quinn, who will lead us in the pledge today. Quinn, the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Quinn. I am a fourth grader at St. James School. My favorite subject in school is PE. I love the beach in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, you can be seated. Quinn, thank you for leading us in the pledge. You did a great job. You did a great job. I want to give you a little gift. This is the Redondo Sea Line giving you the Surfer Shaka. So thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
Well done, Quinn.
Job, young man.
Okay, now stand up here and we'll get a picture with you. Is that the dad?
Yes.
Yeah, come on up here. Take a
Come on.
sister. You're on. Good, you got it.
He did a great job.
Yeah. Here, we'll send it to you.
One more. Got it.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Got here just in the nick of time too, so
Perfect.
well done. Okay, we have no presentations or proclamations, so we'll go through council announcements. Councilmember Narenheim.
Real quick, I will not be having my community meeting this weekend. I've got work, and I will be doing my online meeting. Setting the date on that now, so I will let you know. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, just one announcement. September District 2 Community Meeting will be held on Wednesday, the 25th of September, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. My special guest will be Waterfront and Economic Development Director Greg Kapovich, and we'll be talking about everything that's happening down there and new pavers, all kinds of cool stuff at the harbor amenities, and talking about all three bond-ish measures that'll be on the ballot in November. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kaluta-Jedovich.
None for me today. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabaji.
None for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
None today.
Okay, I have a couple. First, excited that got the kickoff going for the boat ramp. So that's very exciting. I understand that Department of Boating and Waterways was there, so, and the Harbor Patrol. So it sounds like things are moving forward. That's exciting. And the pavers obviously is an exciting, and that's moving fast. I'm very
I was
impressed.
down there again yesterday.
And my last thing is I had my first mayoral community meeting last week, and I really enjoyed it. I hope the residents did. It was a question and answer. I had a prepared brief, but they had a lot of questions. We went the full 2 hours and we got shushed out by the library staff. So it was a good meeting and appreciate those who participated. I will be holding more of those. So thank you. Could I get a motion to approve the order of agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We have no agency recess. Do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor. We have public comments related to non-agenda items, which is J1, M1, possible actions of city strategic plan, goals and objectives, the letter to council from the Harbor Commission. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion to receive and file?
Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
All right.
Hi.
Okay, motion carries. It's consent calendar. We only have one item. That's the affidavit of posting. I assume nobody wants to pull that. So can I get a motion to approve? Motion to approve the consent calendar is written.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Anybody wish to address that item in the audience?
Yeah.
Anybody online? Okay. All for?
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, public participation in non-agenda items. This is a section for the public to make a comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for tonight. Section's limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and city council, and each speaker is permitted to speak only once during this session. So I have one card. Jim Mueller, if you are prepared to go, we're ready for you. The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you, council, for the opportunity to speak before you. And I'm here kind of on behalf of the North Redondo Beach Business Association. And I invite you to, all of you, to our meeting on September 19th, or the dine around, I'm sorry, September 19th. And we have a meeting also that's on our website, nrbba.org. And you're all invited to come, whether you are interested in North Redondo or not. The North Redondo Beach Business Association is very interested in promoting the business and very interested along Artesia Corridor and very interested in the Artesia Aviation Plan. And so I just wanted to mention that the Beach Reporter, whether they were biased or not, put the headline, City Inches Along on the Artesia Aviation Plan. And we in the North Redondo Beach Business Association hope that it becomes more feet than inches. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council? Okay, anybody online?
Yes, I have one person from Zoom, Nancy Skiba.
Okay, hi, Nancy.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I just want to mention that I know some years ago we had a very beautiful carousel at the pier, and a lot of people have been talking about they'd love to have a carousel again. Don't know if the same one is still available, but I hope they will consider doing this sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have no more on Zoom. I have one e-comment, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
This item.
Okay.
I'll make a,
Well, let me give a little, so this is a little bit different than our normal council meetings. This is our strategic planning session. So what we're going to do is we're going to recess from here and go over to the library and reconvene to have our workshop on the strategic planning. So with that, I'll take ask for a motion to recess and reconvene in the main library.
so moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And we come back and report out here? No. So we will close the meeting and adjourn from the library later this
I
evening.
was gonna say no, you didn't say that.
A recess. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim. Here. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, so the next order of business is the discussion and possible action on the city's strategic plan, goals, and objectives. So over to you, City Manager Witsansky.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Ready to go?
ready to go.
All right. Can folks hear me all right?
Yes,
Thank you. And then I'm looking around. I'm seeing if there's a red light on, that means the mic
that means the mic's hot.
is on.
It's hot, yep.
Thank you. Perfect. Wonderful. Thank y'all for having me. My name is Jane Harrington. I am with Leading Resources. I am happy to be here because it is 20 degrees cooler than where I live, which is Sacramento. And I know it's warm for you all, but it was perfect for me. So excited to get going with strategic planning. This is the work that I do. This is the work that you all have been doing with my colleague, Eric Douglas. He could not be here with you tonight, so I am here. And I'm going to kick it off with some introductions. So how about if we just go around the room and name and role, and maybe time in role. Can I start with that? Yeah, so
Go ahead, Mike.
we'll kick it off?
I'll kick it off. Thank you, Jane. Mike Witsansky, City Manager. Been with the city for just about 19 years.
Hi, everyone. Alina Hashmi, Senior Deputy City Attorney. I've been with the city for about 8 months.
Hi, Dana Vinke, Library Director. I've been in this capacity for about 2 years.
I am Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager, and I've been with the city 2.5 years.
Hi, I'm Mark Weiner, Director of Community Development. I've been at the city for 4.5 months.
Eugene Solomon, City Treasurer, 1 year, 5 months, 6 days.
Elizabeth House, Community Services Director. I've been with the city for 7 years and in this role for 1 day.
Hi, Andy Winge, Public Works Director. Been with the city 8 years, but in this role for about 4 months.
Diane Strickfaden, Human Resources Director, 9 years.
Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. I've been with the city for over 30 years, and I've been the Chief of Police for a little over 2.5 years.
I'm Pat Butler, the Fire Chief, and I've been with the city 2 years.
I'm Mike Cook, IT Director, city with 1 year.
Eleanor Manzano, soon to complete 23 years.
Stephanie Lizucki-Meyer. I've been with the city a little over a year and in this role for a few days.
Greg Kapovich, the Waterfront Economic Development Director, and I've been here for about 2.5 years.
Councilmember Nils Narenheim, District 1 since 2017.
Todd Lowenstein, District 2, serving the second of my 4-year sentences.
Paige Keller-Jedovich, Mayor Pro Tem, about 1.5 years with the city.
Zane Obaji, District 4 Council Member.
Scott Barrett, District 5 Council Member. I've been here for about 1.5 years as well.
Jim Light, Mayor, almost at 7 months, but previously on several commissions and panels for the city through going back to 2020. So.
Wonderful. Thank you all. I just want to stop for a moment and appreciate the wealth of experience in the room and also the perspectives, right? So we've got newer folks, we've got folks that have been here for a while. I really appreciate that when it comes to strategic planning. So happy to have that and just the level of service and the years of service in the room also. I am ready to dig in on strategic planning, but I think we need to take public comment first before I move into that. Is that correct?
If we have any in the audience that are seeking to provide that input now, there will also be an opportunity to speak during the formulation of our strategic plan objectives, which will be later in the evening and at the conclusion of our 3-year goal setting process. So it's up to the public at this point as to whether or not they'd like to participate.
My name is Jim Mueller. I'm a representative of the North Redondo Beach Business Association, and I spoke to the council a little bit earlier, I'm hoping that on behalf of the NRBBA that the Artesia Aviation Action Plan will be moved along faster than the beach reporter said inches. Hopefully we can move it up to feet. The membership of the NRBBA is very interested in the development of North Redondo Beach resources. So I hope you could keep that in mind in your strategic planning session. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Joan Irvine, District 1, and I'm hoping that during the strategic plan that you include the going forward with having cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach and what that will be doing for the community in the next few years. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else from the public. Can you see if there's dialing?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Let's continue. For strategic planning, good news. We are not starting from scratch. This is a check-in. You have a strategic plan. We've got something to work off of tonight. So I know we've got a number of hours to spend together, but again, we're going to be efficient with this, and we're going to move through and check in on what you already have with the strategic plan and then figure out where we want to go from there. So your goals, you've got 6 big goals. The goals are what you want to do together to make Redondo Beach a place that people want to live and work and own a business and everything that goes with that. And then you've got the objectives for how you're going to make that happen. So I think it's over 60-something objectives, so we'll kind of go through line by line on each of those. And checking in with my colleague and checking in with the council members that I had a chance to do before the meeting. They found the process worthwhile, valuable, and so we're going to kind of stick with what has worked in the past as we move through that process and add some new objectives, take some things off, have a discussion around capacity also. Why don't we kick it off from the most positive place, which is starting with accomplishments for this last little over a year that we last checked in on the strategic plan. So I'm going to invite, we'll start with the city council, and we'll kind of go round robin through the council members, and then I'll also move over to staff. Is that a good place to start? Who's feeling ready? Who wants to kick it off on the council?
Surprising. I mean, I think, you know, I was sitting here next to the harbor waterfront director, and we were talking about all the things that are happening in the harbor. And I just want to say to both the public and staff, and everyone been here for a very long time, or has been here for a very long time, that it's, I was talking with a resident this last weekend at the swims from the avenues, and it takes a lot of time to get through all the legal issues we had in the harbor, and the ability to get us to the point where we are now is watching the Harbor Commission last night. And I think that in of itself, with the pavers that are happening right now, is a big sign of how things are just really happening moving forward. So, thank you. Sorry, and I think that's just a big sign, a big progress, a big leap forward. It sounds small, pavers and some of the things that are happening on the International Boardwalk, but it's a sign of all the challenges that we've had for so many years are out of the way, and we're just moving forward with not just planning and thinking about and talking about, we're actually doing things now. And signage is huge, pavers are huge, and it's one great forward step. So I'll just start off with that.
I'll go next. I think we're finally getting to the point where we're addressing the need for infrastructure in the city. So between looking at renovation or rebuilding of our police and fire stations, repaving roads, funding of things like Wilderness Park, as Nils mentioned, the waterfront. These are things that really needed to be done over the last, say, 25, 30 years. And I think there's a will among the council and the mayor to invest in that. And whether or not Measure FP passes, the desire to address these issues that have been let's say, neglected over the last 2 to 3 decades is there now.
Great, thank you. Paige, if we're moving down the line.
Well, he took mine, so.
Sorry.
We're speaking to our accomplishments right now?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I think one of the shining stars that we brought would be, our homeless initiative. We are leading the way in the region in that, and it involves every department in the entire city. And I think that just is a great example of how we work together very well when we have a specific goal in mind.
Thanks for calling out how that touches all folks in the city. Zane?
I'm proud that we have resurfaced our basketball and pickleball courts at Perry Park in North Redondo. We've launched, I think, 7 shared pickleball courts in North Redondo. That's been immense. The police department's launched our Drive Slow Redondo campaign. We put up traffic feedback signs on Artesia Boulevard. It does seem like it's having an impact. I feel like I'm seeing traffic slow. Perry Park Teen Center is undergoing renovations as we speak. The shade structures are being erected at Andrews Park. Real impressive. And Public Works Department completed bulb outs at every intersection on Grant Avenue, making that a much safer place for pedestrians and cyclists.
Scott?
Thank you, Jane. A few things come to mind. I would say perhaps first and foremost has been the accomplishments in the area of public safety, whether it's police, fire, others, working hard to add additional police officers, MSOs, and others who protect our city that allow us to be here today in this library in the first place, and do everything they can to ensure that they're maintaining a high quality of life for our residents. And then I think a second huge accomplishment has been the great work of our city manager and his staff and the department heads and directors who are here today, who day in, day out are doing everything they can to implement what it is that the council provides for policy and direction. And we couldn't do it without them. So that's a huge accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as the newbie, I've got a long list. I've spent a lot of time in City Hall the last six plus months. And I think the first thing that hits me is, I've sensed a real sea change in the management of the city, both from the city council side and from the city staff side. I think if he'd have come here 5 years ago, most of these faces wouldn't be here. And with that, a lot of positive energy, which I see has come together with the direction of a council that's largely moving in the same direction to gain momentum in the city that we haven't seen in quite some time. And the number of projects we're accomplishing across the board has accelerated substantially, and very impressive from my perspective through the years. I also find it more, and I hope the public does, but more public-oriented and open and transparent than it had been in the past. So I appreciate all of that. We talked about the harbor. The harbor, it's amazing. We put together amenities plan that was approved, a year and a half ago, maybe a little longer. We're already letting contracts. We've got construction happening. So that in and of itself shows the dedication to moving the ball forward that I don't think we've seen before. I would say on Wilderness Park, it was just this budget cycle where we approved, we added to the budget for Wilderness Park, and what was stalled for, since last budget, we're already moving forward. We're looking at contract strategies and everything. So again, and we already had Public Works replacing roofs, and today I heard the bathroom partitions are up, and IT put Wi-Fi down in Wilderness Park, which we've never had, and that's a microcosm of what's happening across the city, and really appreciate it. I mean, I could go through the state of the city, and you could go almost across the board. Every department we've seen innovation. Now, just a few months ago, we said we want to revamp the Harbor Patrol, and we're already seeing changes there today. And just the momentum and the cycle from decision to action, I've seen improve substantially. So I don't know how you categorize all that, but a lot of things going on in all areas of the city. I'd be hard pressed to really find a whole lot of criticism. In fact, I think we're overwhelming staff, which is part of our challenges for this next strategic planning cycle.
Thank you. Thank you, Nils. I'll bring it back around to you. I had you start off with one. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, latching on to what some of the others said, but to what the mayor's talked about, a lot of new faces here and a lot of new energy. And we passed a budget this last year, and one of the things in there was money for Alta Vista. And Public Works has just been on fire with getting things done. And it represents, again, across the whole city, whether it's from police and the fire, things have really been happening, moving, and that energy that's been talked about, there's just a whole new level of willingness and wanting it to go 110%, and that speaks a lot to the city manager, to the city council, to the mayor, to all of us putting in the time that's needed to move forward. Also this, like I said, $50,000 doesn't sound like much, a fence project, but it's allocated and boom, it's done. Right? That's what the residents see. And Nob Hill, we've been talking about that project for years, and we've got a lot of bike projects moving forward, and it's something that affects the residents as a whole. I can talk about transparency, but is overall scope with transparency, people are much happier with the new website, with the new reporting. They're seeing a new agenda management system happening. They're thankful for that. They notice these things and they talk about these things. So when things that affect the residents, they, on the street level and city government level, they notice these things, and it's a big difference for them.
Great, I'm going to capture that. Just the public experience is being felt too. You're not just getting it done. Wonderful. Todd?
I would say this council has been very active in engaging other agencies. So whether it's the school district, Metro fighting the row right-of-way with the expansion of the C line, this fighting the state on housing initiatives, being involved with things like Independent Cities Association or other cities and working with them. This city is engaged not only internally but externally, I'd say. So we do a pretty good amount of lobbying for our residents in the South Bay, so, and beyond, actually, when we're talking about the state, so.
Wonderful. Capture that council engagement and the lobbying that goes with that, and
correct.
The extra energy for all of those things. Paige? No.
Yeah, I would say just building on that, I think we've started engaging with the school district and discussing ways in which our resources overlap and how those, how we can better utilize all those things when it comes to expenses or property or what that might be. We have started those discussions to really utilize those the best that we can. Also, just bringing in community. We started having youth lead our Pledge of Allegiance, which has brought like a new tone to our council meetings. Also with just bringing in people into the council chambers to see elected officials that normally wouldn't be in that room. I think it brings local government in a more tangible way to our residents.
Thank you. Yeah, it goes back to what Nils was saying about the public experience around all of this work and engagement. Good.
We'd be remiss if we didn't mention the quality of life unit. We've got an immensely responsive quality of life unit comprised of code enforcement officers as well as police officers, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and they respond to every essentially quality of life complaint that we have, from leaf blowers to buildings not being in code compliance, and make a big difference. And they respond 24/7 because the dispatchers are responding to the emails.
Hey, noted. Scott? We got 21 items. Mayor, anything else to add?
Maybe a couple. I mean, I cast a pretty wide net, but, you know, I am looking forward to, we've revamped our commission structure and we reactivated the Youth Commission. So, you know, I'm hoping that out of that reorganization, we get residents who volunteer their time to get more value out of what they give to the city, and for us to get that value out of it, both from the youth perspective and from the consolidation of the 4 previous commissions into the Public Amenities Commission, to use their time better, get more value out of it, and from both sides, from the public participation and from the direction and advice the council gets from them.
Wonderful. All right, how about one more opportunity for the council? Anybody?
We never get this many opportunities.
Yeah, I know. Now we're like,
We got to use it. Yeah, we'll start to go around with staff too, and you can certainly tag on with those items. Hearing none right now, I'll come back to you. How about if we start with staff? I know we've captured a long list here, 22 items, and hopefully hit a lot of different things, but please add on, and maybe at a little bit more detailed level if you like. Mike, should I start or end with you?
Maybe I'll give a couple of examples and
Yeah.
then turn it over. There's a lot to cover here, and I don't want to dominate the time, but a couple things that come to mind. The implementation of the new city website, that was a great project, long time coming. Council and the community have been very interested in that for a few years. Update of our citywide communications plan. It's been a big project, a long time coming. There's a real focus on that sort of more cohesive strategy. We've got more work to do there, but that was a big step. Just the executive team here, we've hired, let's see, over the last year, Pat was hired, Mike was hired, Elizabeth was hired yesterday, although she's been with us before, Mark Weiner. So just the additional executive team members here today. Stephanie's in as an interim director right now, but just and it was mentioned by council, the fresh energy, the commitment, really love our team. Really excited about that. So maybe I'll let them cover from there. A lot of the departments have performed incredibly well this year. We had a lot of accomplishments. There's a ton to cover. We don't have to get to all of them, but maybe just go down the line. Dana, you want to go next? I don't know. The attorney's obviously Lena. Do you want to offer anything on behalf of the city attorney?
I can add a small point. I've been here a short time, but in that short time, my office has conducted a lot of citywide trainings. Oh, thank you. To ensure compliance in various different legal areas. So that's been really good. And I've witnessed a lot of hard work in my 8 months here. So yeah, definitely an accomplishment.
Okay, thank you. Dana?
Oh.
One thing that I wanted to mention was a lot of work went into the progress of our Express Library Open Plus service hours. We're near completion. We're actually testing it now internally to make sure we get everything just right before, but hopefully within the next few weeks we'll be able to expand our service at our North Branch Library during unstaffed hours. Also recently, we were able to, with approval from council, create the library manager position, which I'm looking forward to fill, and I think that position will bring a lot to the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's
On the library, I'm very impressed with the getting the old newspapers from the area online, Redondo Reflex. It's fascinating to search for our history all the way back, I think, to 1915, maybe before that, and find articles that, you know, the problems they were going through then are some that we see now as we go through growth and things.
I've got some good news for you as well, because I'm working with the county to digitize the Daily Breeze, so we'll add that to the list. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou.
All right. The example I'm going to bring up kind of piggybacks on something that Councilmember Kalajedovich mentioned. It's how we're lobbying, advocating out in the community, and finding creative ways to do so. The Metro Green Line extension that's proposed, we found a way to engage our community. We hired a bus. We took a big group of community members out. Everyone spoke at the meeting. And so it was just a great way of partnership between council and staff, council and the community, and just found a really creative way to have our voice heard on a larger scale, but do it in a way where everyone was unified on the bus together. And it sort of was a really fun event for me to be a part of. And I think just a great example of how we are reaching into the community as an organization across the board to bring positive change in the community. So I think it illustrates a lot of the underpinnings of what's making this a successful team, but was I think a great example of something that served the community and had a positive impact.
Thank you.
Well, I've only been here 4 months, but there's been a lot that's transpired in the 4 months that I've been here. We've made substantial strides on the update to the general plan. That's something the city's been working on for 7 years. And there's really a lot of work that's gone into it over the past few months, and we anticipate that it's going to be adopted soon. And I'm looking forward to moving on to the next projects that will benefit the city, focusing on artesian aviation, focusing on PCH, the Riviera District. So that will be phase 2 of the advanced planning. In addition to that, we also completed an organizational assessment for my departments, and we're pivoting from that and developing a strategic plan, which we're going to present to the City Council in November. And I'm really excited about some of the implementation measures that we're looking to do that will help better serve the community. And then finally, we launched a new permitting system, which has an online application portal, something that our applicants have really been asking for a while. There's still some work to be done, but it's a good step in the right direction. So all that just in the past few months.
Excellent. Thank you. Eugene.
Thank you. One of the focuses early on, the competitiveness and efficiencies of our professional services. We were able to go and reconfigure some of that, talk with some of our providers, and essentially zero out our banking charges with a doubling of our earned credit rating in our bank accounts. We were able to work on our credit card fees and some of the other efficiencies within our department, which we're very proud of. With some of our staff colleagues, we've been able to have, and the council's granted us the opportunity to have discussions about some different revenue generating programs. So I really appreciate the council having those discussions with us and colleagues here on the staff helping provide that information. Year over year, in investment returns for the city, we were up 14% without sacrificing our liquidity. So that was a nice win for us, adding to the bottom line. The last thing I'd say in a hybrid role here, being a department head, but also an elected person, what I've really noted is the supportive environment that exists amongst the staff and the departments. And you see it in the meetings that are held, where something happens, a person might be out, person's on the injured reserve, whatever it is, somebody in those meetings is always offering to step up and help and work through that temporary staffing issue or availability issue. And I really appreciate that within the city amongst the employees and the council members also.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
So largely due in part to council support, we've been able to really add to our services to the community and our programming. So we've been able to add to our senior services. For our after-school program, we were able to increase enrollment by 80%, and we've been able to sell out a lot of our youth events and programs over the last few months. So huge accomplishment for the team and community services. And then just to add to the social media presence, we have over 2,500 followers for our Instagram accounts now. From zero, that's a huge accomplishment.
From zero?
From zero.
Okay.
And then just, for our tangential social media as well, we have Seaside Lagoon, which is about 5,000 followers, and then just Parks and Rec and Journal, another 2,300. So just really proud of just touching back on transparency and connections to the community. It's been really good.
If I could jump in. Oh, go ahead.
Are you going to mention the logo?
No, you can.
I thought Elizabeth might mention the logo, but we did a lot of work on a new logo and finally decided on one. So that's been a huge accomplishment, I think. We won't have to discuss it.
I forgot about all that.
Great. So the new city logo, the branding around that.
We rolled it out a week ago. So.
Exactly. New. Great.
I just wanted to foot stomp, I've talked about the changing leadership amongst the the city staff here, and one of the biggest changes I've seen is in community services, and so appreciate the work you're putting in there. I think it's still work in progress, but you've gained a lot of momentum in a short period of time, so that's impressive.
Thank you.
Andy?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think a lot of people talk about capital projects that we accomplish and the number of them, and I think when I started here 8 years ago, we had about 75 on our list, and we're up to 120 something now. And the rate that we're delivering projects is increasing as well. We're up to about 24 a year. And I think that goes to some really key things that seem behind the scenes but are really important, like we've initiated on-call contracts with professional services several years ago. We have a strong bench that we've been able to use to get a lot of things done without taking the time for new RFPs for every particular project we do. With the help of the voters, the charter was amended to increase our limits for certain types of projects that streamline the procurement process. We've developed and are in the process of developing our design build capability, which has been in our charter for a long time, but unused in a lot of ways. We're also working on changes to our ordinances for maintenance type projects and things that we should bring into council here pretty soon. So I just think all that project delivery that gets done is reliant upon some knocking down some of the barriers that have kept us from being able to deliver in a hurry in the past.
Great, thank you. Diane?
On the human resources front, we've been very busy. In the past year, we have negotiated and adopted 4 MOUs and 1 pay plan for out of 8 bargaining units in the city. We've advised employees and departments regarding hundreds and hundreds of employee relations matters, from leave time, payroll issues, and various MOU issues that come up. We reviewed 5,362 job applications and hired 177 employees, including onboarding. We have conducted 15 trainings regarding various employee relations matters such as contract administration. We worked with the city attorney's office on workplace violence prevention training on a new policy that we adopted, liability claims training, and various employee relations matters. Let's see, we reduced workplace injuries by 15% from 2022 to 2023, probably as a result of some of these trainings that we've held. And we have maintained a turnover rate of only 12% for the city as far as full-time employees. And in the industry of HR, that's considered a very healthy metric for an organization.
Wonderful, thank you.
Do you have a benchmark from before?
I can look that up for you.
That's okay, I just wondered if there's...
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, on the heels of all the HR hiring, that was one of the things that I want to talk about was the police department's been able to achieve full staffing, which is very challenging for recruiting and law enforcement over the past several years. So what that took was hiring of 88 people in the police department, which was 35 sworn officers and 53 professional staff over the past 18 months, which allows us to reach and then maintain full staffing, which allows us to deliver better services, but couldn't be done without working in conjunction with mostly human resources and other city departments as well. So it's a huge achievement for the police department and for the city as a whole. A couple other ones that I wanted to mention were the fact that we were able to get all of our Redondo Beach emergency communications operators trained in emergency medical dispatching. That was done in a collaboration with the fire department. So we now have the ability to provide pre-arrival instructions for all medical calls. And it's been a very successful program, and they're providing instructions to people that are calling in on 911 daily. It's saving lives. And then in addition to the quality of life unit, thank you for mentioning that, we also have a very robust community services unit that over the past year was able to conduct and coordinate 55 community events, which are events like Coffee with a Cop, Citizens Police Academy, Teens in Policing, all types of different events, movie nights, et cetera, throughout the community, which is an opportunity for us to continue to build on the trust and cooperation with the community. And I'll save the rest in case we have to do another round.
Yeah. I'd like to add one, if you don't mind, that your Beyond Line of Sight drone program is pretty amazing and state of the art from what I've seen from other municipalities. I've seen those work in DOD, but never in a civil perspective. And having been afforded the opportunity to go into the ops center during beach life and seeing, finding scalpers and finding pickpockets and pointing out people who are undergoing medical distress, just keeping that drone up and its ability to move around and hopefully eventually autonomous for some of that is pretty amazing and is a great boon to our city from a public safety and perspective.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. In addition to the drone program, it's just an overall advancement in the technology platforms that we're using to increase safety citywide.
I'd like to add one. It's a little bit sad, but I think it needs to be mentioned. We lost a beloved mayor, and we lost two well-loved employees suddenly. And while that's a negative, I think it shows a resiliency of our elected officials, our employees, who we care a lot about. And I think it shows that the city has a really good heart and that we honored them. And it's tough when you lose people that you are close to. So, but I think it's a great thing that we've bounced back.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Pat Butler. I'm the fire chief. I came out of retirement after 32 years, and I came here as the interim chief. And there was a lot of projects going on. One particular was the county feasibility study that I worked with the community and the city leadership. We worked on training our employees for disaster service type work, so we can kind of posse up. If we get a big incident in the city, we have people we can draw from. And we worked a lot here with the harbor and to take what was the most attractive thing for the job to me was the harbor, kind of this crown jewel, and invest in that. So I came here as the interim, but I will tell you, without reservation, the only reason I stayed is because I've never worked for a boss like Mike Wazansky. And while we're different in age, I was very much motivated. He's smart. And this is something I've shared at home with my family of just how motivating he is. And then the team we work with. The city council here, goal 5 had to do with public safety, but the city council, on top of that, funded us additionally to make sure we had the right equipment. We bought a second fire engine. We invested in training and equipment and technology. I did write some notes, like Councilmember Lowenstein said. We had 2 simultaneous employee deaths on a weekend, and I've never seen a city. I worked in a city with 4 million people. I've never seen a city leadership kind of just sit back and acknowledge and help. And then we lost a 10-year-old boy from the community and had a service, and the whole city came together. So there's a lot of accomplishments. They have a great department here. The city invests in people. The morale's fantastic, and the team is amazing. I like working with a team. It's very nimble. Work from a department that had a lot of structure but cannot turn, you could turn maybe 10 years out. And then lastly, working with Chief Hoffman has been quite a pleasure to have that relationship. So I think our goals are on task, but most importantly, what I also like about the work here is that we are held accountable, and I love accountability. I don't like working places where folks aren't held accountable, and people are held accountable here, and folks that don't perform or had several chances, they don't work here anymore, and that's what I enjoy about this place.
Thank you. Mike? All right.
So I'll start with tagging on to something that the mayor mentioned. He mentioned the Wi-Fi at Wilderness Park. With that, for me, that's kind of the tip of the iceberg. It's not often IT gets to talk about public amenities, but we got to do a ton this year. So included in what else we did with Wi-Fi includes Wi-Fi completely outdoors at the pier, completely outdoor coverage at the International Boardwalk and Skate Park. We added outdoor coverage for the entire Seaside Lagoon. Wilderness Park, as the mayor mentioned, we also added it to the Historical Museum property. So huge amount of investment there. And just to add a little bit, a lot for me has been implementing a huge desire for technology investment across the city. This is a little bit more internal to the folks around this table and our teams, but we have literally replaced every printer, every copier, every iPad, every iPhone, every staff computer, every desk phone. We replaced the firewalls finally last Friday, and we replaced the virtual server infrastructure. So there's really very little of kind of the core behind the scenes pieces of the puzzle that these folks rely on every day to do their jobs that didn't get invested in the last year. That's kind of the big one for me.
Yeah, thank you, Pat.
I completely forgot, but my chief of staff and the administrative chief of the department, Chief Regan's here. And so I actually didn't accomplish any of this. Most of them accomplished it, so I just want to recognize him that he's there.
It took a team for all of it. We'll footnote
He's
that.
in the IT shop every single day picking up iPads and iPhones right now.
Thank you, Mike. Eleanor.
Hi. Let's see. So one of our goals in the city clerk's office is to be paperless. So we're probably about 90% there. So one of the things that this year the council accomplished was accepting the agenda management system. So we are going on to upgrading our system, which I can't wait. That's in the implementation stage right now. Probably be a year before we implement it, but it's the start. Also, Laserfish, we've upgraded that. So we'll be seeing a lot of that implemented. The Charter Review Committee had just completed. They did a lot of reviewing the charter, so, and we're seeing some of that the last election. We're going to see some on this next election coming up. Also elections, so we also manage the elections. We'll have one in November, and even though I'm not sure if everybody thinks of it as positive, but it's ranked choice voting for our March 2025 election. And then also, one other thing that we're working on is retention and destruction, which a lot of it's all internal. However, you know, we're getting back onto making sure we stay within those guidelines by destroying documents that have already expired and that need to be destroyed from each department. And I think that's it.
So in retention and destruction, the policies there, just the continued
Correct.
implementation of it, yeah. Stephanie, thank you.
So for the finance department, you know, a lot of our work ends up being a little bit more internal as well, but we do have a couple things I think that impact the public I'd like to mention. One is we implemented a new digital budget book this year. I hope this has been useful for people. We think it's more accessible and kind of a nicer way for the public to see information. Our team also implemented OpenGov for online procurement, which has gone, I think, very well and is going to give a much bigger reach to the purchasing opportunities that we put out there for the city. I've also, you know, I've only been here about a year, but I think we've established a good relationship with our Budget and Finance Commission. One thing that we introduced this year is quarterly budget reporting in addition to the quarterly reports that the treasurer brings. And I think this has been really helpful for the commission and also helpful for us as a department, and kind of in the theme of transparency, gets a lot of information out there. Internally, you know, we do our budget and we do our ACFRs. We're in the interesting position of getting 2 ACFRs in the past year, so we're a little bit late on one. But a positive ending to that story is we did end up receiving the GFOA award for that ACFR. So we have an unblemished, I think, 31-year record of GFOA awards for financial reports. And we received the GFOA award for our budget as well. And that's in addition to just kind of, you know, keeping the city going. I did ask our team for a few numbers. We processed almost 1,000 new business licenses last year. We sent out, or the city produced about 13,000 invoices and processed about 13,000 invoices and about 6,000 checks. I don't know if we want to be writing that many checks, but we do a very large volume in, a timely manner with very few errors, and I wanted to recognize our team for that.
It's not the volume, it's the amount.
It's true. I didn't add the amount on there.
Thank you, Stephanie. Greg?
Yeah, so, the waterfront, we're in full execution mode at this point. We mentioned the King Harbor Amenities Plan. That plan is truly the vision of what we want to see the harbor become. And there's about 45 projects that are listed in that plan. 23 are supposed to get done in the first 5 years, and we've got 11 of them done or on the way to being done. So we're definitely keeping pace with that mark. We're also seeing activity from the private side. They're seeing the investment that we're placing in there. So we've got construction happening with the California Surf Club. That's about $6 to $7 million worth of money that they're pumping into that building. We helped with the entitlements and the building permit process with that. We've secured a grant for $1.4 million to help rebuild some of the docks in Basin 3. We hope to spend that real soon. We also secured a grant to help with abandoned vessels, and we've actually been utilizing that grant. We've removed 5 vessels to date with a few more to come. 11 new leases have been negotiated. We've got the paver project. We've got a contract with a blade sign company for International Boardwalk. We're upgrading the marina parking lot to be more ADA accessible with ADA upgrades, ramps, slopes, that kind of thing. Just a lot happening down there right now, and more to come in the next year for sure.
Thank you. Wow. We have 78 items. Should I pause right there, see if there's any last additions?
Lots to cover there. Pace of project delivery, but one thing I wanted to note, and this goes into a little bit of what Greg was saying and Andy, we procured over $27 million of capital project grant funding last year for a myriad of efforts, but one that wasn't mentioned is we used grant funds to procure a lot off of Grant Avenue at Ripley that will allow us to improve that entry to town as well. So $27 million, though, of capital grant funding in the last 12 plus months.
Incredible. Incredible. Others, Zane?
We're saying on Chief Butler's note about the assessment is by studying what the cost of the services provided by the county would be, we realized that our Redondo Beach Fire Department was operating efficiently, giving us a great value, responding in expeditiously to calls for service, and that it was worthwhile to continue our investment in our fire department.
Yeah, wonderful. Mayor, you look like, yeah. No? Okay. Others? That's an incredible list. That's a lot, and over just a little bit over a year. Celebrate our successes. All right.
Let's pack it up.
Good job, we're done. Thank you all for coming.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, an enormous amount of work. So just keeping it all in perspective, right? Because there's always more work to do, but keeping it in perspective with all that you've accomplished as we look forward to what you want to accomplish in these next 12 months. It's about 4:05 right now, so I think we'll continue on now, and then the next part of our agenda is to do a SWOT. So a lot of this has come up, right, as we talk about the strengths, and I do want to reflect, in terms of your accomplishments, I heard a lot around culture come up, around the energy, the momentum. People like to work here, they want to work here, and also the collaboration and coordination that it takes to work together, and that seems to be going well. So I just really want to call out that cultural one. But as we start to think about what are the strengths and weaknesses, or maybe challenges, and when we think about strengths and weaknesses in a SWOT, we think about internally. What are things we have control over that are working for us and where could we improve a little bit. And then also on the SWOT, the opportunities and threats, those are the things outside, right? So what are our opportunities for the city to take advantage of, and what might be some of those threats coming our way? I'll dive right into it if y'all are ready to go. So I do acknowledge a lot of the strengths that already came up, but what else might you like to add to this list? I'll go ahead and pick culture of.
Maybe just expanding on the energy concept, it's not just staff that has great energy, it's the mayor and council. I've said this many times publicly, but this is the hardest working mayor and council I've ever worked for or with or observed, candidly. And their energy coupled with, I think, our executive team's energy is what's really leading to the accomplishments that you're seeing.
My acknowledgement. Thank you.
To add to that, you know, one thing that's really key here is, and we're not talking about it at all, something we went up, talked about in our last strategic plan was the integration with the residents and their willingness. This community has an immense amount of willingness and skills to volunteer, and you see it on our commissions, budget and finance, Harbor Commission, just amazing amount of skills and wanting and willingness.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, last year we had on our strategic plan to get the volunteer awards and integrate that. We need to continue that because that's a huge strength that we have, is the residents themselves are willing and able to roll their sleeves up and get work done.
Excellent.
That's one of the reasons why a lot of this stuff has been moving forward, actually.
Why it goes. Good. Thank you for calling that out. What are some other strengths of the city, Mark?
Yeah, I have one. So I would say it's a city that has really high expectations of the organization, of the city itself, and we're constantly aspiring just to do the best for our residents, to get the best projects. And I've been here a short time, and right away I just noticed it's a city that has high expectations, and that's with the city council and staff.
Mm-hmm. Great. So high expectations and the energy and momentum and willingness to meet those expectations. Thank you. Zane and then Todd.
We have momentum towards the arts. So we just approved our first mural project in a long time, and I think we have a lot more money allocated for art in the city, and so we're hiring a consultant for Artesia Boulevard, and it should be exciting.
Good. Thank you. Todd.
Fiscally sound and prudent with a willingness to invest in the future.
Thank you. Others, what are some other strengths? We don't have to hit everything. This is a pretty high level, but as we look to the future, we're going to have to draw on these strengths to accomplish this work. What else makes this organization strong?
So I'd say momentum built on a solid foundation that is supported by the community, the council, and the staff, which differs from years in the past where those things weren't all aligned.
So some new alignment. Andy?
I'll share. You know, I think we have a very agile and flexible staff. We get a lot of surprise requests and mandates and what have, and I think, at least in my department, we have real good problem solvers, people willing to figure it out.
Have to be problem solving. What else?
Sort of piggybacking on what Andy said, I think we have an organization that has a willingness to try new things. I think you hear a lot of the departments talking about new technologies, new approaches to existing problems, and I think we're a great size to be dynamic in that sense and try new things and not be afraid of that. And I think it's encouraged across our organization to try those new things, and I think that's a big strength that we have.
Thank you. Yeah, Eugene?
I think the city itself.
Say more.
City is a resource. There's a lot of desirable aspects of the city, our harbor, the area in which we live, the economic engines of the town, the people as resources in the town, draw people to it. and it's a place where people want to be, want to work, want to play. So the city itself is an incredible strength for all of us.
People want to be, work, and play. I like it. Great. What else, Zane?
We kind of take it for granted, but we have first-class public safety. So there was a murder committed at the pier. Person was caught by the police department. The police work was so fine that he pled guilty to that murder. There have been 3 house fires I can remember in the last 2 years. We live in tight quarters. None of those house fires, despite being large, has passed on to another house. Our fire department has responded quickly.
Thank you.
I have one. Commitment to succession planning. So we've hired a lot of new department heads, and a lot of them came from within the organization. And there's been a focus on that, and certainly in my department and in many other departments in the city, that we provide great services now, as we keep talking about, with everything that we have currently, and we're preparing the next generation so we can continue to provide that same level of service without having a hard time bringing people in that understand how we operate.
That's huge. Thank you for noting that, because we did hear about all the new folks, but we're folks from within. Wonderful.
I would say
Mike?
diversity of subject matter expertise. We run a very complex organization with a lot of different perspectives and points of view and community needs, and it takes a full team with diverse skills, leadership traits, and subject matter knowledge and expertise to be successful, and very much value that.
And
Thank
just
you,
to build
Paige.
on our public safety, well, we have our own police department, our own fire department, we have our own dispatch, we have our own housing authority. We do operate like our own mini LA, and all those agencies enable us to be very nimble and responsive to our residents.
We operate better than LA.
Absolutely.
Anything else for strengths? That's a good list. All right, we can come back to it if you
Just
have.
one, maybe one more, Jane. And this has been not for lack of work and effort, but we are as close to, we're not just fully staffed in the police department, but we're as close to fully staffed organizationally as we have been in a very long time. Diane mentioned the number of hires this past year. One of our strengths currently, and we're fortunate to be funded strongly enough to do this currently, but to have what I would call minimal staffing vacancy right now across the organization. That's very important. That's the difference between delivering basic services and actually being innovative in what we do into the future.
Thank you.
I don't know if this strength, but an observation is I've never seen a city manage homelessness the way they do here. It's pretty much, it's all you hear in the news, and you come down to Redondo Beach, and it's a complete different story. So I think people could learn a lot and scale up from what they do here, because it's virtually non-existent, and they have service for them.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
So I got one more, kind of piggybacks on, I think Zane said about, the uniqueness of the city, or was it you, Eugene? I forget. But beyond what was mentioned there, I mean, we have some one-offs that make us totally unique, I would say, on the West Coast. We've got one of the only endless piers, and that's been there it's a historic pier because it's been there since 1900s. We got the historic Mondstadt Pier that was built 100 years ago. We've got the only harbor within 25 miles of the 25 miles of coastline between Marina del Rey and the Port of LA. We've got the Seaside Lagoon is a unique amenity that is, I don't know if it's the only one, but it's one of a very few like it. And then the overall history of Redondo, I think our history for the beach cities goes back further, all the way from the Tongan Indian settlements that were here, or Native American settlements that were here, to, the Salt Lake production, which is what actually started the beach cities. That was the first industry that was here, all the way through Henry Huntington, bringing tourism here, and then through the rest of the history, we're, leader in aerospace, leader in scuba diving and surfing. There's so many unique things, and I think we can capitalize on that as we go forward that I don't think we're taking advantage of today.
It's a special place.
It's a unique place, yeah.
Wonderful. All right, well, we'll certainly add strengths as we need to, but let's think about weaknesses. And weaknesses are the things that we feel like we can control, that are within our control, that are inside of the organization. You can think of them as challenges too. Yeah, Zane?
Lack of systemic revenue to rebuild our essential infrastructure.
Lack of systemic revenue to Thank you. Others, go ahead.
So I think, and I'm not meaning to denigrate anybody in this. This is an observation. I think it's brought on by the momentum of the projects that the council has laid on the city. But as seeing us execute on these different contracts that we're doing at a record rate, we could do it a lot better. We've got a gap in expertise on how to do contracts. I think some of that was with the turnover of staff, but we have no contract professionals in the city. And so that leads to the department heads each relying on what they know on how to do it. And, there's a definite gap there. I see people, and again, I'm not trying to disparage anyone, but, taking old RFPs and just cut and pasting rather than looking strategically at, is that right? And going along with that is the integration of acquisition strategy. There's multiple departments can have a role in one project, and the communication between the departments as they come up with their acquisition strategies. I've seen actual disconnects there. And then in the execution of those contracts, once they're let, the level of project management and contract management professionalism from what you would expect, what I saw in the federal government and what I seen in the commercial world is a little bit lacking. And I think some of that is just because of the volume, plus the changeover in staff without the appropriate education. And I think there's some simple solutions to fix that, but unless we address it, we're wasting time, we're wasting money, and we're not managing our contracts that we do have efficiently. And that just, when you put a ton of contracts in at a time, the escapes there can be very costly, both in time and in money to the city. So I think if we introduce a little more discipline there and take a few actions beyond that, I think we can run more efficiently, more effectively, and get more out of each of the contracts that we had in a more timely manner.
Thank you.
I'd say we are primarily a residential community with a lack of commercial diversity and industrial diversity. And then the second thing I would say is a declining, this does not make us unique, but a declining sales tax base and a reliance on property taxes. So this is not uncommon with everything going online now.
Gotcha.
I'd piggyback a little on that, and that's a part of the same theme. Is I think we lack, and due to staffing, not due to lack of ability, but a real focus on economic development in the city, including retention of good businesses that are here, as well as attracting new ones, and kind of plotting the future of where we go economically versus waiting for it to happen to us.
So that's the opportunity, is retaining current, attracting new. And declining sales tax base, would you describe that as an internal weakness or an...
Boy, that's a tough one.
Right? It's a little bit of both.
It's a little bit of both. We've had our major shopping center, the Galleria, is a ghost town, but that's been macroeconomic because of high interest rates and, inability to attract commercial investors.
Moving online.
And online, Amazon has eaten everyone's lunch, and it does not make us unique, so.
I think this declining sales tax base is really more so defined as square footage, because the actual revenues has really recovered extremely well since Nordstrom's left back in 2014, 13, 14, right in there. So it's the revenue itself has really rebounded and done really well. It's the amount of square footage, and we're losing that because of all these state mandates and our zoning requirements from the state.
Which is an external threat.
We're losing, and this is a separate bullet point, our ability to control our own zoning and being forced to put in more housing. And we're losing that economic base, that commercial square footage is disappearing, and that's outside of our control.
I'm gonna add it down here.
I'm going to have to disagree with you a little bit on that. Because I think we do have an opportunity in our economic corridors. You can see vacancies along aviation, PCH, Artesia, commercial buildings that are just vacant, and they are not zoned for housing. Businesses have just decided that for whatever reason, Redondo is not the place for them. And I think that is an opportunity for us to address whatever policies or ways that we can bring back businesses to Redondo. So I think, housing is a pressure point, but we still have work to do when it comes to attracting businesses here in Redondo.
Okay, so I hear kind of both and on that.
So piggybacking those, we have the lowest workforce to jobs ratio of the beach cities. We also have the lowest general fund revenue per capita of the beach cities.
And so, do we want to capture that as a weakness of Redondo that is within the control when we think about, say just a little bit more about workforce to jobs for me.
Yeah, we have less than one job per household. And there's a mismatch between the kind of workers that live in Redondo and the jobs that are, our workforce is mainly professional. The jobs are largely, if you look in bulk volume, retail, restaurant, and hotel or hospitality, I guess you call it. So if pre-COVID, if you looked at the trip generation, there were over 30,000 car trips per day leaving Redondo to go to work, and there were over 23,000 car trips into Redondo every day to fill the jobs that were here. And when you take that out from a population perspective, that meant almost half the population of Redondo was leaving Redondo every day to work and spend money in other communities. And so that's how that workforce to jobs ratio and match negatively impact us. So we have these, these commercial corridors that largely during the day are ghost towns because people are leaving. The people who spend money, the people who are more apt to spend money during the weekdays are leaving our community and spending it in other communities.
And along those lines, if you think about who the largest employers are in town, you've got Northrop, which is government, quasi-government, government-funded in a lot of ways. You have the post office, you have the school district, you have the city. Four of the largest employers are government-related. They're not private enterprise. And that makes us, can be stable, but can also be, in times of government cutbacks, very reliant on outside funding.
Absolutely.
Well, and even Northrop is on the very north edge of town.
Right.
So we're not gaining necessarily all the benefit of having that major job center because people go into Manhattan Beach and El Segundo and not into Redondo.
Yeah, exactly.
The character of some of the businesses that are here. Yep, Zane?
Maybe back on strengths, though, on that note, we have had about 7 different new restaurants open in the last year or so on Artesia Boulevard, Artesia and Aviation. So we do seem to be attracting the establishments that residents want to see. But there's still more work we can do that we'll address.
And same in the Village. Village has seen some restaurant turnover for.
The Village has record sales tax revenue, record revenue overall. parking revenue is fantastic. I mean, it's been it's one of the strengths you could put there.
We also have an excellent school system, which brings a lot of young families.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So shifted over to a couple more strengths, but let me see.
Oh, weakness, can I go back to?
Please, yeah.
So we've got a building problem with the cost of maintaining our infrastructure. Some of it due to neglect and some of it just due to age. And there's not enough revenue coming in to sustain that, which one of the reasons we were driven to a bond for the public safety, but there's other things that need investment that we have the seawall in the harbor, we have no clue where funds for that are going to be, and that's going to be a huge cost, and that's both sea level rise and deterioration of the existing seawall, so that's a big cost facing us. There's similar things that you can dig in around the city, and there's similar problems. All the parks, need some revitalization. City Hall, Public Works, that's one of Nils's favorites there. So just, with the revenues that we have coming in, it just doesn't seem sustainable. So fiscal sustainability, I think, is a real threat right now. And that's exacerbated by the external threat of the state housing mandates, because we can't pull all the levers that we could have before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll share
Andy?
something
Yeah.
I see. And I think I'm sure it's revenue related, but we run pretty low and fast with a lot of our projects and the demand for work. And I think there are weaknesses in just in our department, for instance, documenting our standard operating procedures. I think we know them, we do them every day, but in terms of continuation of business, if key people leave, we have a vulnerability there for just being able to pass that knowledge on, institutional knowledge on, and that kind of thing. And I think it's related to revenue, just because I think it's just a lack of staff to
Takes time.
nail all that stuff down. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Mm-hmm. So business continuity around that. Great. Thank you for calling that, Joe.
We have a reduced available workforce based on long-term industrial injuries and some challenges navigating the complex workers' comp system in the state.
Sounds like that's ongoing.
It is.
I think related to what Andy was talking about, because of the nature of us being in a service-related industry, government is a service-related industry, many times we have to be more reactive than proactive, and it takes away from us accomplishing many of our goals to react to those sometimes minor urgencies and sometimes significant urgencies, and having the resources to be able to do all of that, to balance out the reactive part of what we have to do with the proactive part of what we want to do.
And I'll add to that. So I concur with Andy's statement about the documented procedures. That's an issue in my department. Okay. And then also, I think we've really made strides over the past couple years in terms of technology. But for my department, I think we're just scratching the surface of that. And we really need to continue investing in that just to make the applicant, the customer experience better, and also to do a better job of providing metrics to the work that we do.
Okay, so not just the tech, but the reporting and the metrics that go along with that? Is
That's correct, and it would be supported by the technology.
Mm-hmm. I would say to keep building on what Andy had brought up, we have high expectations. I think the residents have high expectations, and our staff deliver every day. But I think understanding staffing more, we hear a lot that you guys work a lot, and we see it. But what are you missing? What staff is necessary to give us, to meet the expectations that we're looking for? If there's, I know we're fully staffed, But if there's more that we're requiring, what do we need to get there? What
Okay.
personnel and at what cost?
So a question around staffing and capacity with staff. So what's it going to take? Are they at capacity? What else is needed? And that's a question kind of from council. What would you need if we're going to meet
If
all
we're
of
asking
these?
for, how many things were on our?
Yes.
And it's an old adage, but it starts with revenue. It always starts with revenue. We have the staffing that we can afford currently. And while we do have some vacancies, that's why I made the comment that I did. It's so important to be staffed up to minimize those vacancies. And we're doing as well as we've ever done it in my time here. But that's a constant work effort. I mean, you take your eye off the ball for a couple of months and you're suddenly behind again. So it takes vigilance, and thankfully we've got a very active human resources department, a very active group of department heads. But lack of staffing is historically a weakness because we just have such a high demand for service in our community, and it's difficult to do it all and to do it all at an exceptional standard without robust, deep resources, because it's enough to just get the basic services delivered. And then there's another effort that's associated with responding to constituent concerns. And then it's another effort to innovate and to find efficiency in how we deliver work. So all three of those categories require almost dedicated personnel. And we're at the point where we're able to do kind of 1 and 2 well, and we're creative enough with our executive team to dabble into 3, but it's difficult to sustain that without revenue.
And then I also kind of captured that up here.
I think it's important, though, as we look at it, to look at where's the critical shortages. I mean, if everybody's understaffed, there's certainly some areas that are critically understaffed. And again, just for example's sake, we mentioned how many projects are going on in the harbor, plus the need for economic development. Right now, there's 3 people in that shop doing all of that. And that includes, it's not just doing the projects in the harbor, that's managing all the existing leases, that's going out and bringing in new leases when they go vacant, that's managing all the projects and the maintenance and integrating those with public works, as well as supposedly doing economic development for the entire city. That's a big ask for 3 people. Soon to be 4, but even that is still for a citywide. Right. When we're saying these are our major things, we need to bring in more money into the city. Economic development is certainly a piece of that. And doing that with 4 people while everything we're doing in the harbor, which is certainly part of economic development, seems a bit, over expectations and over tasking. And then just the fundamental lack of, as I said before, no contracts expertise in the city. The city attorney's office does the legalese side of indemnification and insurance and things like that, but the statements of work, the formatting, the demand of our procedurals, the deliverables on contracts, the financial reporting from the vendors to make sure that we're paying, that they're doing the work that we're paying them for on a timely manner, and then managing those schedules to stay on schedule. We're just lacking any expertise in that at all. I think Luke might be the only PMP professional, program management professional in the city, and he's not doing program management. So new staff that hasn't been trained up in that, combined with any lack of expertise in there, is a very critical shortage.
So I'm hearing a lot about revenue. And the thing is, with Redondo, we have record revenues. Our general fund has never been bigger. Our real estate taxes have never been bigger. And the weakness that's associated with it is, you mentioned the grant, $27 million in grants. That's phenomenal. There are cities that I think we have to look at Culver City, which hired a specific grant writer full-time. And to the mayor's point is, the ability to cross-train, either directors or staff, and the ability to do grant writing, right, is a huge opportunity and weakness that we currently have right now. We're doing a good job. We could be doing a better job. It's not always about driving revenues. It's about getting the grants, and that will pay for so much of what we're having to move forward with. So I think it's a real professional skill that I think we can work on. Other cities have been successful at it, and they win a lot of grant writing.
Yeah. Right.
Funding
So-
and braiding of funds is what it comes down
Yeah.
to. Matching funds and
Yeah, thank you for clarifying on revenue, expanding what we're thinking about when we're thinking about bringing money in. All right, this is a pretty good list. Did we hit on everything? I definitely heard capacity. I heard we're staffed up and we're still going to face a capacity issue because we have high expectations, right? So we've got this feedback loop that'll continue feeding itself. But let's look outside of the organization just a little bit. What are some of the opportunities for Redondo Beach?
Outside. Outside?
External.
External, yep, sorry.
So I'd say there's industry in this area that is expanding beyond the capability of a capacity of other cities that if we were smart, we could take advantage of. For example, we have Impulse Space that wants to double in space.
What was the name of it? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
What was the one you said?
Impulse Space wants to double their space, and, unless we're ahead of it and find them space, they may go to another town. There's a bunch of high-end tech that is in El Segundo and further north that would love to expand this way because their workforce is here, but we don't have the office space for them. So there's an opportunity for these industries that are still booming in our area if we're nimble enough to take advantage of it.
Thank you.
to that point, we talked about a minute ago about Riviera Village, and years ago we got a great overview by Larry Cosmont about how Main Street is coming back. And Riviera Village really represents that. It was back in 2018, 19, I want to say, 2020, right before COVID. And Riviera Village really shows that opportunity, that ability to take advantage of how Main Street's coming back because people are working from home. Mm-hmm. And people on the hill in PV, there's no places for them to go to. In fact, one of their shopping centers, stores are going to be closing down soon. So they're coming. There's a lot of investment in the village with a lot of high-end restaurants and a lot of things happening there. There is a new vibe. People are coming from Hermosa and Manhattan to the village because it's not Hermosa. They don't want to go there. The harbor with the many restaurants that we have, we only have 2 spaces available now, essentially, and people are clamoring over the ones that are coming up and for lease. And we also have the restaurant pad, I believe, 4,000 square feet-ish, pad 2 on the pier. So there's a lot of opportunity in the harbor to reinvigorate with new leaseholders, new restaurants, new businesses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We are situated in between the 6th busiest airport in the world and the 9th biggest port in the world. Mm-hmm. And then we're within a 20-minute drive of Silicon Beach. Those are all 3 large job centers, especially with the Olympics coming. There's a lot happening in the area. We're also near the largest content creator in the world. That's Los Angeles. So tech plays a big role in media. So we're blessed by being near a job engine.
Right.
Job engines.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's about 75,000 registered boats, recreational boats in LA. Most of those are trailerable. So once we put in the boat ramp, there's the opportunity to take advantage of all those boaters who will want to use our boat ramp to get to some of the finest fishing spots in the area. So, the opportunity to capture revenue from those people when they come here to boat and they want to go somewhere place to eat, or they need tackle or bait or things like that before they go out boating or after they come back, is potentially a huge opportunity.
Great. Zane?
For a short Uber or even Metro ride away from SoFi Stadium, 8 miles away, Intuit Dome, Kia Forum, Cosm Gators over there, a great entertainment hub in Inglewood. And it's it's how our tourism district can advertise the appeal of staying in Redondo Beach. Be at the beach, but be super close to all that entertainment too.
We have an opportunity with the Green Line, especially if it gets put in the right spot. The amount long-term, when it gets built, with the South Bay Galleria, when that starts getting developed, to really drive a lot of new visitors in that area, in North Redondo.
Actually, on that note, the COG reported, or the Metro reported to the COG, that the People Mover at LAX will be ready in November, as early as November, if you believe that. That means that you could take the Green Line from where it is right now at the Marine Station in North Redondo and take it up and then go directly to your terminal at LAX, if that's the case.
That'd be nice.
Okay. Eugene?
I think this will be both a weakness and an opportunity,
Uh-huh.
in that the macroeconomic changes in disruptive technologies. We have an opportunity in disruptive businesses that are out there that we have an opportunity to attract if we work smartly. For example, you've got, if we were able to acquire the AES site or the opportunity to develop that AES site, server farms and other technologies like that are anxious to come and repurpose old power plants. You've got the Olympics partnering with VRBO, and we have some of the largest venues all around us for the Olympics. Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned some of the other opportunities that way. That's something that is both a weakness and an opportunity for us to create policy to capture some of that. Same thing with cannabis that we've been working on as part of our plan. An opportunity to go ahead and take those disruptive businesses, those new businesses, and shape them and get them going in the city. It's a weakness that it's taking us so long to do it, but it's also an opportunity for us to be the first to market in the South Bay for some of that. So a lot of these changing economies that are affecting revenues or affecting opportunities within the city, those storefronts that are vacant could be filled with a cannabis store. Those storefronts, those properties that are vacant, perhaps if they have the infrastructure, could be server farms or other technologies. So we want to go ahead and create policies to attract business and move those policies forward. So it's a weakness that it takes us so long, but it is also an opportunity for us.
All right, I'm going to capture it as forward-thinking policies to attract the businesses, and you can move that to a strength also. You touched on it right there, but I'll just call it out maybe as its own, the Olympics. You kind of hit on with VRBO, but maybe more generally. Anybody want to add anything on that?
Yeah, I would just say that, while our city is not selected to host any of the events.
Yet.
Yes, but even as it lies right now, there's an opportunity for us to capitalize on, watch events or other kind of entertainment around that.
Mm-hmm.
Performing Arts Center, watch events.
We have a highly educated technical workforce in this city. We have a lot of people with master's degrees, people that work in aerospace, people that work in tech. A lot of cities don't have that. A lot of cities don't have that. And I think that's attractive for potentially new businesses that want to locate here.
Mm-hmm. Highlighting that. Great, thank you.
I have one that's a little more granular. These are great suggestions, but I think it's worth putting a fine point on it. We've touched around it, but the South Bay Social District is an opportunity, the revitalization of that center. We've done our part, we're doing everything we can to facilitate that process, but it has become more of an external opportunity than something that we can control, and that remains its revitalization remains a huge opportunity for the city.
I would say, similar in granularity, the interest in the Joe's Crab Shack site and possibly even the Fun Factory is an opportunity that we should be taking advantage of. And while Eugene mentioned the AES power plant from a server farm perspective, it's an opportunity generally to the city in other ways, increasing parkland ratio, and it opens up the potential of the whole SCE right-of-way up 190th Street as those power lines come down. So that's an opportunity for us. It's also a threat if developers get hold of that. So it's both an opportunity and a threat.
Joe?
Pursuing partnerships with federal agencies to secure grant funding for critical infrastructure needs that would not be included with the upcoming bond measure.
Any examples come to mind?
The police department firing range training facility, which would be multi-jurisdictional.
And just to add on that, the opportunity we're very close to the LA Air Force Base. They're a huge economic engine just for the region, in the business that they bring here, but also the residents that come from the base.
Business and residents. Great. A lot of opportunities. We can certainly circle back. Any additions? Okay, threats, external things.
Housing mandates. Loss of local control. That's the number one threat to.
Scott?
Thank you, Jane. Threats, crime, homelessness, and the potential overcrowding of our city, which leads to traffic, lack of parking, infrastructure, and overburdening of our limited resources and services.
Well said.
And I know there's some connection between these. I went ahead and did them as separate line items, but I see how things are related. Others? What are some other threats?
I gotta say, a persistent cyber threat. It's a matter of when, not if.
Hear that.
I would say constant change in state employment law.
Andy? Oh.
Finance market regarding projects that are happening in Redondo and the economic market.
Say a little bit more, like what's the...
So large projects are heavily reliant upon interest rates.
Thank you. Yep.
But that also affects real estate, right? So real estate turnover, real estate development, either it's housing, which is huge for us, or commercial.
I would add the cost of housing not providing an opportunity for young buyers and losing that part of our population.
Federal government instability, whether it's government shutdown or political instability, all these things could affect us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Litigious, I don't know, what's the word, litigious, whatever it is, whatever the word is. People wanting to sue the city.
Litigiousness.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll do Zane, and then I'll come back to Andy. Yep.
Loss of seniority. So, for example, council members Lowenstein and Nierenheim have been here for 7 years, but come this time next year, they won't. Only one of the three of them two and the mayor here will be back next year in this capacity.
So term limits the impact of that and seniority.
Senior citizens, basically. Senior, say senior.
I'll go back
That's a
to
challenge on the staff side, too.
Okay.
I'll go back to picking on the state. The environmental regulatory environment is just becoming more and more difficult to comply with, given our resources. A lot of mandates without funding, a lot of reporting paperwork often seems unnecessary and redundant.
Thank you. Yeah.
Scott mentioned crime, but just to kind of add a little bit more detail to that, the regional policies at the county level that have been challenges for prosecution that have had a direct effect on the crime rates increasing for property crimes throughout the county as well as Redondo Beach.
Thank you. Others?
Say culture wars within the city and without societal. Our city's probably less divided than it was when some other big issues have come up right now, but we have in the past, and it's always possible whenever you have big development or changes. Concern, we have had a lot of divisiveness within the city in the past.
Mike?
I say the state budget's a threat.
Yes. Perhaps related to that is the focus on less privileged communities. So the money tends to go inland, not to the coast.
Yeah, distribution of state resources or change in formula.
I'll say for the city, maybe CalPERS investment performance.
Oh, yeah.
CalPERS investment performance, and it's going to be linked to the market and overall, but makes a big difference for the city and what our liability is.
Yeah.
How about age of the city's getting more senior.
Population, aging
Yeah,
population.
aging population, which means more demand on services and not working as much.
Certainly, it certainly impacts calls for emergency response.
Yeah. Elizabeth?
Just the increase in minimum wage and just wages in general make it really hard to attract and then retain all of our hourly employees.
What else?
It's a lot.
That's a lot. We captured this.
I've got one other strength that we kind of touched on before, but there are a number of very active nonprofits that bring a lot of volunteers and reduce costs for the city, so we can get more, if we can effectively utilize them, get more bang for the buck by leveraging those nonprofits and their volunteer workforce.
So is that a threat?
So we added that to strengths. This is a big list of all of these strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. What are we going to do with this list as we think about strategic planning for the next 12 months and the objectives and what you want to accomplish and how you want to make decisions?
Well, we should be coming up with policies that take advantage of the strengths and opportunities and mitigate the weaknesses and threats. That's
That's it, right?
That's strategic planning 101.
So we need to look back at this, though, right? And make sure we're paying attention to these things, and then asking, as we come up with objectives, where does that fit on here? And it might hit a couple of areas, right? So we might see that. Anything else on the SWOT? How else can we use this?
I mean, it says that they've got energy, right? We have all got energy, so we can just grow the strategic plan as large as we want it, right?
All this energy, right?
It's a fusion reactor.
It's not
There's no
plan
end.
Totally.
So we got to be realistic, right? Is there some, Nils, did you want to add?
Yeah, I think what you said was perfect. I think the things that we add should be thought about and filtered through our SWOT, so we can really utilize that and understand that when we bring something forward and we're making decisions upon timelines, we can take advantage of the strengths and weaknesses and ensure that we're prepping for any threats, right? And taking advantage of opportunities. I know I've got some things that I really want to take advantage of. We talked about the grants, right? I've got some things that we can talk about that we can really take advantage of. When we have an economic downturn, the federal government always does large shovel-ready projects, but we don't have that many here in Redondo. But if we have those things ready to go, we can take advantage of those grants.
Yeah, great.
So I just thought of a weakness and a threat.
More?
Yeah,
No,
sorry.
Jason, you're good.
So one weakness is a very low extremely low parkland ratio for a community such as ours.
Did you say park line?
Parkland
Parkland, thank you.
ratio. And from a threats perspective, what was I just, we are losing our history. We have a great history, but we're losing it every year through development.
And can you say just a bit more about that, like what that looks like? Or?
Well, when I moved here, the street I was on had a number of houses that were over 100 years old.
I see. Okay.
And the character of that was a lot different than, places that didn't embrace their past. And we've lost that. I would say we've lost at least 60% of the historic homes just on the street I'm on. And you see it all over the city. So what was here that was historic 10 years ago is no longer here. And if we don't do something, we're at risk of losing it all.
Thank you for outlining that. All right, well, thank you for going through this exercise. I know we kind of got into some detail on that, but we do want to keep this, I think you used the word filter maybe, as we're thinking of everything else, we need to continue to refer back to this. This isn't just an exercise and now we've got a big long list of things. We need to be connecting what we're doing, the decisions we're making with some of the things that came up in the SWOT. All right, we are just about right on time for a 5 o'clock dinner break. Does that sound good?
Yeah, we may want to, depending on everybody's feelings on it, we may want to try to get through the 3-year strategic goal, kind of
Perfect.
revisiting first. Doesn't usually
That's actually
take
pretty quick.
too
and
long. So then maybe we
Then
break for
switch to
dinner
that.
before we get into
We
objectives.
can certainly do that. And of course, I trust that anybody that needs to get up and take a break at any moment, please do. But we will wait for our dinner break, and I will switch to our strategic goals. So you have
Who's dinging?
You currently have 6 strategic goals in the plan. And the frame we use in strategic planning is the goals are what you want to accomplish, and the objectives are how you're going to make it happen, right? So that's the high level. And so these would be the highest level things you want to accomplish in Redondo Beach. And the question here is, does this capture everything? Do these 6 goals, especially what we just heard, with all of the accomplishments, with all of the possibilities, do these 6 goals capture all of that? Are we missing anything? And then, do we need to maybe tweak any of these just a little bit? Things change, things evolve, the focus can change a little bit more. We might need to add something in there. So your 6, modernize city communication systems, vitalize core commercial areas of the city, increase environmental sustainability, invest in the city's infrastructure, maintain a high level of public safety, and enhance the delivery of city services. Thoughts on these, Mayor?
So as a newbie here, when I went through this list, from my contributing to it versus being a resident reading it, some things, there's several things that struck me as missing, or perhaps they're located here. I just don't have the back-end odor of where former councils been the thing I'm about to talk about. So one of the things we mentioned that's great about Redondo is the resident quality of life. The key thing for elected officials is to maintain and improve resident quality of life. And I don't know how you capture that in one of these 6 goals. But things like that feeling of a, history in the area and the quaint feel of a seaside city, the quality of the parks. Certainly you could fit some of that in infrastructure, but there's nothing that to me that pins resident quality of life and objectives that would improve resident quality of life. The
question there might be, is it missing?
Well, yeah, is it missing or is
it kind of in
where's
the
it captured
others?
in those bins that
Perfect.
I would say it's both delivery of services and in high level of public safety.
I fully agree.
So where would you put things like historic preservation?
That's city service, isn't it?
Is that a service? or
Putting a
is-
landmark sign?
No, it's putting ordinances in place to protect historic buildings, areas.
Okay. And I think I interrupted you. You had a second one, or was it?
Well, I've got 3.
Okay,
The second is internal operational improvements and efficiencies. Where did you guys capture that before?
That'll be under enhanced delivery of city services under 6.
That's 6.
But it's not all delivery, it's execution of the, it's managing contracts of delivery of services.
It's in the process of delivering.
So that's where you want those bins.
Change the word delivery to.
We've had it phrased internal policy, procedure, efficiency, operational efficiency. This year, we've landed on enhance the delivery, which the problem I have with the goal 6 in our current phrasing is the delivery of city services to me speaks more to internal operations, how efficient we are in processing things, providing resource to the community. But we have in that category currently enhancement of like programs, services, different things that speak more to quality of life. So I think we may want to either break it into 2 and or get rid of another goal, but we may want to be more expressly clear on that because we've, in a sense, combined, I think, in 6, operational efficiency and service enhancement, which is like programs, facilities, et cetera. But we've had quality of life as a goal in many of our prior strat plans. It just, we did not include that this time.
Because that was been such a cry by the public.
Well, and it had been, I think
decades.
this was a turn to more of the execution of the other items, and they all relate to quality of life effectively.
Yeah, I don't mind just so we know where to bin those type of things. And then the last one was fiscal sustainability. I see elements of it in some of these, but not a.
That used to be a standalone goal too, but it got more and more limited over time, so we pulled it back.
Yeah, I think it could fit in like the vitalized core commercial areas, but fiscal sustainability is more than just picking core areas.
It's a number of
it's
things.
like
You need it in city infrastructure, you need it in the delivery of services, you need it modernization of communication systems.
So those are the 3 as I went through and came up with my list that I didn't know how to bin stuff because it was, because I just didn't see where those fit in here.
Others on the council?
Motion to keep the strategic goals the same.
We got a motion to keep the strategic goals, the 6 as is, keep them the same for this next 12-month period. Others? Scott?
Mike? Oh, I'm sorry, please, go ahead. No, I insist.
The enhancement of delivery of services, I don't mind the dual role of the ability of one group of people, such as residents, being able to look at that and say, oh, that's directly to us, and then to city staff, the ability to look at that and say, oh, that's us delivering better contracts, faster projects, on time, under budget. So I would much rather have verbiage that's more overarching, has a dual usage. Because we should be keeping this as broad and small. You shouldn't be having 10 different things on there. It's not strategic, right? Strategic is boiling it down to what is very important, but yet understanding enough that it has the core concepts of resident focus.
So you're focused and still broad enough to capture what needs to go in there to get done. Okay. Others? Scott, you had something?
Thank you, Jane. I just wanted to ask the city manager if he had any thoughts or input on potential changes to the wording or any substantive items you think we should take into consideration.
My thoughts are that we do clearly have a dual function with 6. It's worked for us. I've got no problem with it. If the community understands that dual functionality, I'm fine with it. But I could see how somebody reading, and I think to Jim's point, at first it's unclear. Is this an internal focus goal or is this an external focus goal? It's kind of both for us. But we understand it. We're fine with it. It's really up to you all to decide whether or not the community understands that inherently. I would say goal 1 has become a little bit limiting because we're focusing on communication systems as opposed to we may want to expand on that to lean into more just operational technologies. That's the better place for us, I think, to do things like Mark's talking about in community development, what Mike's talking about in updating our different systems. It's not just communication, it's really modernizing city processes, operational systems and communication systems. So it's really kind of all of those things. The word communication feels a little limiting to me. But again, we're okay with it. We understand what it means. It's more important to hear from you all as to whether or not we think the community understands what that goal's intent is.
Yeah, let's get some thoughts on that one, on number 1.
I think that all these should be outward facing, personally. Now, efficiencies are important, but the average person's going to go, well, what does that mean for me? Right? Clearly, if you're investing in the city's infrastructure, if you're revitalizing core commercial areas and you're, with public safety, all those are things that mean something to residents. We know internally to some degree, what we need to do. Externally, we want to communicate that to people, and that's what everything we should be doing should be about providing city services. I think an exception could potentially be what Jim said about preserving the city's history. I think, but we could probably rephrase 1 or 2 of those to actually accommodate that as well too.
Okay.
I get a little bit uneasy when we start talking about efficiency because that's very technocratic. It doesn't mean a lot to the average Joe or Jane that's out there.
Well,
no offense to you, Jane.
Fair enough.
I respectfully disagree with that. Having built strategic plans for commercial businesses and the federal government, while it is a public document to face outward, it's an inward document that should guide our decisions and where we invest our time. And if things like internal efficiencies are lacking, then that is a focus that we shouldn't leave unstated. Things like lack of a contracts officer probably means nothing to the public, but it's a critical failure when you have contracts that are overrunning consistently, that aren't delivered on time, and that overlap with other contracts.
Then aren't those contracts involved with the delivery of services usually?
It depends how broadly you define that.
So
is building a building a delivery of service?
Depends what the building's for. If it's a library, if it's a fire and police station, yeah, those are for delivery services.
Or is that investing
As
in
long as we
cities'
make it
infrastructure?
clear, I don't mind what we
Yeah.
call the things.
I mean, it
So
seems
I
like-
heard, oh, go ahead. Who was next? Zane, were you going to?
It seems like you're talking more about micro stuff, which we can fit into any of these things and can put them down, but.
Yeah, I'm just telling you from my read and reading what you have in there, I didn't see where these would fit. And if we define it so they fit and we all understand that, I am perfectly
How
fine
about we
with it.
promise to find a home for every one of your items, and if not, we'll come back and change the strategic goals.
Okay, that might be.
I don't know why
I
we'd
think
be.
to the mayor's point regarding losing our history and historic value, it is important to include something to, increase environmental sustainability, right? It's understanding where you come from is important to understand where you're going. And to the city manager's point regarding modernized city communication systems, I do think that a lot of these things are, like he said, processes, and it's not just communicating, whether it's online, it's getting things online, it's communicating to the public in a new way. It's reporting out the work that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I might propose just to start addressing some of these. For the first one, removing communication and just having modernized city systems, which would encompass all of the things listed below.
Agree with that?
So we've got modernized city communication systems. We'll revise that to say modernized city systems. What we're trying to get at there is technology, is process, is reporting, is data, is everything that we need. And that feels a little bit bigger than communication. And then is modernized city systems clear enough? Jim used the word guide. And so is that enough to help guide staff in what you would need to do to accomplish that goal? I might direct that
It
to
works for
city
me,
manager.
for sure. I mean, the one point I wanted to make is that it's not just the communications tools that we're modernizing anymore. It's really how we process, how we operate the tech. I mean, we've got so much technology going. I just didn't want us to be limited to just the concept of communication, even though everything eventually communicates. So that's kind of, I think, how we've been using that tool in the past.
Modernized city systems and communications. I mean, just moving it to the end, but
You still want communications, or is it okay without?
indifferent.
Yeah, okay. We've got a proposal, and then Scott?
Yeah, thanks for coming back to me, Jane. So I agree with that, and let me know if it works. Modernize cities' technologies and systems. Is that enough?
Yeah,
Is that
that works?
Okay.
That works well too, because that is what it is.
Pretty clear.
okay? And so, Mike, you spoke to 1, you spoke to item 6, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything you think?
I think 2 is still absolutely essential. I think we've made a push for 3. I think 3 is the logical place. If we want to have a historic focus, that would be the logical goal, to add some kind of phrasing that would capture preservation of history. I think that's a logical place for that. 4 continues to be paramount. 5 is paramount. And I like 6 in that it really is focused on both functions. It's enhancing our services, which means in some cases expanding, in some cases making better, and then in other areas it means we're being smarter in how we deliver them. So I've liked that goal. I want to make sure people understand what it means. So I'm fine with 6 and would be certainly good with a tweak to 3 to add historic preservation in some form.
So
Where do
when
you get to broad fiscal sustainability / economic development? I mean, we vitalize core commercial areas, but there's broader things than just focusing on PCH, Artesia, the Harbor, Riviera Village. Do you still bid them in there?
I think you would. I think everything you described to me is a core commercial area. We've had more focus perhaps on waterfront and Artesia and the village of late, but PCH is certainly a core commercial area.
what can we talk, maybe economic development in there? Because that's what we're really focusing on.
Economic
is-
development is kind of how, to me, that's the tool, right? That's how you do that. The goal being vitalized, economic development is the way we engage the core commercial areas and try to make them better.
And
I
so
think
is-
that's the object, to me, that's the work item.
I don't, okay.
I think economic sustainability goes beyond just the core areas. It engages all of our revenue streams. It engages our fee structures. It engages our tax structures.
So that
we've been through tonight, are we good as far as your ability, Mike, to direct your staff to do what it is that the city council is going to set as policy?
we are good. The one thing
Okay.
I will say
Yeah.
is if there is interest in, we've got the bond going under, which fits squarely under 4, but if there is an interest in an objective or the types of objectives that would speak to new forms of revenue, right? There's been conversations in our budget for things like a TOT tax increase or other things
Quimby
of that
fees.
nature. If we had revenue ideas that we wanted to build into this plan, and I'm not saying we've got them, but if we do, we don't have necessarily a clear place to put those currently.
Okay. All right. So, in looking for revenue is part and parcel of what the city does.
Kinda all
and-
the time.
All the time, so we're not going to put
You
something.
could argue it's in 6.
In 6.
It would be needed to enhance
It's,
the
it's
delivery.
already in there. Okay. Well, I like the look of 1 through 6, minus the parenthetical in 3. I don't think we need that in there. In the parenthetical in 6. So that works for me. Is there a motion pending?
Yeah.
No,
And then I could finish, if there is, I'd second that motion if you accept that friendly amendment.
Sure.
Okay.
So we have a motion, you're seconding a motion to approve the goals as they read in bold on the screen.
Correct. Go ahead.
Great.
And I don't know if Councilmember Barrett, you're up for this, but if we come to a point where we have an objective that we want to achieve that doesn't fit squarely into one of these 6, then we can come back and revise a strategic goal if necessary.
Yeah, we can do that.
Feel
And
like
there's-
it really doesn't fit.
and it would need, yeah, if we feel like it really doesn't fit and it needs to be on there, yeah, I'm certainly have an open mind on that.
So as we move through the process tonight, and we're trying to fit everything where we want to, if it feels like something else surfaces, we might still have an opportunity to revisit these 6.
Yeah, if it's,
I'm perfectly fine with
if it's really fish out of water, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I would ask is the word core in number 2 is, we don't, adding new businesses, supporting new businesses, it's not a core commercial area. What about the outlying areas and outside services? It's vitalizing commercial areas of the city. We are left with in our SWOT, clearly it shows that the state has come over and taken our ability to properly zone. So we have to be strong with all the commercial areas and all components. So I would ask us to remove the word core.
That's fine. Agreed.
Okay, it sounds like there's some interest in removing, so we expanded that one just a little bit more, and that does line up with what we heard in our SWOT, vitalize commercial areas of the city. We had a motion and a second.
What did you say about 3? Did you want to add in and historical preservation? Increase environmental sustainability and
No.
historical?
I heard to remove that and just go with the bold. And maybe broaden how we think about that goal.
Right, I mean, if you're preserving, aren't you keeping something for the future, and isn't that what sustainability is?
Well, it's not necessarily environmental, but that's a,
I mean, it's in the
I'm
environment.
okay as long as we, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, all for it?
All right.
Okay, passes.
Good job.
Okay.
Mike, I'll look back to you. So we'll move forward with these 6 goals with just a couple of small tweaks. Is now a good time to take a break?
It's if everybody's hungry. Otherwise, sometimes what we've done is we've tackled the first one, try to get through a little bit before we break, but it's really dependent on how everybody's feeling. If they need a little refreshment, they need to eat.
Just a point of order, the agenda says public input, so.
Yeah, typically.
We should open up for public input before
On
we
this
break
comment.
on this
The
topic.
food, I think Renee is signaling us for the food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we take public input on these goals?
I didn't make the agenda, I'm just.
Yeah, that's what we would normally do is before we would move on, we take input on the 3-year goals if we have any from the community.
Great.
So any member of the public wish to speak?
Good evening, council, staff. Sheila Lamb, District 4. Thank you for allowing us, residents, to speak this evening. I do have 7 suggestions for, and I believe all of them meet within the criteria here of the strategic goals. So, and this would be for, as you move over to the next stage in the items that you wish to include under these goals. So first is transform Wiley Sump to Wiley Nature Preserve. Justification for that is that this project is supported by the general plan, open space element policies and goals. It addresses the parkland ratio, which as you well know, we are only at 2.1 acres per 1,000 residents. And this will go down if the complete build out from the arena actually happens. So it'll go down to under 2. Wiley Sump would add to the acreage. And the Wiley Nature Preserve would provide North Redondo residents with respite from the urban environment through viewing platforms on the perimeter. And it would also be an opportunity for education for our high school students and all of our resident volunteers. This would, the Wiley Sump Preserve would be under the auspices of South Bay Parkland Conservancy, and my group, Friends of Wiley Nature Preserve, will be the long-term stewards of the preserve. Our ask is please redesignate the sump as a nature preserve and create an MOU so that SBPC volunteers can access the preserve and begin to restore the natural wetland and vernal pool. 2, historical preservation. Please update the Redondo Beach Historical Preservation Plan, its context statement, and the Historic Resources Survey. I have some justification. We can talk at another time if you'd like. I know you're waiting for dinner. So number 3 is the Redondo Beach website. Please continue to upgrade the website with special focus on the search feature for the residents. It's been very difficult to access some of the landing pages. Historical preservation is one you can't get to.
That's time.
Motion to extend 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to suggest a business concierge and an economic development plan. Number 5, communications director or consultant. The city needs to do a better job of communicating all things Redondo to the public. Lastly, greater linkage and connection between the general plan and the council decision-making. How does the general plan, the existing or proposed, inform this strategic plan? As the blueprint for the future, the general plan, it doesn't make sense that there's no linkage between the general plan and this strategic plan. This new one is a great document. It is the blueprint. It should be a priority, or at a minimum, be integrated with the strategic plan. Please tell us how they're related. Both documents are important, but there's no integration. Thank you for extending my time. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. And I look forward to attending the rest.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this? Anybody online?
We do have two hands raised. Holly Osborne, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, this was something I thought of, I don't know, I've been thinking about it the past few days. If the governor has passed two laws and they're in conflict with each other, does the latest one hold more sway? And here's what I'm talking about. Just one example. We've got these ADU laws that seem to encourage building right to the edge of your property. But then we've also now got, they've passed bills, you know, to increase tree coverage and provide shade and so forth like that. Those two laws are in conflict. Can we use the environmentally nice laws, I'll just call them that, to try to contain some of the environmentally unfriendly laws? Seems like to me, if a law is passed later, it should have more sway. Okay, and that's all I'm going to say right now.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more, Nancy Skiba. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Good afternoon. Nancy Skiba, District 4, Public Safety Commissioner. I just want to say that I'm so proud of our city and our city council for being so engaged and coming up with new ideas, promoting our city and doing such a great job. And also our police department for all their many programs, and to Chief Hoffman for continuing the presentation of the Run, Hide, Fight program, which is very important and helps people understand how to be more safe in public areas. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it at this time.
Okay. Can I get a motion to recess?
Motion to recess.
How long are we going to recess? Or are we just going to grab our food and eat and go on?
20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes most.
25?
Okay, motion to recess for 20 minutes. Can I get a second?
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Okay. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember
Lowenstein.
Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujerovich? Thank you. She stepped out for a minute. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
And Mayor Light?
Here.
You have a quorum?
Okay, so one request from the audience is to make sure your mic is right in front of you when you speak. I guess they're having trouble hearing us online. So just ask that you get closer to your mic when you're speaking. With that, we'll give you the floor back and keep going.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's keep going. So I'll just check in where we are on our agenda. We've done our welcome, our overview, our accomplishments, our SWOT. We've revisited the 3-year goals, the 6 3-year goals, and made a couple tweaks. And now we're going to move into our agenda item on the objectives for each of the goals. So we'll go line by line through these items and discuss what's been completed, kind of where things are on status. If it's completed, we're just going to sort of check it and appreciate that it's been done and move on. But before we dive into this discussion, as I'm looking at this robust list of objectives and all that has been accomplished, as we start to think about this next 6 or 12 month period, let's discuss what is the appropriate time horizon for these objectives. Do we want to be writing 6-month objectives, 12-month objectives? Because that's going to really impact both how many and kind of the depth that we go to. So I'll put that question out and see if there's thoughts.
Maybe I'll jump in, Jane.
Oh, yeah.
I look at it from sort of 2 lenses. I think 12 months was appropriate given the list that we created last year, 60-plus objectives, not possibly completed inside of a 6-month window. But I will say, to counter that, we are most effective, I think, when we strategic plan every 6 months as a group. So I would just ask that if we do choose 6 months as the time frame, that we look to cut this list to something in the 30 to 35 range of objectives, not 60 objectives. So, but if we've got 60 objectives, we just can't wait to get out into the ether. Then maybe we use the 12-month window. But I will say historically, we have been at our best as an organization when we do this in 6-month increments, and we are more judicious in the number of total objectives in the plan.
Okay.
Can I bring something up? 6 months from now is mid-March. Termed out.
But with that said, we're still working on objectives that from the prior council. So that, these are just long-term objectives that we're.
Your mic's not on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. To add to that, we're still working on objectives from the prior council, and to that point, what's important here is this is strategically important from what staff needs and resident needs.
Yeah, Zane, and then
So,
Todd.
I agree with what Todd was saying, that we don't want to conclude this right as they're leaving, and then we get new council members who are just finding their way when they jump in here and then have to sit down for strategic planning session. So maybe what we could do, in light of what you've said about the benefit of a 6-month window, is maybe do a 9-month window and set some of these goals for 6 months so it's concluded before these guys are termed out. And then any new council members or the new council members who come in will at least have 3 months under their belt before they go into this thing.
Okay, so I hear an option compromise in there of 9 months instead of 6 or 12 necessarily.
And I'm good with 12 months too.
I have one counter. I'm not necessarily against that, but strategic planning is typically used, at least in corporate world and in the federal government, for budgeting.
And so how does
We were late. I mean, we're significantly late on this one. It might be good to get us back on track by starting one earlier next year to be in front of the budget cycle instead of after.
Additional thoughts on that, Eugene? Did you? Okay.
which would put us in, I mean, in that scenario, it would put us into the late April timeframe.
9 months.
Yeah, so we've been, I mean, when we've been most effective, our cycle has been somewhere in the September, October, March, April timeframe, the challenge being elections, and Todd brings up a good point about the particular timing of this election cycle. But that's been the historic.
That has worked and still worked well with the budget and,
Yeah.
and the questions of budget. Okay.
But I'm certainly sensitive to our potential outgoing members of the council and not wanting to have a fresh set of eyes there in between that election cycle. So it might make sense for us to look at maybe a later April. So maybe it's a little bit more than 6 months. Maybe it's late April is the time frame, conceivably.
Todd? Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I think what's important here is it takes a while to get basically 3 parties coordinated, really 5, 6, 7 parties coordinated. It's yourselves, it's city staff, and then of course all the council members and mayor, right? So April, May would be appropriate. You got to start planning for that in March.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
in fact, I would think what we would almost do is tentatively start to set a date now, where we would be
Great.
looking at a kind of a April timeframe if possible.
Okay. So I hear 6-ish.
6 and change.
Late April.
So we'll keep on. And so as we're thinking about the objectives tonight, focusing on that late April timeline for doability. And on some of these, we need to break them down in their phases, or we break them down into smaller chunks, we can. But I'm also hearing it may not be 60-plus objectives.
Please.
This time, I'm hearing a plea for 60, not 60-plus objectives if we're going to hit April. And also appreciating what Todd and Nils brought up. There are some things in here that remain to be completed. And so keeping those in mind in terms of completion by April. All right, well, if that sounds good. Any other framing comments before we dig in?
Framing comments?
Over anything to frame this next discussion or anything else to add, Scott? Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. I think is what's been raised by the city manager and others and yourself, before we start adding anything new, is there anything currently on the list that can be taken off, either because it's been completed, or maybe it's more suitable for a future objective list? Policies changed, but can we narrow down and start removing things before we put anything else on, just as sort of a first step?
And that goes back to some of those comments around challenges with capacity.
Capacity.
Yeah. High expectations.
Yeah, and usually what we do at this point, right, we've got our goals reestablished. We start by looking at what we can take off the list because it's completed, but we recognize those goals that are, or objectives that are still in progress, and or those that might have a secondary phase. And then, to Scott's point, we decide whether or not we want to continue with those items, or do we want to table them for perhaps a future conversation. But we got to begin by evaluating what's still left undone, if you will, or has a natural follow-up item.
Great. All right. Let's jump into it then. So we'll start with goal 1, modernize the city's communication systems. This goal has been revised to say modernize the city's technology and systems. But looking at what we have done, the top 4 are done. Checked off on here. So you've got logo, website, communications plan, and charter updates. Yep, Zane?
All right, so to Sheila Lamb's point on the website, if you go to redondo.org right now and you search, for example, parking permits, and you click the search bar, you get a result of no keyword found. And as it turns out, you have 3 tabs: services, forms, and all of Redondo Beach. You have to go have the presence of mind to realize, oh, I need to click on the tab all of Redondo Beach to actually pull up results. So the website is easy to navigate for sure, much easier, hugely improved, but it's still got some quirks to work out. I see now, actually, as of yesterday, I don't think the logo was updated, so I think it must have just gotten updated.
Got the kit?
Just
Kits being distributed.
Yeah, so I think it's colliding, the logo's colliding with home right now, so.
Just give your research bar a little bit more time and you'll get everything you need.
Okay, there you go. So I think it's good, it's great, we've done great work, but there is still some tweaking to be done.
Agreed, and I think the research tool, and Lou can speak to this and Mike better than me, I think that's a constant work in progress. So I guess I would ask them, is this just something we need to continue to emphasize, work on, or is there an actual follow-up action item that would rise to the strategic plan as a next objective?
Yeah, so there's sort of constant refinement, and what you're seeing, that first tab, it's what's called the curated search. So we actually populate what comes up there. So if you do like trash, you'll get our trash pages, and so, or solid waste disposal. And so the advice we got from the website company was to keep that curated search fairly small, just so it didn't balloon into, we have 1,000 pages on it. We have probably about 100 now that have curated search terms that populate. And so that's a decision. We can expand that, or we could possibly flip to where the all Redondo Beach comes up first, switch the tab priority.
Okay.
And so it's just a matter of what's more important, because when you do search something that is on that curated search list, it's right there, boom, you're in, and it kind of gives a little description of where you're going. So it's kind of just a preference. We can't have everything on that curated search, but I definitely see your point. When what you're searching for isn't there, it feels like it's
When it's pretty
non-responsive.
basic, like parking permit, right? With that said, when you navigate to something, it's really easy to navigate.
Yep.
Like community services, I was on the Zoom with Director House, and it was easy to go to seniors or all levels and pull up the magazine.
Yep.
On another note, I think this blends in with another goal, but associated with this item on the website is the way that we provide services through the website is download this form and bring it in person and turn it in and procure, for example, your parking permit. Or if you want to, what was the other thing business license. You've got to fill out a form and email it in, and now engage in an exchange with the finance department relative to that. I had to change the name of a business, and it's 3 weeks later, still haven't changed the name of the business on the business license and got a new business license. So just computerizing how things occur. I've even heard it from staff that when you got in October, everybody who's got a preferential parking permit is down waiting in person to get a permit. In addition, everybody who wants the all-city parking permit is down there in person picking up that permit.
Right. So what I'm hearing is a prospective objective there is to create an online application for business license.
Online
I
application.
mean, but for every, so we go through the list. So business license, permitting for
Parking permits, preferential parking permits, all city parking
Right.
permits.
So it's as many things as possible. So I guess then the question would be, what might help in that, if we're looking at this in a 7-month window, what priorities would we want to focus on? I mean, we could do the generic, like everything and anything you can think of that people would want to obtain online, but I will say that the software, the portal, the connection to Munis, all of the back end in that communication is, I've come to learn, Mike and Luke and others probably knew this from the jump, much more difficult to actually sync up than one would expect. So are there areas that we would want to focus on first? I mean, clearly, these all fall squarely under this goal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how realistically, Mike, Stephanie, Luke, how many of these could we reasonably get online in the next 7 months?
That's the challenge, is to come up with something that's specific and actionable. And like the step one is like, we don't even have a solid inventory of all the processes that are available, through the website, or you have to call somebody, you have to come in and get a form. We need to start with like an inventory of them all and try to figure out a path forward of them. Some of them would go into like the existing Laserfish system. Other might have a niche application somewhere that we're just not taking advantage of an online module. So like we really should start with an inventory and try and prioritize and look at it from a perspective of like time versus effort to actually get real results.
So maybe a 6-month goal can be under goal 6 related to this, but it's goal 6 is inventorying all the services provided by the city that are currently provided in person that could be feasibly transformed to an online service.
Yeah, like
Okay.
DocuSign or something like that.
Right.
Because I agree, having to print something out and then sign it and then either fax it in, who has faxes anymore? Or a lot of people don't even have printers anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just,
yeah.
we're in the 21st century
I mean, the
now.
goal here is, right, for all of these systems to eventually be online, be usable, be friendly. I mean, that's clearly what we want to do. We started that process in community development, but I want to make sure we manage expectations. So is everybody comfortable with an objective being
Well,
inventory?
can we go beyond just inventory and say a strategy for automating with prioritization and?
Yeah, we could recommend which applications we would start with that. We could inventory and then prioritize.
Yeah, don't just come up with a list.
Inventory and
come up with a solution.
prioritize.
Yeah.
And find a vendor for,
Well, that's what I mean, the whole solution.
Yeah,
set.
exactly.
So Mike, does that make sense to you,
Yeah,
Luke, Stephanie?
that does make sense. So, and it will be very dependent upon the types of things that we come up with in the inventory. So like police has a lot of stuff taken care of already because their main CAD vendor handles a lot of this stuff. And a lot of the items that we're currently manually entering into Tyler, chances are there's a Tyler module we could implement there. So things are going to go different directions. I agree, we do need to select like a single kind of catch-all, we need to do signatures and online forms tool. The first of mine, or the question we need to answer is why not Laserfiche? Because that's what we're so heavily invested in multiple departments right now. But I think to determine a long-term strategy for, the big 3 or 4 or 5, however many buckets we come up with would be a very fair thing to do.
And to include payments, right?
Yeah, it's also going to have to include that link to our financial system.
Yeah,
Can you
link
add the
to
phrase
Tyler
in there,
Cash.
Jane? Just remember, we don't do final wordsmithing here. We just get
Right,
concepts and then we come back with the actual objective. But can you I like the strategy for implementation. Because that speaks to vendor, that speaks to time frame, phasing.
The other thing we might want to consider putting in here is do we want to do this and focus explicitly on forms that are public facing versus things that are just something internal documentation between the departments?
Yeah, I think we're focused. I think our implementation strategy and prioritization will start with outward services and then move in.
So,
Yeah.
some of them would be just simple data entry, and some of them would be calculation, though, as well. So for a business license or for TOT or something like that, there would be formula behind it versus straight data entry.
Behind the form, yeah.
That's why strategize.
Yeah, we may even want to phase
Recommend a
that in,
priority,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a great goal or a great objective.
So I have, thank you. I have actually, Mike, I brought it up to you before, soft docs.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention specific products, but
Right.
that is something that we would
It's-
absolutely take a closer look at as
Yeah,
well.
and my real overall point here, clear forms, clear up. We're going at the league meeting is October in Long Beach. I think it's a great opportunity for us, especially as electeds, when we go there, to see these vendors and come back and be part of this up here is to have multiple vendors a part of this solution, both internal and external, because there's a lot of opportunity there for us to modernize the communications and input of the forms.
Great.
So I'm assuming items 5 and 6 are, we still have, if we could go up in this plan goal.
So, good here. So it looks like some things from objective 3, I heard 2 different things. One on the website and refinements and all those things, and then something else on,
Well, I think
Digitizing.
we're capturing the second one as a new objective. That's a new objective. I think the website, just to close the loop on that, I think what is going to be helpful is this is probably an ongoing work item, not one that we need to have as an objective. I'll probably reach out to some of our working task force, Sheila, and some of the other members of the website team, see if there's some volunteers on helping further refine the search tools and making sure we're capturing relevant info in
Well, and
that
some's
jump.
content too.
Yeah, some of it's just
Some of the
making sure old
content's
content's linking and all of those things. So, yeah, I don't think we need a new objective on that. I see that as an ongoing exercise, but one we need to focus on.
So we've accomplished the objective, now we're in maintenance and
Yeah,
improvement.
kind of maintenance and improvement mode. But I'm assuming items 5 and 6, which I know that's Eleanor's item. You're still working on this?
Yeah, so
5, which is the PRR request, so we won't be able to get to that until after the election, but we also want to include looking at public records software.
So you want to do that as a future objective then? Because you're not going to get to this by April, is what you're saying?
Because our the elections and the agenda management system, which number 6.
Right, that's number 6.
Right, would be included in that.
So item 5, Jane, is moving to
Yeah, that's
a
5.
future objective unless the council feels like we need to. And then item 6, though, we're just in implementation mode for item 6,
We're
right?
just, just starting, and that's a 12-month implementation. So probably within 9 to 12 months will be,
Okay.
because this is sort of the end result of the implementation.
Because we've approved the contract, now
We're started.
okay, so this becomes a future objective just naturally then, too?
Just because it's going to be 12 months when it's at that point.
And maybe just blend 6 and 7 together because those are both the same status.
6 and 7.
Okay, so both of those are,
Oh, yes. Yeah, those can be incorporated together.
so we have 2 future objectives, which is really a blending of 6 and 7. And then we have 1 new objective in the inventorying. Is there anything else the council thinks we need to be adding to goal 1, which is now modernize the city technology and systems?
All right.
Yeah, I've got one. Last spring, I talked to the fire chief about integrating Pulse Point into our fire system. Where are we with, I know we talked about a minute regarding the.
We're just about done, right?
It's, we have the integration with the CAD. The last piece right now is with the city attorney's office on just some of the privacy, whatever the privacy issues are, but we've been meeting with them for about 3 months now, and the money that was allocated in the budget, part of it was for Pulse Point, which will enhance customers, their ability to see our call load, our response time, where the incidents are. And then lastly, it has a part of the app will allow residents who self-select can respond and do CPR on patients that need it. So final stage is just in the city attorney's office for just the privacy concerns, because there are some patient privacy issues. But other than that, it's we check on it. We have someone full-time assigned to get it done.
Okay, so that sounds like that was a status update.
You could do a report back if you want about.
No, I just want to make sure it is on track to moving forward, because that goes very much into the communication systems.
Yeah, it's going to be great when we're up and running.
Was that previously an objective, the Pulse
It
Point?
was actually a budget item that's been.
Gotcha, okay, and so it doesn't necessarily need to be captured here. I scribbled it down just to make sure I had it in the moment, but it's not a new objective right now. It sounds like
It's going to be finished up.
done before it's done. Okay. What else on goal 1?
Mike, you have anything?
The one that's on there was kind of the main one that I was thinking of as well. And if Commissioner Carmichael's still here, I'm sure he's smiling inside as well. The other things were just kind of, I kind of had the same sort of objectives for internal as well, as we do a lot of paper-based processing internal. So if we wound up, focusing on the external first, selecting a product, we should definitely do that with an eye for having it also being capable of handling some of our internal needs as well, just the simple signatures that we
I don't
do
think
all
there's
the
anything
time.
that says we don't focus on the internal. It's just, I think as it pertains to implementation, we go customers first, then, we go external customers, then internal customers.
Yeah.
But I think that's all part of the strategy that we would ultimately put forward.
Yeah. And then kind of in a very similar area, we may be even talking about the same products, is that we are inconsistent about who has gone totally paperless in terms of actually storing documents for long term. And there are departments that rely on electronic documents very, very heavily, and other departments that are still encumbered by a lot of paper, and we may want to put together some initiatives to start scanning that sort of thing and getting those documents digitized so we don't have physical paperwork around. But as we've explored that, it gets pretty costly pretty quickly. We had a single six-figure quote just to scan our backlog of microfilm that we have inside one department. So the actual cost of scanning can get quite large quite quick.
So this is an objective possibly around paperless, a consistent strategy across departments?
It would be digitization of records. Yeah.
We could at least make it a develop a strategy goal sort of thing.
Maybe work also with what's considered permanent paper. I mean, what's the, the documents that are considered permanent that might need to be scanned? And then maybe look at, where is it at in the retention schedule?
Yeah, how does the council feel about this as an objective? I mean, it's probably something it's
very
need
internal.
to get done, but it's going to take time.
Digitization of
Digitization of records.
I think it has to happen long-term, so I don't know. I think it's good.
I thought we had a paperless a couple of years ago on their goal, right?
And we've done some. We have digitized some of our records. Some departments are farther along than others. I think to Eleanor's point, it actually goes to what records are truly needing to be retained versus just scanning all the stuff we have in the various files. And
I think the goal here on this one is to identify the needs of each department, right? Because it's going to be a budget item, it's going to be a resource item, and is it going to be tactically smart to spend X dollars of personnel, right?
Scanning. So I think to Mike's point, then maybe we do focus on more of a strategy document, right? An approach.
So coming up with a plan in the next 6 months on how you might tackle digitizing.
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor, it looked like you wanted to add something.
Well, it's related to this. I don't know where you capture it or how, but there are records that we don't make available to the public through the search engine. The recent example I came up with was a workshop. Because it wasn't tied to a commission meeting or a city council meeting, it's not in the searchable documents. And luckily, I think Dave found it on one of the drives for WED. And there's a number of things like if you try to go back and discover some of the heart of the city documents, which some of them like the EIR are still applicable, it's very hard to find those because they're so old. And the old web links that used to lead to those are now gone under the new site. So there's a ton of, and I've brought up other data that used to be on the old website that you can't get to publicly anymore. So I don't think that fits digitization because some of these are digitized, but it's appropriate. It's missing data.
Yeah, it gets to the records, what records should be kept for eternity versus which records should be destroyed.
Yes.
So that does flow into this strategy a little bit. So I think both of those are pretty good. I mean, we'll combine that into a single objective when we draft it, but I think those are good work items.
Okay. Zane?
So this isn't an item per se, but it's worth recognizing our RB Parks and Recs and City of RB on Instagram and social Facebook have really upped their game in the last, 6 months, 12 months, really putting out a lot of information. I could see, though, how somebody like Ms. Lamb, who came and testified, would say that, hey, we're not passing on information consistently. I wonder if there's a different generation that's not on Instagram. Like we only have right now on RB Parks and Recs 2,000 some odd followers, which is a lot, but it's a tiny fraction of 1/30th of the residents in Redondo Beach. So what I wonder is are there different email lists that the city has for Parks and Recs versus planning versus police that you could email out with the info, here's what's coming up this month, and now come up with a newsletter, Parks and Recs newsletter, once a month with the calendar that you already essentially put together or the catalog that you put together.
Yeah, I'll let Elizabeth cover this in general, but let me just make a high-level point. One of the things, we have a gap in staffing right now. Our assistant to the city manager in charge of communications is occupied now and promoted to a different position. So we will be hopefully filling that gap into the future, although we have other gaps too. But I will let Elizabeth speak to kind of what's happening. We do have some direct, I think, email listservs, and part of the communications plan is to organize some of this dissemination of information in a more harmonized way to kind of Sheila's point.
We do have some listservs, but what we have to keep in mind, to your point, is that the younger generations don't really go to the city website and sign up to receive newsletters. So it would be Twitter, but even that is hitting more the millennial group. If we're trying to really hit the younger generations, it would be something like TikTok. But I'm not quite sure if we're ready or willing to enter that particular platform.
And there are mailing lists for all of the major departments out there, but as Elizabeth mentioned, they are self-serve. You have to go to the website and click the link and sign yourself up to get to them.
So does each department have that, like a sign up?
They're kind of tied to the commissions. If you name a commission, it's going to have a mailing list, and there's a few additional departments in addition to that.
And we do have folks who can sign up for our specific newsletters, depending if they're seniors or they want just a general newsletter that we send out quarterly, they can sign up.
You can
online.
sign up for that. Okay. All right.
So it doesn't sound like that's necessarily a new objective, and a lot of it's already been captured in the communications plan that was accomplished.
Yeah, we need
the
somebody
doing.
to work the plan,
Yep.
and yeah, it's a little bit siloed right now.
Okay, and so I just have it noted here as a note, but it's actually not a new objective.
I guess one more thing. In the on number 3, during that hearing, I think you had a minimum quorum, but ultimately Ms. House said this document will continue to change, and you guys were working on brand management right now with this new logo. So as we saw just when we had that ranked choice voting presentation, we haven't incorporated the logo everywhere. I wonder if we want to do an audit 3-6 months down the line, internal audit, just relative to are all the departments using the logo the way that it's intended to be used? Are we having one face outwards when we interact with the public? Just as far as our brand management, and also if the communication policy has evolved, should we get another updated presentation 6 months down the line as to here's how we've evolved our communication policy?
We can. I think maybe we put it down as a future objective only because I'd like to get our replacement staff member in place managing our communications going forward to help with that. That does need to be a centralized function. It's important that it come out of, I think, the city manager's office to make sure it's a cohesive strategy and look. But I think it would be good to do a retrospective look at that. And probably give you an update on where we are with implementation through our natural course.
And so I heard the request was 2 examples around both the logo and the communications plan. As
Up to
both
council,
of those,
I'd call it logo implementation and any communication plan amendments.
Or, branding implementation.
so just an update to the council around that?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds doable. And so that would be updates on both of those. Great.
And it'll be combined, Jamie.
Okay. Just overall brand. All right, this was communication systems, but as we think about, and there's a good amount on here, and we've clarified some new items. Anything else on this goal, or do we still have enough to do in the next 6-ish months?
This inventory is big. I think it's a big undertaking.
Okay.
Goal 2.
All right, we're moving on. And I appreciate Mike making the point. We will wordsmith this. You will get a final version of this. We're just capturing all of the intent. So vitalize core commercial areas of the city. We have
Now vitalize commercial areas.
Now we have revised that, but as we're looking at a lot of things that have been accomplished, I'm just focusing on the done column. 1, 4, 5, 6.
1's done.
Great. I'm going to gray these out as we go. Should we visit where we are with rooftop dining?
Yeah, so I think the question for Mark is the rooftop dining discussion, can we do that within the 6-7 month window? I'm hoping we can.
Yeah, I believe we can. Right now, it's on deck after the general plan update, and I anticipate we'll have that to the council by the end of the calendar year, beginning of the new calendar year.
So yeah, we need to pick up, 2 needs to be continued. We'll update that.
To Sheila Lamb's point, I don't think since Councilmembers Barrett and Kalajerovich will come on, I don't think we've actually addressed the general plan, right? as a council, or reviewed it. So should we, as we discuss vitalizing commercial areas of the city, be looking at the general
Oh,
plan?
yeah,
and
You know,
kind of
here's the, just so you know, here's the schedule for general plan. You're going to get an introductory item, correct me if I'm wrong here, Mark, on the subject at your October 1st meeting. You will then be discussing it again on October 15th. And then you will have, I believe, proposed for consideration of approval, the CEQA component of the general plan on the 29th. And then along with that, the appropriate implementation and land use ordinances associated with the housing element for consideration of approval on the 29th, and then for second reading and adoption on November 5th. The expectation is that there might be additional general plan review environmental study that could require a supplemental analysis beyond that time frame. But yes, to answer your question, the first discussion of this is coming in 3 weeks, or for whatever we're at. Yeah, 3 weeks.
Is there a meeting on the 29th of October now?
There has to be, unfortunately, due to the timing of
I'm going to miss 3 meetings now.
of the implementation schedule.
What's that?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I hear a general plan is teed up and ready to go.
October is general plan month.
It's coming.
Is
All
that
right,
the full
and then-
general plan or the housing element?
So,
required portions of it?
so two things have to occur. For us to approve the housing element implementation, we have to approve the CEQA document, the environmental
Right.
document, which is for the entire general plan study. So we'll be talking about the general plan in its entirety, the environmental analysis associated with the general plan in its entirety. We will be reviewing and considering for approval the environmental analysis associated with that, and then as a subset of that, actually implementing the housing element portion of the general plan, potentially giving the council more time to contemplate the remaining general plan elements that are outside of the housing element.
But we're just going to do the land use element.
Land use and housing implementation ordinances.
Right.
Yes. But we have to talk about the general plan as
I
a
understand,
whole.
'cause you
of
got the whole EIR.
That's what we study from an environmental standpoint.
But if we bog down, we won't get through
Correct.
what we need to for,
housing.
right.
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 So yeah, it's a busy October.
So does that get at item number 3 on this, objective number 3?
Yes, that's part of the general
Right.
plan.
Okay. And so do we need to carry this forward? Where are we with this one?
Yes.
Great. So we'll continue.
And then item 7 is coming, the next phase of that discussion is coming next week.
So I'll skip 4, 5, and 6 is completed, and item 7, Carrie?
I got a question on 5 and 6,
Please.
actually. Public broadband improvements and broadband and Wi-Fi access to the harbor. Part of that objective was to provide the ability for private businesses to expand out and be able to utilize. So we lease out our land in our areas so that we could provide new broadband opportunities. Where are we with that public broadband improvements portion of it?
So the actual strategic plan item from last time around was just to give that presentation that I gave. I think it was December or January when that actually went to council. The actual, putting cables in the ground crosses into the realm of public works, and I know the city manager's office has been working on this a little bit too. So I don't know if you want to get into current status in this, or maybe try to suggest that we can formulate this into a strategic plan objective.
We're always supportive of groups coming in and building out more fiber, and we're encouraging that, but ultimately they've got to come in with right-of-way permits to effectuate that work. I think we've had some permit applications come through and there's been some work done, but I'm not sure how far and wide they've implemented.
Yeah, we've had very little, excuse me, dark fiber actually being put in the ground or even conduit in the ground. We have had applications for interest, I should say, rather than applications for certain sites in various companies. Sonic is the latest one.
Yeah, Sonic's
that we've
been
talked
with
about.
us.
So, yeah, we have a process to, if they need some kind of entitlement for a private parcel, and then getting into the right of way as well.
I think their barrier thus far has been getting cooperation from the groups that already have fiber in the community and sharing that fiber space, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm hearing the word permits, I know when I was in a meeting with some other provider, it was a streamlined process for the permitting system, whether from Community Development Department, Public Works. The whole term of smart city is way overused, but it's the idea here, which needs to be incorporated here, is commercial areas of the city are going to be heavily dependent upon, even residential, on internet service, faster internet service. And to the mayor's point of trying to get tech people to come down here, if we have a streamlined process of permitting or a package, this is what you need to do in order to get this portion of the projects moving forward, that's going to be very key moving forward. And it's not, one provider, it is
Anybody, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be to Andy and Mark, I think our process for right-of-way implementation and execution is pretty straightforward currently. I don't know, is there a way for us to perhaps streamline it further?
I think some of the technology is, we're tripping over that. This micro trenching is a popular concept, but it's very beneficial to the fiber owner and really not beneficial to the city as kind of hosting that fiber in the pavement that we disturb frequently. And even though there are promises that will come, they'll come and fix it, it's problematic for us at this point. So that's one barrier to entry on that kind of conversation. But yeah, in terms of getting into the right of way, that's a very straightforward process.
And what about city land, the ability to lease out for drive revenue from these? I mean, Hermosa Beach has multiple trans-Pacific cables coming in, fiber optic cables coming in, and they derive literally millions of dollars of revenue every year, and they don't have to do anything. So the ability to have those kind of leasing opportunities at a local level here, and I'm not saying trans-Pacific cables would be great, but within the scope of the city for their services.
Yeah, the last conversation I had was with a firm who was interested in leasing public works yards that are already being used by our department. They nominated several spaces for us to look at. We kind of kicked them around the team and didn't work. We did identify one location which we've alerted them to, and they are exploring their whether or not they want to pursue that through an entitlement process on a vacant piece of city land right now. So.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, we're very open to lease negotiations for public space for that type of equipment. We have some cell sites that lease space. I think we're constantly entertaining new locations for that. I think we were talking to a vendor down in the waterfront at one point about leasing some of our property there to perhaps provide a cell site. So yeah, I think the answer is we're open to it. Thus far, a lot of that activity is centered around, unfortunately, properties we don't control. The site there at C Lab and some other locations, there's been conversations that we're not necessarily able to be a part of.
Thane? And then back to you.
On this subject, public broadband improvements, there has been a request at the pallet shelter site for internet, that they don't have internet for all the pallet homes. They have it at Harbor Interfaith, but they have Frontier, and it's pretty rocky. And they're about to have 24 more new units come down there. They'd like to get these residents request internet. And I guess there's no affordable way to get internet down there. What solutions do we have? Can we not even get Spectrum down there? Anybody know? It's our property.
And what was this property? I'm sorry, I missed the name.
It's a pallet shelters where we have our
T-Mobile at home, that's wireless.
unhoused. I mean, you got
Mike, I imagine
Fiber very close to there. I'd have to look to see if it would be
we have
feasible
fiber
to
at the
get it all
transit
way.
center.
Yeah, I've got dark to the transit
Yeah.
center.
Is that a difficult thing to extend it from like the transit center to that site?
Is it for?
That's more of a public works question of what we're
Have it in the-
traversing there.
Do we have it in the maintenance building?
It's in the new building.
The new building.
It's in the new building, so we'd probably have to do a point-to-point to,
Yeah.
Just
or
use
trench.
T-Mobile at home, it's uses cell towers and it works like Wi-Fi, $50 a month.
It seems we're solutioning here. and-
45 feet.
Yeah. I don't
So
know if the
how
goal
would
is
we
to
like
bring.
to-
You can get 2 or 3 wireless access
Can we make
points.
this an objective or move on?
Yeah, can we just
Because
put
we're
an objective
solutioning
is
here.
come up with a,
Trench it, that's ridiculous.
Goal to add public Wi-Fi to the pallet shelter site.
yes, exactly, thank
Great.
you.
And so we've got a new objective there.
I mean, there's got to also be grant money for that, right?
So
Getting, yeah,
explore
getting,
options.
getting internet connectivity for an underprivileged community that's upward bound. Get them on their feet with internet.
All right.
Okay.
So we went back to 5 and 6, moving back down to 7. Do we need to visit where we are with this?
Yeah, we're going to need to carry that over.
Great.
The next item's next week.
Next item, business parking improvement districts. Item 8, marking as.
Yeah, they did report back on that. That's good. But question, if I may, do we still have the storefront improvement fund for Artesia Boulevard? I know we moved it over to International Boardwalk or opened it up for International Boardwalk. Are there funds still in it, and is it still open to Artesia Boulevard? Just curious, because somebody asked about it.
No, I think we
No,
moved
that
this
money's gone.
entirely to IB.
Yeah, entirely overdue, okay. Do you know if there's money still left in there?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
About
160.
Businesses moved
The
in.
one thing I think under number 9, I would consider, we've been striking out here with EV charger expansion. I don't know, Luke can speak to it, but SoCal Edison's just not prepared to deliver the necessary infrastructure to build these out. Every grant application we've applied for, and we've applied for multiple, have basically been rejected due to SCE's inability to implement.
Hasn't panned out?
I'm sorry?
Has not panned out?
Not panned
What do you
out.
recommend we do?
I think we table this one. I mean, we're always going to look for this, but there isn't any meaningful way for us in the next 7 months to implement EV chargers in
Okay.
public space.
So LA, they're just big news reports yesterday. LA's doing it from streetlights.
Well, it might be LAW,
LADW, yeah, you're right.
got a
DWP.
different power group.
Yep, yep.
Great.
So I would table that. We'll continue to look for it, but I don't see that being an objective we can.
So what does
complete.
table mean?
Just take it off the list. And at some point, if we see more viability, we resurrect it in a future plan.
And so just a point of process right there. Table means
I'm sorry,
note
just take it
this.
off the
Yep.
list. Yeah.
Note this, but it's not on the list for the next 6-ish months. But it is not being removed forever.
Do we track that anywhere?
We'll track it. I
It's-
mean, we'll always track grant opportunities. I mean, I don't know, Luke, are you seeing an extra pot of funds coming up in the next?
Yeah, we haven't, they weren't as generous with the CFI grant, which is the big charging fueling infrastructure grant. They only awarded 14 nationwide. We have our application for that specifically under reconsideration. What we have done is evaluated the sites that council provided, and so we've identified, the parking structure here and the transit center as the 2 sites that would be closest to ready to go without a huge investment from Edison, or not really dependent on them for new infrastructure, new power feeds. So we can pursue those independently with funding we've set aside through the CIP. But yeah, I don't think bringing a huge grant program in the next 6 months is feasible, but we can still try to increase port count incrementally over time and just sort of look for opportunities when people are redeveloping properties or, other opportunities that arise. I think it's realistic to keep working on it, but not necessarily in a 6-month timeframe.
Great, thank you for the update. If we move to item 10, public art.
If I can just say,
Yes,
item 9 is worth noting. Councilmember Barrett has been reaching out to the Tesla supercharging network, identifying for them all these different property owners, phone numbers, trying to get them to come out to the grocery outlet lot, Galleria, so on and so forth. So I'm sure he'll continue to do that. Just wanted to recognize him for pursuing that for Artesia Boulevard.
Tesla, I think, has stopped building, right, for the time being?
They're back in action.
Oh, they're back now?
They stopped and then, back, so.
Okay, so some work going on around that. And then item 10, I think we noted earlier, the public art is moving forward.
The branding, that's another one that we may want to, I mean, I put it to council. Is that something we want to focus on over the next 6 to 7 months? We've,
I mean, I don't know that it necessarily needs, well, I mean, maybe in conjunction with number 10, is it, like, are we going to go towards this Artesia concept or an Uptown Redondo concept? I think that's something to think about in the back of our minds. I'm not sure that we're going to achieve anything in the next 6 months.
yeah, I think the Artesia project element's going to be a little farther along, just given that we've got funding and consulting coming online. Elizabeth, I think it does make sense. I mean, we'll have work progress on that.
Yeah, so the RFP for the Artesia consultant wrapped up last month, so we're presenting that to the Public Art Commission this month, and it should be reaching council, so we will be making
Should we
progress
just
on that.
merge 10 and 11 together?
We could.
Yeah, but maybe we'll just merge 10, 11, and we'll come up with the next logical objective for council consideration.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we've already addressed item 12, talking about the general plan and the next steps for that. Do we need any updates there?
Just discussed it.
You know, that one's coming pretty straightforward. We'll add the schedule to this item.
Okay, if 14 and 15 are completed, I might just look at 13, Artesia Aviation Property Lot Merger Incentive Program.
So, Greg, tell me on that one.
That one it's a little paired with the 1.5. We were going to wait for the FAR to increase the 1.5 to create mechanisms to encourage consolidation of narrow parcels along Artesia. So Mark and I would have to get together and strategize once the general plan's approved and entice people to merge parcels together.
Maybe if we're doing the value add proposition that Cosmont was advancing, where they're going to pay the city for their entitlements, there's a slight discount on their entitlements if they're merging with another parcel.
Right.
Yeah, that's the entitlement. That's kind of the doling out the entitlements by site. I think that would require its own environmental analysis. I don't think that falls under the general FAR covers that we would have. We might need to do some supplemental environmental work to implement a program
Really?
like
Because
that.
then wouldn't you just be giving out less than what you've already analyzed?
I don't know. We talked about this. I think the feeling was we would need some level of environmental review to implement. But I don't know. Mark, it's effectively there's a title for this type of work. It's a
Yeah, and at this point.
entitlement trade or
value
something.
We have it also paired with the outdoor dining, so I think we would bring it as a package after the FAR is increased. And I'm not sure if it would need additional environmental, like an EIR or anything additional. It may qualify for an exemption or maybe something less than a full EIR. And with some of these policies and programs, you can defer the CEQA to the actual project that's being done on the site. So we don't necessarily need to complete that in order to adopt an ordinance that would.
So then maybe what we do is we combine the rooftop dining follow-up item with the lot merger incentive program and come up with
Expanded FAR.
with the expanded FAR and sort of, well, as a follow-up to that, I think we want to complete the expanded FAR.
Right.
And then I think we want to have those supplemental items occur as a standalone.
Sounds good.
So merge 13 with 2.
That's what it already said. Can we raise the temperature in here, or am I the only one that's freezing?
You'll need to get up and move around.
Yeah.
To the point of the discussion regarding the FAR and uses discussion, we still have the temporary use permit program for outdoor dining.
Yeah, we do.
City.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a sunsetting period, I think, right? It already is for the coastal zone. We're working on that, right? But for the rest of the city, I can think of a restaurant right down the street from here that is currently utilizing that temporary program. codifying, I don't know how that would work with the parking restrictions or parking requirements, I should say. But we're going to need to start looking at thinking about when that gets sunsetted versus not sunsetting it. The ability to provide that type of amenity.
That kind of outdoor use on a more permanent basis, right? Which
We have to do environmental for that, once we approve it.
Well, that's yet to be determined, and I was going to note for item number 15, it's checked off as being complete, but we're still under the temporary permit phase right now. So we still need to obtain the permanent entitlement. We have been engaging with the Coastal Commission. They are supportive of the concept. It's being done in other beach cities throughout the state. And I think we have a path forward, but we haven't gotten to the point of approving a permanent program for Riviera or elsewhere throughout the city.
And
But
there's two components to that. Mark, there's the outdoor kind of use of public right-of-way for the kind of dining deck program, and then there's the TUPs we've issued for internal use of private parking lot space for outdoor dining. So there's sort of two components to that I think we're going to have to look at.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think we're going to have to look at putting some parameters on what the businesses can do, and then also looking for a way to mitigate some of the parking impacts associated with this. It doesn't necessarily need to be a one-for-one parking replacement. It could be through parking demand strategies and other ways of addressing it.
So maybe not something we put down as an objective in the next 6 to 7 months while we get through the other advanced planning work, but maybe something we list as a future objective.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that, because it would fall in line with a long-term strategy, for instance, Riviera Village on parking potential underground parking garage. And the ability to do what Hermosa has done is, oh, thank you. Sorry about that. To do what the Hermosa Beach has done, which is when they built their parking garage, I believe Manhattan as well, offer, and this would work for Artesia Boulevard as well, is we build, say, 100 net new parking spots, the ability to sell off or lease each parking spot to a business for $30,000 or $50,000, $100,000, whatever it may be. That way they can expand their business, and they wouldn't have to provide that parking, and it would be intrinsic parking for them. So that's something that Hermosa Beach has done, and it would be very helpful for the temporary use permits.
Right, creates the offset to the cannibalization of the private parking spaces, right?
So we can.
So it goes from being a TUP to some kind of a CUP activity.
And I would almost want to throw in here a discussion on a type of lease revenue bond for parking, parking finances, parking revenue to pay for parking structures, parking.
Yeah, we did you might remember we did an objective.
I have that.
Yeah, we had the old estimate on the parking construction cost.
Just by way of reminder, we do have our Measure M project, which is looking at and scoped to include parking structure financed in part, at least by
Yeah,
Measure
the
M.
goal is to have the metro or fund the parking structure potentially.
Okay, perfect. So then this
Yeah.
would be more than for Artesia Boulevard, because to what Councilmember Baji was talking about, if we start putting parcels together, they're going to start requiring parking requirements, which it won't be able to do. So then we should be able to do something of that nature then in that area. Again, we constrained square footage, but we can work that out.
Okay, so it sounds like this one's going to get noted as a future objective, just not in the next 6 months.
Yeah, and I do want to note that we have until January 2026. We're covered under the permit until then. We probably should start the process at least a year in advance or more. And then also, some cities do have parking impact fees where you could pay an in lieu fee. It goes into a fund that helps support parking citywide or in the area. And we can provide examples of that. Is something to consider.
Great. All right, I think that wraps up what we currently have for Goal 2.
Could we talk about harbor pier leasing strategy?
Yep.
I'd like to add the word after leasing and redevelopment, because of Pier Plaza, something to look at.
So right now we have that one marked as complete. So am I hearing a new objective here or kind of reformulating?
Well, we do have a business plan for the harbor that's going to go through the Harbor Commission.
Right.
Next
So I think we should, we
that
need to
includes that.
recraft this item, Jane, to the kind of the modern version. So I think we can work on that. Pier Plaza, the.
Fun Factory.
Yeah, so I think we've talked privately about focusing on Fun Factory, Pad 2, as sort of the first leases that we've got, obviously, the Joe's Crab Shack site that we're going to be considering.
Right.
Then we had talked about the prospective market hall. Most of that follows what occurs with the studies associated with the harbor boat launch. So we'll try to come up with, Greg and I will try to come up with the next logical kind of action item in the next 6 to 7 months associated with harbor leasing. And of course, the first thing is what's circulating through the Harbor Commission
Yeah,
as a
that's what I was
strategy
going to add, is,
document. Yeah.
complete and come back with the harbor business plan.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so I note that, and we'll refine that objective. What else on revitalizing commercial areas, Yassine?
We discussed this, Greg and Mike, but on the International Boardwalk, these restaurants have grease catchers that emit or smoke and sometimes grease. With the new pavers coming in,
Sounds familiar. We had this discussion the other day.
So they're going to be sullied. Maybe we could use some of that money that we've set aside for storefront improvement to match whatever people need to invest. If we find a solution that they can actually put in that is uniform across all these storefronts and doesn't damage the brand new pavers.
Yeah, what we'll do is maybe we'll create a objective here, identify solutions to the International Boardwalk business, kind of venting.
Yeah, and it's really only the restaurants with kitchens. I mean, the ice cream shop doesn't have one. It's like Naja's, Project Barley, Quality.
Right.
Slip, right?
Kitchen venting
Yeah,
systems.
so there's like 6 or 7. We could probably design a universal fix.
And Quality's already done theirs, or part one of them.
Right.
All right, so we got a new objective on there.
What about, I have on here, tour discussions of challenges that we have to address attracting businesses to Redondo Beach, possibly creating a task force that could identify primary employers, ones that would employ residents that live here. I guess that's redundant, but
That's good.
but yeah, just really wrapping our minds around are there policies, are there things that we can do to move barriers out of the way for businesses so that they want to invest here?
Okay, so I hear proposing a new objective on attracting businesses, maybe a task force to look at the barriers and incentives around that?
Yeah, maybe we call it a working group.
And to market to them as
Yeah.
It's like commercial
Maybe a-
brokers plus.
Yeah, maybe we'll call it an economic development working group. Form.
Market and advertise to them as well.
Yeah, market, advertise, market and recruit, retain, attract, recruit, retain businesses to the city.
And evaluate, are there things that are preventing
Yeah, I think we need a plan.
from,
Yeah.
putting roots down here as opposed to surrounding cities?
So looking at the current state. Mayor?
I'm just saying that the end result should be a plan, and then we execute on the plan.
Right.
So, on that note, actually, I put a note for number 4, although maybe you've deleted at this point on the aviation parking regulation update, is it would be good on the 1-year anniversary. I mean, we're at the 1-year anniversary now, but within the next 6 months, if we could get an update on what changes have we seen, as it concerns new business that wants to come in relative to how the parking requirements are impacting them. So have we seen more businesses come in, or, for example, has Lobster Guys, when it came in, it had to provide X parking spots, but this other restaurant that came in only had to provide X minus 2. So we're seeing the impact of it, or maybe we're not seeing an impact because nobody has applied or because it hasn't actually impacted anybody. But we should know, we should have essentially a review of the impact of the policy so we know whether we need to make another change.
Yeah.
So I don't hear that as a new objective, maybe as a status and just a good
Just a
practice
follow-up
for,
within,
yeah.
Yeah,
6
it's a
months or so.
report back on, I mean, just for context, we approved some new parking regulations on the corridor. The report back is, are they working? Are they having the desired effect? Are they eliminating barriers? Have they done nothing to move the needle? Is everybody waiting for the big 1.5 FAR increase before they're
Right.
going to do anything? But we could certainly reflect on that, I think, Mark, and figure out if we're seeing and observing changed
Or,
conversations.
yeah. Do we see somebody who applied, but the parking requirements are still too onerous for them to come in?
Yeah,
Would
that's
fall
something
under
my
that
department could
task
track
force.
and report on, and we'd be able to provide information that doesn't make its way into the system, because we get approached by potential tenants or developers, and then potentially they get turned away because of the parking issues. And I will say with the Riviera District, I think we could go back. I know there were some policy changes there several years ago that reduced some barriers to opening restaurants, and we can take a look at what the change in permits has been and the business types since that was instituted.
So are we comfortable with this report coming through the working group conceivably as an evaluation, or something we want to do as a standalone item?
Sure, so it's through the working group,
Okay.
that's good.
And then Eugene, you want to add something?
Is that something as part of a broader discussion about cleaning up or otherwise recategorizing some of our business licensing? That we're able to maybe have a better way of categorizing businesses that might otherwise be a hurdle to their parking or other requirements. So the way that the business license is categorized itself, that ordinance getting it cleaned up.
Is it the business license or the use? The use
Well, the
triggers it.
description of category for their business licenses and the tying that into the use also, because there's a cost of the business license.
Yeah, and the challenge is we gave the report back on that last year was the big barrier to modification is the fact that it's going to require a vote, which we just didn't have the bandwidth to kind of pursue given everything else that we're doing, but we may want to resurrect that. Maybe a future objective.
Just saying, if you had a working group, that would be
Yeah.
part of the discussion.
The business license,
Great.
kind
So
of
I added
business
that to
license
that
code,
note. Finance would be interested in that.
yeah.
What was that, Stephanie? You want to say?
I just said, I would agree that it could help the city in many ways to look at the business license ordinance.
Great. And so that work might start at the working group level. Okay. All right, anything?
A quick update, is not an item. Business license updates, ordinance updates coming.
Yeah, what we're focused on first is coming back with, for the businesses that we think are being swept into the code that call it perhaps arguably unfairly because the code is so onerous. Our focus has been on identifying the exceptions and coming back, as you've seen a couple of items where you by resolution declare them as having community benefit and therefore not paying the business license. So I think we've got a pretty good working list of what those activities are. So we're solving the problem. I think there's one group, still the farmers market consideration that we need to button up. But the business license code change is going to be a much bigger lift because it's not only going to be an ordinance change, but it's going to have to be ratified by the voters. So it's probably
Ratified by the voters?
It's going to have to be approved by the voters. It's a tax modification.
Right.
So that's kind of what halted that effort. So we kind of turned our attention to the exception process.
Okay.
I think the last group outstanding is
We can-
really
we can
is the
work
farmers
this
market.
Efficiently enough.
Yeah, I think we can. We're solving the immediate problem more pragmatically. The business license code change is a pretty heavy lift. It's a big
Well,
exercise.
it could also be as part of other tax changes that you may want to consider as future items on this. There would be other things if you decided you wanted to have a change in your transit occupancy tax, a change in the business license tax. So part is a broader discussion of adjusting licensing fees, taxes, and things like that, taking that as a big picture and narrowing it down. Certainly the working group to talk about the business licensing, but for you all, if you, as the council, to talk about other strategic tax changes that would also have to be voted on.
Right, that's actually a good point. That'd be a long term. I don't know if that.
That's not a 6 to 7 month.
No, it's, yeah, it's 1 year, because the next election cycle would be 2026. And we would have to be, and for that, to that point, we would have to be prepared, well, at minimum, 88 days before the election is called. Well, actually, 88 days before the election is had, so that would bring us actually into the end of 2025, really.
Yeah.
So a year from now.
And you basically, and what you're doing is you're adopting the ordinance and then you're sending it to the voters.
So we might actually want to have this as a long-term, we were talking about 1 year, like 1 year from now, to have this broad discussion and ability to implement something, actually, now that I'm looking at the timeline.
Yeah, it'd be, I think, a future objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it has to be, it would have to go on the 2026 election as a special election, 2026, spring of 2026.
So does anything need to happen in the next 6 months to be ready for this?
No, it would be a future objective.
Great,
Objective,
thank
yeah.
you. All right, we've taken off a number of things. We've added a couple. It doesn't sound like too much, keeping in mind capacity,
Well, I've got some to talk about.
opportunities and threats. Okay, and so this is on goal 2 still for commercial?
Okay, so we could fold this into the task force, but one of the, or group, or whatever we're calling it, working group. But I think, if we want to really put teeth behind economic development, we need to organize for it. And that's consideration of separating the harbor from economic development and staffing it so that there's some bandwidth to actually do it. Because right now, there's not enough bandwidth to do everything on their plate. So, we can add everything we want on here, but until we staff up for it and organize for it, we're wasting our time.
Yeah, I mean, I see the working group as maybe identifying, opportunities, barriers, and from there, potentially, maybe it becomes clear that if funds permit, we're going to have to invest in additional staff to support this on an ongoing basis. For the time being, the group would be supported by multiple departments, probably representative from waterfront, economic development representative from community development, probably Luke from my shop, perhaps the new staff member. It would be a team. And then at some point, I'll assign a leader, and then we'll from there probably have to see what we can support sustainably as it turns to the action items.
I mean, we're missing opportunities now, right? We went to visit Impulse Space, never revisited on how we can help them expand.
Oh, no, we've been in conversation with them. Mark and Greg have, yeah, we've been talking to their lawyer, yeah.
And we've targeted how they can expand?
Well, we're engaging them, and we're asking them for their needs
And like the
kind of
Frontier
plans.
property?
We've talked about that as a prospective site, so we're having conversations with them.
No, but that went dead. Have we talked with them on how to bring it
Yeah, I
back?
don't know. Mark was going to be I mean, we might be getting into the weeds, but I think Mark was reaching out to, Mark, were you reaching?
Mark,
you were reaching out to the owner of Frontier, Dr. Shungyun's group?
Yes, we did. So they're interested in developing housing on the site in lieu of the general plan updates. So that's where it last left off. At one point back in, I think it was 2018, they submitted for it was a warehouse distribution use, and that was withdrawn. So we don't have any applications in for the property. However, they are interested in housing, and they're waiting for the zoning changes to go in the.
yeah, but that's my point, is kind of preempt that and try to encourage them to do both, some workforce housing and some other type of development on there, because we're losing, only 20% of our property in the city is dedicated towards commercial anymore, and we just overlaid 2 giant housing overlays on top of it. We're decreasing the space where we can go capture new business. And we're not going to put, some of these high-tech businesses on a business corridor where the lot's, 100 feet wide. So we need these last big real estate things to redevelop, so to attract these things. And if we sit here, every month we delay on that is business going elsewhere in the city. We've got Jariet, who I don't think, I'm not sure how many people knew. They're getting they've rented on Pier Plaza, but they're also elsewhere in the city because they're building semiconductors now. And if we could get them to consolidate in one spot and expand, then you can start other similar type businesses coming in. And that's what I'm talking about a strategy for economic development versus waiting for it to happen to you. You know, sitting there where we had a warehouse that we could have dedicated towards like impulse space or attracted them into, and just going, oh, we lost it to housing, that's, you know, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah,
We're going to keep winnowing away commercial until all we are is housing, and then everybody will leave town every day to go to work.
So in terms of focus on economic development, this definitely falls in that, and I'm hearing some urgency on continuing conversations that are already happening and also what the work group might be able to accomplish. Does that feel like
We're talking
all?
about bandwidth to dedicate to do that. We're talking about parceling it out amongst multiple organizations, and we already have problems with stovepipes and lack of integration. So I think it's going to be what NASA, we called the big O-ring. Everybody points to everyone else and nothing gets done. And that's what we've been seeing since I've been here.
Mayor, if I have for down the line, goal number 6, I would like to suggest something that would address staffing across all departments. That would be an evaluation to find out where we need to, where we're deficient, what we really need, and to prioritize, and what the cost is. And I think what you were saying would fall under that when it comes to more staffing in, focusing on economic development and separating it from the harbor. I think that would fall under that.
I agree. It just, if it's 6 months and then we decide, we'll do something, then we've lost 6 months of moving forward. We're kicking
I
the
hear
can.
your point. I just don't hear the answer in 6 months that we're going to get to where you want to be in 6 months.
It takes a 4/5 vote to change the budget, right?
Pardon?
You're talking about allocating somebody new to do this work, right?
Or reallocating open positions. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to fund things. I guess I'm okay. We've got one opening. We fill that and see how it goes. But I feel like we're painting ourselves into a corner by doing nothing. And
What's the ask on there then? A new position or?
so organize around economic development, not parcel it out to 4 or 5 different groups, and then staff it. We've got one opening that they're trying to fill in WED. Is that enough?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, listen, if like we said in our SWOT analysis, we're losing commercial space, and in order for us to revitalize the space that we currently have and develop more and attract businesses in, we need to have someone more focused in on grabbing that business to Redondo overall. The problem I see is, in your department, right, you have really 2 distinctly different priorities. So I think it's really going to come down to you as to what department director is how do you see that ability to create that staffing position or change the responsibility? I agree with the mayor, what he's saying. It is vital. It is important.
It honestly would be nice to have a dedicated economic development person in my shop. It absolutely would. Right now, we're all spread thin on everything. Hopefully, getting that 4th person will alleviate a lot of that, but having that 4th person and then maybe a 5th that focuses on economic development would truly free that person up.
The last thing I'll say to the mayor's point is this is not a position that's a cost position. It's actually a cost, a revenue driver position. In the Harbor Commission meeting last night, it was actually a really good question on the timing, on the implementation is, if we implement this position, what kind of revenue could we derive from that? And I think we would need a more of a I don't know if it's staff reporter, but
Listen, I mean, this is definitely, these are all budget considerations at the end of the day. I mean, I could list off 6 positions right now we would love to have in the organization. We would love to fund. It would be $1.5 million a year. if we want to fund and dedicate effort to something like this, or a contracts person, or other folks that we would desperately love to have in the organization, we're going to need sustained funding to pay for those positions that we currently don't have. So if we want to do these things, I would strongly suggest we also add to the work item new sustained revenue ideas that would help cover those costs.
Well, but that's the
but
cat
remember-
chasing its tail. This person's supposed to come up with those
Well,
ideas.
economic development is one thing. And remember, and I've lived through a lot of economic development in my life. The challenge is, does your zoning and does your land support the business need? Right now, with what the state has done to us in incentivizing housing, the needle is going to move to highest and best use, which is going to be housing each and every time. We can do everything we can to try to encourage an alternative build there, but if it's not going to pencil for them, they're not going to do it.
Well,
So
we know what we're going to get if we don't get engaged.
we can engage, we can
And I
talk.
will tell you, like when the business I was with before I retired wanted to expand in El Segundo, their economic development folks sat down with us, put us together with someone who was about to reinvest in a warehouse. And then all of a sudden, that warehouse development got shaped right for what we needed, and it was a win-win. And they gave us some incentives to do that, and that kept us in El Segundo versus moving.
And we would, if we had their inventory, we might have other opportunities. I still think it makes sense for us to try, put the right people in touch. It's probably Greg, myself, Mark, Luke. We're going to have those conversations. We're not going to have an identified, dedicated economic development person here for several months, even if we funded it tomorrow. So we're going to have to do the best that we can with the working group. And I'd love to bring this and put this into the budget in the future.
So
we're going to need
hearing
funding.
now as a goal then is to have in time for next year's budget. In a way, it's a budget response report, but this is a broader really discussion on positions and economic development and potential revenue that's associated. Have it done back in place by April.
Yeah, the goal, to me, if we lean into this working group, we would be identifying those needs to the point of breaking down barriers, identifying existing barriers. In some cases, it's just going to be putting together land inventory that might be paired up and be of use to other folks that would want to come in and build something. But we're up against it with our land use. I mean, you know this.
I know.
We just are. There are very few opportunity sites where we can pair this successfully. We're going to have to swing for the fences now with what we've got, I think, in the crew here, because time is now.
So
We'll go to Paige, and then we might try and wrap this item. Go ahead, Paige.
I do think that these are two separate things. We're talking about figuring out what barriers businesses are facing coming into Redondo Beach and removing them. The second thing is we need an assessment of staffing, what we need to ramp up to get to where we want to be in all departments. So that second thing I have listed as a comprehensive staffing assessment and cost associated with it for goal number 6. Because that's not in necessarily this goal.
You mean under goal number 6?
Sorry, under goal number 6. Yeah.
And so the connection, this was just a perfect example of where that would be super useful.
How it's going to come together.
Okay, and so I'm hearing that there's progress happening around economic development, that we've got the opportunity with the working group, and that there is a strong sense of urgency.
I don't know if there's progress happening. We're going to have to try to create some momentum for
Okay,
progress.
so reignite some progress there.
Okay.
And the urgency around that. Mayor?
Got some, so this one's more actionable in the near future. File an LCP amendment to reduce marina parking to support more economic development in the harbor.
And so this is a
Reduce the
proposal for.
Reduce the parking requirements for marinas.
So it would be to discuss.
Amendment, yeah.
Does that require a vote?
It will.
Depends where.
In the marina?
Well, depends.
A vote of the people?
Yeah, because if it's within the Measure C, Measure G area.
Measure C didn't define what the parking was. It just said you have to make sure you have enough.
Enough.
The Measure C did not define the parking requirements for a marina.
Right, the marina's different, though.
And your objective is specific to marinas, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, got it, okay. No, okay, got it. I see what you're saying.
So this is discuss
Okay.
adjustments to marina parking requirements.
File an
What would
LCP.
you do in lieu of the marina, in lieu of the parking?
Pardon?
What would you do? in
We have
lieu
a study from the Port of
Port Royal?
Port Royal that shows that they took how many people are parked in their marina every day for the last 3 years. And our standard forces us to allocate more parking. That's parking, as we build the boat ramp, we're going to be eating up parking. If we want to build a market hall, we're going to need more. So that frees up parking for the other economic development in the harbor. And it seemed, we broached this with the Coastal Commission when we went down there. We have to follow through with an LCP amendment to make it happen.
Yeah, and if we do it in targeted areas, it wouldn't necessarily require a vote.
Yep.
So in 6 months, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so it'll be discuss options to adjust marina parking requirements.
Great.
And then I'll broaden that when we talk about LCP and everything else. But
Okay, the next one's already in process, and that's to create and execute a harbor commercial plan. So that's
Yeah.
going, now, I don't know if we would need to put it on here.
yeah, we should. It'll be some kind of a harbor business plan, it's kind of strategy. We'll talk
So
about it. Yeah.
it's about,
It's kind of a takeoff on number 14. It's the updated version of 14.
Yeah, the next step.
Yeah.
Next one is program and structural analysis needed for the Pier Pier Plaza. You said you didn't have money for.
Yeah. It's
For a
100.
structural analysis, so we can't attract a hotel till we do that.
Right.
So we need to program funds for structural analysis if we want to move forward on that.
so is that something doable in the next 6 months? And is that a
Well,
priority?
it's a budget response report.
Uh-huh.
We could bring it as a mid-year item. It would be prepare a budget response report for mid-year budget consideration associated with the cost to complete a structural analysis of the parking structure and Pier Plaza leasehold.
Great.
I thought we had that budgeted under last year's.
We couldn't afford it. We had put it down as an initiative. We got a quote. It was $110,000. It was more than we could afford in the uplands for the year.
And so we want to bring that back on?
Yeah, it's a budget response report. It's called, it's a term of art for us. Just put a budget.
Just put BRR.
BRR, yeah. We'll build that out.
Next one is to expand the AACAP to PCH,
That's
or develop a PCH version of that.
yeah. The first step in that is bringing on, we had a consultant for that. That was a couple $100,000 consulting services effort, I think. We would probably start with the BRR on the cost to
Okay.
And just say that one again, sorry, the BR.
budget
for-
response report for the costs associated with creating a Pacific Coast Highway corridor plan. And it would theoretically be cheaper than the ACAP, because I'm sure they would be able to build off of a lot of the ACAP strategies, but it would require its own independent analysis.
Okay, so I'm going to guess that these BRRs aren't too onerous if you can accomplish these in the next
Well,
6 months?
They'll be
and it's the
part of
first
the
step?
mid-year budget review.
Right,
Yeah.
so it's the first step that's going to happen, okay? Because we're adding a number of things at this point to the plan that we were already trying to cut down items on.
And then my last one, because the other one's been incorporated by Councilmember Kalajevich's action, and that is to work a land swap for Gold's Gym site so we can put office space in that chronically empty area. Because right now, we're not allowed to put office or anything but marine or coastal-related uses. That's not going to happen in there.
So I think the first thing we probably would do, we can't effectuate that in 7 months, but what we can commit to doing is agendizing for closed session discussion the current lease structure, and then we can talk through strategies.
Well, it's for the State Lands Commission.
That's a follow-up action depending on what options we would take, but we could probably commit to doing that in the next 6 months.
Okay.
So that's just agendizing for closed session, a discussion on.
Yeah, agendizing for discussion, the Gold's Gym, it's not really the Gold's Gym anymore. It used to be Gold's Gym, it's just the, what are we calling that piece of property, Greg?
Empty?
It's the,
Vacant.
just say, yeah, agendize for closed session, lease status.
Do we own it?
No, well, it's under control by the International Hospitality Group, the Sonesta Group, for another 8 to 10 years. We own it underlying. There's conditions on what we can do with the property because it's currently in the Tidelands Trust area. There are ways to remove it from the trust, exchange it out, that conceivably would give us a greater ability to lease it for more uses that are not Tidelands consistent. So I'll figure that out, Jane.
Okay, so we'll wrap that up. Zane, one more comment on it, and then I think we're.
And not on this, but potentially pursue that business concierge idea that Sheila Lamb advanced, which could be as easy as, short of this working group. Right now, the way it works, somebody runs into a problem on Artesia Boulevard, they email me, I email Luke and the city manager, and you guys act as a business concierge. But maybe we formalize it a little more as like, Artesia or commercial concierge or business concierge at redondo.org. And anybody with the kind of business problem can email this and ultimately reaches Luke or your others.
Technically, that's what Dave Shirobi is supposed to be doing in WED, but because we're missing the WED manager, Dave is being encumbered in more waterfront-related projects. Once we have the WED manager in place, which we're recruiting for, Dave should be freed up to do more economic development, specific functional work.
So 6 months out, could we get a kind of status on
what we could
how
do
how we're pivoting towards this business concierge idea?
Yeah, we could report back on business concierge efforts. Let you know what's going on. There was momentum in the program.
He still
Dave
does
actually
work
helped
on it,
with
too.
Grub House, if you
Sure.
remember.
It's just less proactive, but.
He's done a great job of keeping things from falling through the cracks. If someone does have an issue, things that before it would kind of extend month to month, monthly, weekly, whatever the cadence is, as the case warrants, he's in touch with these people and doing a really great job of closing some of those gaps. There are improvements that can be made, but he definitely is making a positive impact.
But I will say but it does speak volumes that Sheila and you point out that asking, should we create this program when we technically had this program? So we clearly aren't doing a good enough job marketing it.
Well, I will say to your credit, we got fast action responses every time I did email you all, so.
Yeah,
thank you for
but
that.
you're right. It needs to be centralized and it shouldn't be me having to intervene.
Something
or Luke.
public facing, like,
Yeah.
hey, if you run into problems or roadblock, this is who to email to complain to, right?
Right, so does that wrap discussion on goal 2?
Yeah, hopefully we're a little more constrained in goals 3 through
Right,
6.
we've added a few things here, so
Till midnight.
keeping an eye on that. On the next goal, I think we've got 6 objectives and 5 of them are showing as completed. We might be able to push through this and then take a 5-minute break. Does that sound?
Sure.
Okay, all right, well, let's go ahead. If we're looking at 5 out of 6 completed, where would you like to start on goal 3?
The only thing I would say is the one that's not completed, the alternative energy, the tidal energy generation, that's a really heavy lift. We've looked into that, we've explored that. It involves the Army Corps of Engineers, Coastal Commission. It's just a very difficult exploration and task. So I would suggest maybe a future objective for that or cutting it. It's gonna be hard to advance that based on what we've found.
Can I suggest, though, that the solar energy part, as we look at perhaps getting, if Measure FP passes, that we look at that?
I think what we ought to do, just rather than have it as a strategic plan objective, any new buildings that we construct, if we're fortunate to construct them, we ought to incorporate solar to the extent feasible.
And I know we looked probably 6 or 7 years ago at the Performing Arts Center.
Yeah, that's 2018, we looked at that.
We did. We ran into some trouble there because some of our outdoor users need unfettered Springfest and the like, unfettered vertical space. So it turned out it wasn't a viable location. But We're all, I think solar energy is something we want to build into our city infrastructure when we do major reconstruction, just as a matter of form.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we need an objective here, but.
All right.
Shouldn't, or even if it's not an objective, shouldn't policy be anytime we redo a roof that we try to put in solar? I mean, granted, it's expensive.
Well, that adds a whole nother electrical upgrade. I mean, you really want to be doing sizable renovation if
Okay,
you're going to
got
be
it.
adding solar. I mean, there's a lot to the electrical.
That could be
paneling.
structural, too.
It can, yeah.
All right.
Andy?
All right.
Yeah, I was just going to add that the membrane on the roof is what we repair regularly to keep the rain out, but if you want to do solar, then that's structural typically.
Okay.
The PAC in 2018, it was an $800,000 add just to get the roof in shape to do potentially solar. So it just didn't pencil out.
So it doesn't sound like it's a new objective, but something you continue to keep an eye on.
Yeah, so I think we're good on prior. I know the mayor's got a few in this category.
Well, but I question number 2 and whether that's closed. I've been interviewed now twice by the Public Works and Sustainability Commission on new planting and pollinator requirements.
So we presented something to them. They elected to form a subcommittee so they could return a product recommendation, although it's not in the objective to bring it back to council, I guess, or to direct staff with some kind of a recommendation. They are, I know they've spoken to you. We have, every single meeting, we've given them opportunity, left something on the agenda for them for the subcommittee to come back to the full commission to discuss it. And they've just not been ready. We do have a plan for the September meeting to introduce our new parks manager to them and encourage them to engage his help in coming up with a policy that will work regarding native plantings.
But what's the desired outcome here? Is it to create a list that's outward facing for the public to draw from? Is it an inward facing document for us to use as a guide for our own plantings?
So my discussions with them, it was both.
Okay.
It was the requirements for new development, either by the city or by commercial or residential, but it was also a plant palette or some directions to the public on what plants are native to our area and where they can source them and stuff like that.
So we've begun work on a handout for residents, both new and existing residents, to, if they want to make improvements in the parkway, what kind of things they can do without getting a permit, encroachment permit from the engineering department, and what things would require it. And part of what that included a plant palette, recommended plants, drought-tolerant plants, number of different categories. And that stalled with this committee also. They wanted to see, or not, actually a previous version of this committee. And so again, with our new manager here, we're hoping to revitalize that and create a handout for the public for
Yeah, I just
that
question
category.
that we're closing it.
Yeah, I think maybe what I would suggest is, Jane, we continue this and we'll come back with kind of a report back to council on our implementation strategy
Sure,
here,
yeah.
what options we have, because it's one thing to guide our own efforts, it's another thing to ultimately compel. We can suggest to the building community or we can compel to the building community. I don't think we want to go that far. So we can talk about what we're building here and then decide if it comes back. If it's a natural work plan, we're doing it, we might as well report back to you on what
Yeah,
we've done.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Suggestions. Perfect.
Revise that?
All right. Goal number 4.
I'm not,
Hold on,
Oh, you're still going?
I have one item on this. I'll let after Mayor finishes.
Oh, yeah. No, I
go
do
ahead.
too.
When you're done.
So the other one, I don't know if they're doing this or not, but, you know, and it's just more of a city thing, is I think we should implement a policy of systematically going through and identifying city property and parkways where we can put in bioswales or similar infiltration to take stormwater off the street. And as we replant medians, I don't know where they're coming up with their, you know, what their recommendation will be, but all city projects, we should be targeting native plants wherever practical. And we should be looking at taking stormwater off the street with bioswales and everything else. We referenced several documents that call for that, but the way we've defined when we do it, we would never do it. You know, it says if we're going to rebuild, basically, if we're going to build a new road somewhere where we've never built one, we'll consider a bioswale. We're never going to, that opportunity is pretty rare in a build-out town.
Yeah, our eWIMP that's been adopted has several projects related to taking stormwater off the street. Bioswales are actually kind of out of fashion right now because the regional board is interested in us infiltrating and not just filtering stormwater. So we're installing everywhere we can these dry wells. We've installed probably.
Well, maybe I used the wrong term because I've heard bioswales with infiltration as well, not just.
Some do, but.
Not just filtering.
Yeah, technical, right. But, so we're using these dry well infiltrations now. We've installed about 18 of them. We have 11 more coming in a joint project with the other beach cities.
But
We've
what's
got a
the
plan for
policy?
about.
When do you do that? I don't want to solve it here, but, you know.
Well, maybe I'd suggest this then. Why don't we, it's been a while since we've kind of updated the council on our eWIMP implementation, our kind of planned projects, where we're at with prioritization. A status report on eWIMP implementation probably isn't the worst thing in the world. We've got a number of big projects. We've got the one up at Anderson. We've got Fulton Playfield. We've got the other small Green Street work that we're doing with some of our basic roadway work. So probably starts with us educating the community on what's in motion, what we're already committed to. I mean, the eWIMP program speaks to this as a pretty big effort. We've got a lot of commitments in this effort. Maybe we do an update there, and then we can figure out what follow-up.
And then with
action
all this
items
new
are.
housing that, yeah, every street I go on, there's some new, scrape the buildings and put up new. We should be requiring a bioswale or dry well,
Well, there are
whatever.
SWIP standards, right, for new construction. I mean,
Not happening.
Can't do anything to increase the expense of residential development.
yeah, so there's.
That's
limits.
not-
Our LID program requires redevelopment to be a 3,000 square foot increase in impermeable surface before it, that's the county standard. And that's worked into our adopted policy right now.
I'm wondering,
3,000.
yeah,
Yeah, this is.
we're kind of down in the.
So yeah,
We're
my
down
suggestion is why don't we
in the
come
weeds
back,
now?
kind of
Yeah.
with an update discussion on what's going
Have
on
another discussion in
in this
council on this
category.
item.
We can do a little
So-
report back to council.
So I think we're almost complete on item 3, but I do see Zane's hand, please. Yeah.
Yes, can we have, item 3 is increase environmental sustainability. So I already made a referral on this, but to capture what Sheila said and what we've been working towards is a discussion but within 6 months about changing the name of the Wiley Sump to the Wiley Nature Preserve, a discussion of the potential MOU with the SPPC for, development maintenance of that place, that sump, and also have them present on what they envision for the sump with the, I forget what the name of the group is that Sheila's part of, but the neighborhood residents there.
Right.
So there's
Yeah, so name change, so discuss name change of Wiley Sump, the MOU with the local group.
Which you refer to as Friends of Wiley.
Right, Friends of Wiley Sump. So there's just discussions of viewing platforms, making an educational space, not opening it up to the public, but.
So also a
just doing
potential
groups and
name
stuff.
change of the Friends of Wiley Sump to Friends of, okay. So, and then what was,
There you go.
I'm sorry, what was the third one?
It was just a name change, MOU, and have them come forward, invite SPPC to speak about what's their vision for this, or SPPC plus the Friends of Wiley Sump. What do they envision happening here? So that we can then incorporate, if we have any resources available for capital allocation down the
And
line.
they actually have some funds too that they can bring to it.
All right, so discussion, yeah, we can do that. Okay.
I'm not adding too much there. Nils, did you have?
Yeah, I had one. Creation of a historic walk. We have all these historic signs that are going in. We have a resident who created an audio tour, to the mayor's point earlier, all this history that we have in the city. There's a huge depth of history, but Culver City has an art walk. You have a little book you can get it and you walk around the city. But going down the path of these history markers will create this opportunity to create historic walks throughout the city, walking tours that would integrate with the library and the community services that we have. The ability for people to understand and connect with the harbor and G Boulevard.
Kind of an inventory of all of our points of interest, or?
Yeah. So then getting the Historic Commission, or now Library Commission, and
Public Amenities Commission.
Public Amenities Commission, thank you, to start looking at creating different walks, different areas, be able to go through and say, go to the west, let's walk along the, Anderson Park and understand the history of the the kids center that's there, the Boy Scout Center, the Girl Scout Center.
Do you want the city to just, like, to organize these walks and displace the
No,
private people who
they,
are making the walk?
the walks are pre-laid out in a set format. People can do it on their own, right? But it's up to the Public Amenities Commission and related commissions to come up with the content and create the historic markers that we already have in place throughout the city and to tie that together.
Yes, I think our action item to start with would be to inventory all of these resources and then engage the Public Amenities Commission on perhaps creating additional content. Perhaps there's volunteers, I could think of a few.
Through volunteers, yeah.
Yep, that might step forward, one in particular. But we could, I think, Dana, we could probably start with the inventorying action item, working with the commission, yeah. That's, I think we could do that.
So I forgot we were including historical and infrastructure, in environmental, but I would like the new amenities commission to take a look at beefing up our preservation ordinance, because the current one is not preserving our history.
Can we start with focusing on completion of the historic resources survey? Because
I think we can do them in parallel. I think we can do an ordinance in parallel with.
Is that a capacity issue?
Well, I'm just trying to think who that gets assigned to. The historic resources, or the historic survey is assigned to Mark's department now. We do have that in motion, correct, Mark?
That's correct. It was funded as part of this year's budget, and we're working with a firm to bring them on board to do the survey. We could use it as an opportunity to update our historic context statement. I think that would line up well with the survey, because it hasn't been updated since 1995.
Right.
In terms of the ordinance, it's my department that administers that, so if we were going to amend it, that would be something that would come out of my department, and we can build it into our work plan if that's the desire of the city council.
Sequence everybody that, so we've got we have the survey, we've got the context statement. Can you do the preservation ordinance update in parallel? Do you have to wait till the context statement is updated? Could you do the context statement and resource study at the same time? What's the sequence there?
So we could do them all in parallel, and it actually might make, it may make sense to do it that way, because if we're going to be looking citywide at historic resources and what qualifies as being historic,
do you
what
have
the standards are.
Do you have the capacity? I mean, can we meaningfully execute that within the 7-month time frame, or do we have to cite this as a future objective?
There's existing ordinances that we can copy. It's not a big work effort. Eureka does it well.
Is there
Monrovia.
Is there environmental review required in order to implement?
There could potentially be. I don't think it's something that would get done in 6 to 7 months, but it is planned to be started within the next 6 months.
Like if you look at that 1995 last survey and the context, we've lost a lot of the resources on it because we have an ineffective ordinance. It does not preserve our history, and we're losing it.
Is there an action item within the 7-month window? Is there a report back, a result? I mean,
There would be a report back. So the plan is we're going to bring the contract before the city council for the consultant. At that meeting, I wanted to get the city council's input on the work plan for that, and that includes the inventory and potentially the context statement. This is the first
step
that I've heard of the ordinance, but we could work that in and just.
So why don't we do this then? Why don't we'll do an action item, since we're on pace to do it, specific to that agreement, and then we'll do a future action item associated with the other two components of that.
I'm not sure we need a consultant to go look at other cities' ordinances and draft our own.
Well, not that. It would be the resource study. They're going to have to complete the study.
Yeah, but we can work it in parallel.
Yes, it would be in parallel. I'm confident it's something that staff could handle the updating of the ordinance.
The other incentive here is the one out that the state has given communities for avoiding some of these mandates is historic, if there's historic units that the city has preserved.
So we
could prevent some of these bungalows, these classic beach bungalows that are over 100 years old, from being converted to giant vertical housing developments that we have no control over
So what I'm hearing is
without any parking requirements.
we can start the work, but we can start all three elements, but we can't complete the latter two elements inside of 6 to 7 months. Is that correct?
I think the context, I mean, the inventory, the survey, that's going to take longer than 6 months from right now. I'm anticipating that would come together.
So we can
probably
initiate.
about a year.
All right, so why don't we break it down into two, we'll break it down into 2 steps, but we can initiate the work. The question is, the first objective is within the first time frame. That's the agreement.
Yes.
And then we start work in parallel on the other 2 items, which would come to fruition outside of this particular 6 to 7 month window.
That's, well, I think it will.
I can write the ordinance for you. I don't understand the reticence to work this in parallel. It's not rocket science.
I'm not hearing.
But you can't adopt, you're not going to adopt the ordinance without concluding the resource study.
Sure you can.
So I think we're getting a little hung up on this one. Let's see if there's any.
Did you say you needed a city manager assistant too?
Can I speak?
Like 3 of them.
I heard, go ahead. I heard the.
So I had my hand raised for a while. I agree with the mayor. And is Mike with the city attorney. So if you want to sign it to my office, we'll draft the ordinance within the 6 months.
And I'll work with you if you need me.
We'll never say no to that.
But to be clear, that ordinance isn't going to get drafted in front of the other ordinances that are pending, correct, Mike?
Like the cannabis ordinance?
Cannabis ordinance, I'm heading to City Hall after it's vacated tonight to gather the rest of my materials and be prepared for next Tuesday. What other ordinances?
Seems like we have several ordinances. Inclusionary housing ordinance. We have.
Hey, there he is.
Ballot measures.
We
for
have
the charter
ballot measures.
changes
We
in
have
March.
3 different charter.
Yeah, it is in addition to everything else.
Okay.
Anything with an external deadline has always come first.
Well, I think it's something that community development can handle. I've been involved with historic ordinances previously, and I think the policy question is, does the council want to make it primarily a voluntary program or a mandatory program? And if it's mandatory, I think we need to be careful about how we're selecting the resources, because it really does impose restrictions on the property and future use of the property. So I think if our intent is to cast a wider net and do that, we want to make sure that we're really clear on what qualifies as historic and that we're being selective in the resources that we choose to designate as such, if it's being imposed by the city as opposed to voluntary.
Well, we can have that discussion before the council, and I would certainly welcome community development doing it. I just didn't want this to get delayed for 6 months while waiting for a consultant. I agreed with Mayor Light that we can do it internally. If community development can do it, that's fabulous. But why don't we start with, we'll agendize for discussion, getting direction from the mayor and council on what they'd like to see in a new ordinance.
We can do that when we bring back, I suppose, when is the contract ready for consideration by council to start the resource study?
We were planning on bringing it in December. Right now, it's kind of a clear slate because we're dealing with the general plan, and that's going in October and November. So December, we're going to have some of the pent-up additional items going before the council.
All right, well, we can do those in combination as long as the attorney's office is ready to help with the ordinance.
And mandatory still requires that you provide the ability to appeal, so.
That's correct, appeal to the city council.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do an
Right.
objective with historic resources study and discussion on, a discussion item on ordinance.
Great, and thank you to the city attorney for weighing in.
Do you have the bandwidth to do all of that? I mean, we've
Well,
got
Mike's going to handle the ordinance parameter discussion with Mark's assistant. We're slated on the historic resources study. We've long thought that needs to get done. But I would caution, I mean, I'll leave it to Mark and Mike to sort out, but I would caution against approving and implementing the ordinance until we've completed our inventory
We're
of
not gonna rush it.
historic
We're not-
resources. But we can talk
Absolutely.
about that at that meeting.
But do you, as far as agendizing it, with all the layers upon layer upon layer of things we have to do, are you
December's, I think as long as we're talking December, January, that's probably okay. I mean.
December,
we're-
January?
Yeah, we're bringing the
Okay.
consultant back at that time for the resource work.
Yeah, and it may make sense to work on the ordinance in parallel, because in some sense, it will help set the standards as to what qualifies as historic, and the consultant's going to need that in order to evaluate the properties. So it's really something I think we need to take a look at as a whole and report back to the city council. At a minimum, I know that we're budgeted, because it was part of the this year's budget, to have the survey completed. But we can expand that just to look at the whole entire program, because they're all interconnected.
All right. And the city attorney's office is going to be doing the ordinance work? Scrubbing
Yes.
it, yes?
After we get direction from the council on what you want to see in it. It doesn't necessarily help us
All right.
rely on consultants. Cannabis is a perfect example, because we got the ordinance from them
Well,
middle
understood.
of last month.
I just,
So it just, I agree with the mayor. It's easier to have you all tell me what you want to see in there.
right. And we're not going to have a policy discussion now, but it was mentioned earlier, mandatory. And it's also mentioned, that, it's people's property, and you got a mandatory never develop it. And then we have the restrictions on potentially illegal ordinances that don't comply with state housing laws. So it's a very tricky, dicey area. And I don't want to just, jam it through without really thinking it through. And if you're saying, Mr. City Attorney, it's in good hands with you, then I'm okay with that.
It is if we get sufficient direction from the mayor and council. And the mayor and council, once you have that policy discussion in depth, may decide, okay, we want to wait on this, or you may give us direction to go ahead so that if a majority of you want to do it, it's not held up.
All right, you'll wait for direction from the policymakers, the city council, before doing anything.
Yes, that's
Okay, thank you.
that's the way I understood the motion. Is Mark is going to agendize it, and we're going to have a discussion of what you wish to see in that. And then, if we get direction, we'll take the lead in writing it rather than waiting for a consultant to do it.
Wonderful. Perfect. All right, I think we've got that wrapped up, and that should conclude goal 3, which leaves us with 3 more goals. So,
We're halfway through, guys and gals.
do we need a break at this point? It looks like everybody.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's do a 5-minute break. It's 8:01. We'll come back at 8:06.
back to we're on 4 now, right?
Roll call?
Councilmember Narrison?
Here.
Councilmember Lawrence?
Here.
Councilmember Here. Councilmember London?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
Mayor White?
Here.
Roll call.
Wonderful, thank you. We will continue on. My commitment to you all is to get us through this list this evening, make sure we're hitting things at the right level, and take into consideration what we noted at the start in our SWOT around capacity. I will share with you what I shared with some folks at break, that I do some hiking and some backpacking, and I'm doing that backpacking. I have a friend that always reminds me, ounces make pounds, Jane. So as we're adding little things to this, just remembering that those will add up also, and let's continue our effort. On goal 4, I believe we've got 10 objectives, and it looks to be 7 of those are marked as complete. 11.
So if I could just maybe jump in, Jane, I think we're going to need to continue number 3. There's going to be updated items on that. We'll come up with that. There's going to be a continuation of item number 5. There'll be a follow-up item on the boat launch.
Boat launch.
Just to put all this in perspective, there's actually still work occurring on the Veterans Park Library concessionaire agreement. We're working through the ADA improvement requirements to facilitate the final contract. So I think Elizabeth and I will work on an objective to come back with to reflect the next step in that process. So that's number 4. And then there is leasing activity prospectively associated with item number 7 that will have probably at least some objective consideration. It may just be closed session, but we may want to prepare a specific next step on that. Everything else, I think, is pretty well complete. Breakwater's done from our perspective. Army Corps is delayed in their work effort, but their efforts happening next spring and out of our hands.
And I'm sorry, Mike, did you have a comment on 6, or do I need to add anything on 6?
Oh, 6. I guess I'd turn to Greg on 6. Is there a follow-up to this, Greg, or?
Is that the climate resiliency plan
Yeah.
number 6? Yeah, we've got 2 grant applications in now. We're just waiting for feedback. If we get them, good. If we don't, we'll continue to pursue.
So maybe a future objective if we're successful in
Great.
getting the funding.
Other discussion on goal 4 and the objectives. Yeah, Zane.
So as we see, there's, we already got a report previously on City Hall this is about 7 buildings and the cost to replace them or renovate them from Griffith. Then we have Seaside Lagoon, the historic library, and boat launch, which could also require city funding. It seems like we need to have a discussion of these items together in part, so we figure out how much money are we going to need for every one of these items, which ones should we prioritize first over the others, and what should be our strategy to get that money. So Seaside Lagoon, historic library, boat launch, maybe that's a lease revenue bond, maybe it's a grant from the state for the Seaside Lagoon, but I know that when we previously discussed the historic library, we were talking about leasing, we ran into, oh, this is going to have a capital need, so but it had never been raised to us before, so we kind of got caught by surprise. So I just want to go into let's say our next budget with a clear idea of what our capital needs are.
Yeah, so maybe just put that into more context. So the lagoon, you're going to get this item next month, and it's going to give you specific cost estimation that's been provided by our professional consultants. So you know exactly what that amount is. You'll hear from us on what our recommended funding strategy will be. It's going to be a proposed phased approach. The boat launch work, we'll know the cost of that through the feasibility work that we just approved the consulting services agreement for. We will be reporting back to you on what that amount will be after that work is done. Probably will take most of the next 4 to 6 months to complete, so I don't think we could give you a expected cost estimate on it beyond our current overarching order of magnitude cost anytime before the completion of that work. The Veterans Park Library concession.
But on that, DBA will
We
fund construction.
we expect DBA to fund it. I mean, that would be part of that conversation. And then the library concessionaire agreement, I think we could we're going to probably filter that into our closed session negotiations as it pertains to what we would be responsible for versus what the concessionaire would be responsible for. So there may be a time for that conversation, but I don't think we need to necessarily put it into this next 6 months.
Okay.
Okay,
Is for
Yeah.
adding items now?
I think so. Please go ahead.
I'd like us to have some type of a plan, I've talked about this before, where we inventory and replace worn street signs and traffic poles. I think you and I have talked about this. I know we have some type of a plan, but it's not formalized. And there's still a lot of signs that are completely faded, you can't read them. We're spending millions of dollars on roads, yet people don't know how to get from one place to another because they can't read the street signs. So is that something that we could have as terms of an inventory or a plan, like we did with sidewalks, for example?
We could, I mean, we've had a couple budget response reports on this. I don't think the plan is so much of a challenge as just the funding to get it done. So we could come back with the BRR at mid-year to speak to this specifically, but
We have some money because it was in the budget, $65,000.
And you gave us clear direction on that. The goal, if you remember, is to start with the, whatever it was.
Box signs.
Yeah, the box signs, and then, and we've got the faded that we're gonna do, naturally, so.
Yeah.
We could do an updated BRR at mid-year, if you'd like.
That would work. I just want something to address it
Yeah.
because it
Okay.
seems like it just goes. Thank you.
So the objective would be the BR to,
Budget response report on street sign.
Okay,
Street
Zane?
sign.
This was already part of the budget motion that passed, but we're going to have a discussion within the next 6 months about how we go about funding a repavement of Grant Avenue, for example, streets that need repaving that aren't subject to any other funding source, like we're not eligible for grants from Metro or anything like that. How we might get the $6 million for that, other than by lease revenue bonds, since those are 30-year instruments. And the
so is
streets
the
only
objective
last-
having the discussion on that?
It'd be a report back to council on kind of the
Strategies to-
strategy, an inventory and strategy for funding what we would call the unfunded major reconstruction street inventory.
reconstructions, yeah.
Okay. Does that conclude for Paige?
Just I'm throwing this out there. We do have the bond that will address public safety facilities, hopefully. But I'm wondering, do we need to have an objective, an objective here? That's Plan B, but in addition also talks about how we plan to address the needs of our public works facilities and others that we brought up during this discussion for the bond.
Yeah, I agree.
Ones that didn't make it.
That's right.
So, Public Works.
So, yeah.
So do you
public-
want to add that discussion to the kind of the major roads, major road deferred maintenance conversation? You want to do it separately? It ends up being kind of
Well,
complicated.
those are different, right? Because these buildings can last more than 30 years.
Yeah.
City
They are.
Hall,
They
Public
can.
Works, police shooting range.
So I was thinking it's more of like a revision or of the first item in this goal number 4.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
Okay, so we're updating, so goal number 1 is what you're looking at, renovations or replacement of city buildings, and an update on that? Mhm.
Right, so it's an overarching item, and we'll know what that encompasses come mid-November.
Right, okay.
So that's something on status and funding. Eugene?
Does that, beyond the cost, does that include, or the thought being how to pay for that, or options?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Good point.
So we've got a new one, which is updating number 1. Great. All right.
So
Nelson?
I've got, thank you. The Harbor Commission in February 23 asked about extending the South Sea Wall, right? And I know we just finished up all the work. Oh, thank you. I know we just finished, actually, I'll take this one. I know we just finished up all the work. This is going right to you. We finished up all the work we did in the harbor just now, and we're about to do the seawall, more seawall work by the Army Corps of Engineers. But now with the discussion regarding the boat launch ramp and D-ball, you know where I'm going with this, don't even need to finish that. Let you finish it.
Absolutely. So a part of the boat launch design studies is going to be wave attenuation, making sure that our existing seawall can accommodate the boat launch, and it would be open on a fairly routine basis. If and when the study shows that the south seawall needs to be extended, D-ball will pay for that as well with part of their grant funding. That grant application we'll be applying for in February of 2025. That's the deadline, so that is within the next 6 months. So if the studies warrant the need for the seawall to extend, the boat launch grant will pay for it.
Okay, fantastic.
Sounds like a good answer. And no new objective needed there?
No, it's actually integrates old ones that we delayed, so that's even better. The next one actually is regarding our coastline. So this is something that we need to be, climate resiliency plan and federal funds and state funds. There's a state bond right now on the election cycle for November, and there's many others. Grant opportunities, and this is something that we need to be, shovel-ready projects. We have the 3-foot extension on the bike path. That is our responsibility, and let's just say that there's severe issues with maintenance of that and fixing large portions of it. The county's not doing it because they're not in charge of it, even though it's county land, right? We need to have grant plans ready to go for grants, and then as well as all of the outfalls, the 2 outfalls that we have, and I meant to print out some pictures. They are in decrepit condition, literally falling apart, literally broken. And I've been bringing this up for a long time. These are grant and funding opportunities from both the federal and the state agencies. We got to have plans ready to go. Right now, the 2 outfalls that we currently own are, like I said, falling apart. They're slowly becoming hazards. We can transform them into what Hermosa and then one outfall in Avenue I does, right? With making them, cutting it off in the sand, closing it up. Because we don't currently have water quality issues, but we have had in the last year or 2, drainage or storm drain pumping issues. So we do need a plan to replace or fix, update those.
We could probably come back with a report on, we've done budget response reports on, I think, all of those different amenities at sort of different times over the years. We could probably consolidate that information, update some of that costing, give some order of magnitude on what those projects look like, and describe what a project development process would look like. Creating truly shovel-ready plans and specifications for those work efforts would take significant investment and cost. So, but we could walk through kind of what the estimates are and then what those steps would look like for future kind of budget conversation.
I've never seen any of the budget response reports or plans.
We did a BRR on what it would cost to cut back the Avenue F, I think, outfall at one point.
Avenue E.
Yeah, we have plans and specs ready, actually. It was
we
$3 million
actually got one of
in
those.
2017 or something, so we haven't funded it, but those are ready to go. We haven't done the other one yet. But,
We did a BRR a few years ago on the cost to do the 3-foot, kind of reconstruct the 3-foot walkway, the pedestrian walkway adjacent to the bike path. So I think we can assemble that information. We could give a report on what that looks like. And we could talk through potential
because
next steps.
we've had now in the last year, 2 incidences where we've had a pumping out of water, right? And that's it's opportunities for us to use those situations are opportunities for us to use to go to the state and other agencies to fix these issues.
Yeah.
I would add 2 things onto that. One is the seawall in Basin 3, because we've talked about that, right? About fixing the seawall. That's a potential grant opportunity. And then the Galveston wall, which is the one at the parking lot at the King Harbor Yacht Club. That one is
Yeah.
in
well, we could
majorly
do
bad.
kind of, I mean, these are all waterfront assets that
Right.
are aging and have significant costs. So we can do kind of an inventory report on,
That's the Galveston wall at King Harbor Yacht Club.
Sidewalk, beach sidewalk. And we have, what, is it 2 outfalls, Andy? Or is it just one?
Two.
Two
Avenue.
structures, yeah.
Two outfall
And
structures.
burnout.
So this is a report on cost estimates and kind of the
Yeah.
process of project for that.
Yeah, and include, yeah, the bike path as well. Perfect.
So the seawall should be all basins, because three's bad, but they're all.
Well, the reason I brought up 3 was it's also part of the harbor amenities plan where we're talking about building a ledge there. And so I was thinking beyond just, because we have king tides there, that's a major problem, right? The flooding.
Right.
And
We do elsewhere in the harbor, too.
Yeah, we do, but not as many people walking along like we do there. And businesses too.
So the issue I see, though, is like we're about to let the extended lease for the Port Royal Marina.
Yeah.
And they're going to rebuild their docks. We have to have what we're going to do with the seawall to understand what interface are they to build to?
Add that one as well, too. That's a good one. The promenade they're talking about?
I don't know if is that intended to be part of the climate resiliency plan, though?
Well, it would be, but the climate resiliency plan is, I think, is a broader funding. It's a grant-funded strategy.
Sea level
document.
rise.
Yeah, it's
For
going to
sea
do a
level
new
rise.
calculation on sea level rise to show the impacts at 2030, 2050, and 2100. Any kind of improvements to the seawalls, kind of basin-wide, 1, 2, and 3, is going to be federally funded. I mean, it's going to be something that's
Well, we have to
historically high
find the
in price.
funding. They're not going to just give it to us.
No, you're right.
I don't think
right.
it would be that difficult to extrapolate the seawall cost for the other basins once we do Basin
Right.
3. I mean,
Probably just a linear foot thing,
we could
right?
probably give you all 3 of those.
And just on Seaside Lagoon, the Coastal Commission's like, what are you doing about sea level rise? So we've got to accommodate sea level rise and whatever seawall solution we come up with, they're not going to approve it.
Yeah. All right, so we'll inventory, these are kind of major, we'll categorize these as sort of major waterfront infrastructure expenses.
What about the docks in King Harbor?
King Harbor?
In Basin 3, or?
No,
King Harbor?
The King
Oh, well,
Harbor.
that's,
That's a longer-term thing. That's
yeah,
a lease
ultimately,
thing.
hopefully responsibility of the lessee, that would be the goal.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Does that conclude goal 4?
No. I don't know if this is the right place, but since I think parks are part of infrastructure, the way we're treating this, I'd like to explore increasing the Quimby fees, because we continue to go downhill in our park.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Legally do that.
There's a little bit of risk.
Did it before?
So we have a pretty large Quimby fee now.
25,000.
I personally feel like there's justification for what the figure is. To expand it further, we would need to do a cost
Okay,
study.
I would draw it then.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on, but I was going to bring this in a later discussion. Thank you. I was going to bring later discussion, but to that point, a nexus study, nexus fee study. We need to have a nexus fee study, because if we do, in the event we do ever have a remedy situation with building going on, developing, we can't then suddenly decide to open up the Pandora's box of nexus fees. We have to have that in place before. So this is a bit of a legal issue where we have to have these things in place, these fees in place, this study in place in order to charge. And I know of many developer remedy projects, project builders remedy, and they had these nexus studies in place and they were able to charge the fees for the developments, even though they were these applications.
We are doing a cost fee study analysis for all of our community development department permit fees currently.
That's separate.
We have not done a nexus fee for Quimby. We can do it. I
But
don't
it's a-
disagree with you. It'd be good to have.
A nexus fee overall scope regarding all the city services, as we see with our police and our fire and public works. This includes all of that as well. It's a separate study.
That will take some time and energy for sure.
Yeah.
So,
It's a protection against the possibility.
those are
of-
you talking all development impact fees?
Development
You're talking
impact
development
fees.
impact fees.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that many development impact.
We don't. It's a problem. It's expensive to run a city.
Okay, so
So how do we start taking the first steps in that
First
next
step
6
would be a
months?
discussion of scope of work associated with the nexus study.
Okay, so let's have that, because the reason why is because, once again, in the event where the state bills start applying more pressure and we lose the control, we would then, if we have these things in place, we would have the ability to at least help pay for the impacts of all these developments moving forward.
so it's a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a discussion on potential scope of work for a nexus fee study for development impact fees.
Okay.
What's the objective, if I can ask, what's the objective
Yeah.
of doing that?
So, it's a great
Ultimately,
question.
You want to raise the fees or you want to reduce
Okay,
the
so
fees?
it's in addition to Quimby fees, it's a separate fee. So Quimby just deals with parks, right, regional parks. And these are fees associated to police, fire, public works, sewer, roads, those kinds of impact
There could be
fees.
other developer impact fees. We only have, I think, two. We have a park and rec facility fee, and we have a Quimby or open space fee. Some communities have a litany of development impact fees.
This ties right in with the Supreme Court decision, recent Supreme Court decision that just came out this last June, I think it was.
About
About developer fees,
Yeah.
saying,
saying that they were unconstitutional.
They're only unconstitutional if you don't have said study in place.
so I would support an introductory discussion about developer fees if Housing Council comes to it and advises us as to what fees we could possibly legally impose. And I'm very concerned with some of the statements that have been made today, that we could be perceived as trying to reduce the appeal of building housing when we are exactly the opposite, trying to help the state solve this affordable housing crisis and build all the housing that's part of our certified housing plan.
We would certainly seek that counsel, and that would be part of it. And that's to consider any kind of a new developer impact fee at this point. You would have to absolutely have a nexus study, and there's going to be limitations, I think, even then, on what you could
So
ultimately
before we
implement.
get too far down the path.
Yeah.
All right, I've got Mike, city attorney, to weigh in.
Yeah, we will have it available if the council wishes to do that.
Okay.
Do you have any feeling or opinion as to whether that's, and that discussion's worthwhile in light of the current kind of jurisprudence around housing in the state?
I'm skeptical, but it's always good to have accurate information before you make a decision, both about the amount of fees that you can charge and the type of fees. So
All right, thank you.
it's a council decision whether to move forward with it amongst your many competing agenda topics, but we'll have outside counsel that specializes in this area available.
Great, thank you.
Does that conclude goal 4?
Just one question on 7, the Waterfront Education Center. I understand we got a design. Do we need to keep something open for filling it, or is that just part of the amenities plan execution?
Well, I think it's, that, and I think it's subject to some of our prospective lease discussions.
So we don't need to put that in?
I don't think so. I think we would come back with tenant conversations first.
Still on here?
So in Waterfront, Mike, I did have to continue that. There would be next steps you all would be, is that right?
For number 7?
Let me make sure.
Yeah, I think we may create a next step here, but
I think it's in work. I don't.
Yeah, it's in
I
motion.
don't know that we need one.
I don't
That's
think we're
more
going to necessarily
tactical.
need one.
Okay, so no. Right, Zane? Any-
Good point brought up by Councilor Lowenstein is the train bridge rehabilitation North Redondo. It is, if you look at the train bridge on Grant Avenue, you look at the train bridges on Hawthorne Boulevard and Torrance, it is the single most ugly train bridge in all of the South Bay. I kid you not. I don't know how it became this way and who's allowing it to persist. But by no means could this possibly be checked done. This train bridge over Artesia Boulevard is hideous and is not done.
How was Torrance able to paint theirs, but we can't do
Theirs
ours?
is beautiful. They have a
It's the same,
city
it's the same,
seal
it's the
on
same
it.
rail line. Well, we've got I think we acquired the permit. I don't know, Andy, do you want to weigh in?
That's correct. We've acquired the permit,
Well, are we gonna
which
do
was,
it?
So are we gonna do something with the permit?
we need to fund a project to paint it, and could be public art, could be just maintenance paint.
Okay. Does the permit expire at some point?
I don't recall. I don't think we're worried
Can we-
about that.
Can we have a discussion in the next 6 months, or maybe in the next 3 months, on what we can do about this train bridge? Please, be it
Yeah,
art, just a single coat of paint, replacing some wood.
I think our plan is to try to
Anything?
paint it, I believe, and not wait for a public art project. So
Anything.
So,
Well,
I don't, I'll tell you what,
Tore up.
It's a new maintenance thing if we adopt it as a maintenance thing, and we just haven't ever funded it. So that's
I think we can get a
Where it
4/5
sits.
vote for, there's 80,000 left in the budget last time. I think we can get a 4/5 vote for some paint.
Don't you have discretionary funds?
No.
let me,
All right, so there's a new objective on here to have a discussion on funding painting the bridge.
Thank you.
yeah,
Kind of updating the next step on,
Yeah, let me talk to staff and see if there's a continuation here. I'm kind of hoping we can just get the work done, candidly.
Seriously.
So I'm hoping there's a solution here somewhere. We'll bring back a continuation item if it's needed.
any final items on goal 4? All right, hearing none, moving to goal 5. I know we've got 11 objectives under goal 5, and all are reporting the done status. Mike, anything you want to focus us on in that one?
We're obviously waiting, if the bonds are successful in November, we're going to have a flurry of activity immediately following that that's going to relate to project planning in this area. Can't put that in here specifically, but I would caution us to be careful about loading up goal 5, because if we are fortunately successful, there's going to be a lot of follow-up work here.
They'll be mentioned there. Okay, so I'm not hearing necessarily any new objectives on this one. Paige?
Number 8, the mental health response. We did get a grant for that, but the implementation of that has not happened yet, and we're working on hiring a mental health clinician that would be the start of that. So I would like to just revise
Revise that goal
Number 8.
to continue
Yep.
the next item.
Yes, and then the other one for this is for the shooting range. That's kind of already in the queue, but to add it to the strategic plan.
Sure.
That we're going to be applying for the grant next spring.
So Andy, I can work with Andy on whatever that objective would be.
And tell me again, that was
It's related to the reconstruction, grant application for reconstruction of the police shooting range and parks, adjacent Parks Yard facility.
So number 6, I feel like it's closed, but we only did half the effort. We only talked about the harbor patrol, we never talked about the whole harbor.
Yeah, there's a
marine
follow-up item here that we're due to come back with.
Creation of a harbor department, correct?
Well, the comparative analysis associated with other harbor department models. Yeah, we'll prepare something for that.
And so number 6 will be continued with just an update.
Yep.
Any final items for goal 5?
I do. Last year, we put in a budget, an environmental emergency coordinator that we funded, fully funded, but I believe we haven't hired that
We have
position
not
yet.
filled that yet. no.
So, I mean, I think that should be a goal, that we should be hiring and fulfilling that position. And the reason why is because that's grant funding, that's FEMA funding, it's emergency preparedness. If we have a disaster, coordination between different departments, different cities, there's a whole host of opportunities there for us to strengthen. It's a budgeted position. We talked earlier about not having enough people. Well, it's a budgeted position now for the last year and a half, year and a quarter, that we haven't filled. And it's a significant hole. I think it needs to be filled.
I have that too.
Okay, so feels like a new objective is just,
Yeah, we need to create a job spec. We have a few things to do, but we've got a lot done in fire of late. We have bandwidth now to start turning our attention to this, and we're going to be closing the loop at year end with some of the
We're taking valuable resources.
labor
and-
side of the
Yeah,
costs.
we're taking valuable resources. If we haven't even created the HR spec yet from the HR department, then we need to get on that because it's significant money, significant resources that we have that we're not, that we unanimously agreed here. This is important.
Right.
noted as prioritizing filling that position. If that concludes goal 5, we'll move to 6. So enhanced delivery of city services, noting 11 with a few on target and revised. Where would we like to start?
Inclusionary housing ordinance, is that going to need to get pushed until after the window mark, or can we get that going inside of the 7 months?
I would say that we can start it within the 7 months. It won't be complete by then, and that's, it's based on a program in our housing element that directs us to do that. However, there's not a deadline on that particular program.
All right.
They don't have the February deadline.
Probably a future objective then, just in terms of timing, or if there's not an actual action item inside of the 7 months, is there a contract or anything we have to do to get it moving?
No, not at the moment. And it's really one that we probably have a little bit of time with, given the fact that we're not up against the deadline. However, it will need to get done at some point over the next year or two.
Well, if I could ask about that. May I? Of course. So in the housing element, isn't the idea of an inclusionary housing ordinance more aspirational than a requirement of our housing element, if you recall offhand?
I don't recall what the policy language states regarding that. I know there's some direction to evaluate it.
Evaluate it, consider it, but not necessarily adopt one as a condition of our housing element.
That's correct.
Okay.
We've had several discussions on it.
And we've had several discussions on it. And the reason I ask is things have changed from 2020 and 2021 and even 2022 with respect to the state laws that are now essentially inclusionary housing ordinances. The density bonus law kind of preempts potentially any local inclusionary housing ordinance law. The density bonus law says if you build affordable housing, you get all of these things, you get taller buildings, you get to encroach into setbacks. And the inclusionary housing ordinance, as we look at it today, is already captured by the density bonus law. So I'm a little concerned about, right? And then trying to add on to that where we may be in conflict with the state law and it may not be enforceable anyway. And I know we've spent a lot of money on the consultant. I think she's done good work. But I just raised this issue because I'm wondering if, maybe this goes off the list entirely.
It could, in some ways, it is superseded by density bonus. And then on top of that, state HCD doesn't exactly view it favorably, because if the limit is set too high, it becomes a barrier to housing development.
Becomes a barrier.
So in fact, when we were working on the general plan and the zoning ordinance, we met with state HCD, and they had preferred that be set at a lower amount if we were going to include it.
Yeah.
So it's certainly something that we could evaluate and report back to the council and make a decision as to whether we want to move forward with it. That being said, it's not necessary. It's not necessary over the next 6 to 7 months that we take this up.
Well, with all of that said, maybe we move it to a different.
Yeah, I mean, we could go future, we could just take it off and bring it back
We
later.
can't take it off as part of our housing element.
We would
need to have a discussion.
We would have a discussion with HCD. I mean, we're going to end up, assuming everything goes the way we hope it goes with approval and implementation of the housing element components of the land use changes and the like, we'll be sending a notice to HCD saying that our housing element has been implemented. There will be a few policy items such as this that are in the housing element that won't have been accomplished. I don't know how we would deal with that, Mark, in that particular letter.
So I would say it would be, there are other programs that don't have that February deadline. Those could be ones that we do the following year. We have to report to state HCD annually on how we are working towards those programs. And in this case, I don't have the language in front of me, but I do seem to recall that it was soft language. It just directed the city to evaluate it. We're not committed to
Maybe
adopting
we just,
such an
for now,
ordinance.
settle on as a future objective, just carry it to future, and then as we follow up with HCD on implementation certification, we'll know exactly how to tackle
Maybe
this.
the 6-month goal could be to ask HCD if they'd prefer that we just abandon an inclusionary housing ordinance, and then report back to us on that so that we can decide whether to abandon it or, because what I've gathered from everything that Scott said or Councilmember Barron said, and they, realizing that the state law is supreme and that they've occupied the whole sphere of the housing law, is that we'd have to really thread the needle perfectly to get this right so that it's not prohibiting or impeding the development of housing. So I'd rather just not endeavor in that altogether.
That's correct. So we can reach out to state HCD, get their input on it, and then report to the council. And ultimately, if we're only required to evaluate it, we can provide that evaluation and then make it an informed decision about whether we move forward at this time.
To that point, is that something that should nonetheless go on the future objective list to 7 months out or
I think
thereafter?
we have to provide notice of implementation before our February deadline, March, April. I think either way, it could be a future objective. It's not going to happen before February. We're going to have every focus is going to have to be on getting that done. So it would be a March and April conversation. Would we be likely having that conversation immediately following our notification of implementation, Mark?
Yeah, I think that would be a good time for it. And
so maybe what we do is we recraft this, and it'll be a latter part of the plan here. We're talking a March, April objective under the guise of discussion with HCD about the need for an ordinance.
And other cities have taken up this matter recently, so there's a lot of other cities that we can learn from and report back on what their experience has been. And I know that some have decided to shy away from it because there are potential issues. And it's somewhat of a complicated issue when evaluating the financial barriers to constructing housing, and it can lead to that.
There's that as well, yeah.
Right.
What else?
Next one, code of conduct. I think the council's still interested in having that come back. I don't know.
I think I had to ask for that, and I think we can get rid of that if it's relative to council members. We've all gotten along.
You've kind of moved it to commission code of conduct.
Yeah.
So we did get some pretty clear direction on this item to update our code of conduct. We've submitted all that to the city attorney's office, and they're prepared to present it in October if you're still interested in seeing it.
Sure, let's bring
And
it.
does that,
Bring it on, yeah.
does that include some of the recent questions we've had about,
Yes.
okay,
About what?
about public comment?
Oh, it does?
Oh. Not that one.
No.
No?
No. I think what you're talking about is meeting comments.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it does not.
Okay.
So there were 2 referrals. It addresses each of them, but I don't believe either of them dealt with disruptive speech during a council meeting.
So it's code of conduct. What's coming in October is the code of conduct of whom?
There were certain updates that the council wanted to incorporate into our existing code of conduct. You wanted to mimic some portions of other cities' code of conduct so that reflect in ours, and so the city attorney received all those. We have a draft ready to go.
In whose conduct?
Commissioners and council.
Commissioners and
Commissioners
council.
and council, it combined a couple different things. Also an ex parte communication policy.
All right.
Ms. Park is working on that, has already given a brief presentation to the planning commission, but we need to see what the council wants to do. And also there was a previous referral on council use of electronic equipment, communication equipment during the council meeting. And so it addresses that as well.
Excellent. Commissioners, city council, and that's a broad term for city council and the mayor as well?
Yeah.
All right, so city council members, the mayor, and commissioners is what we'll hear about.
Now, if you want, there has been some discussion of disruption of council meetings, and if you want us to address that, we can.
I'm not trying to expand, I'm just getting clarification, and I think you've provided it, so thank you, and thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so we'll continue into October. Elizabeth and I have talked, there is a Performing Arts Center item. We will continue that objective. That'll be coming back. We're done on 5. That is an ongoing work effort. 6 is ready to go. I think we're hoping to have a contract.
Yeah, it had to be updated a little bit, so we're coming back on October 1st. with that.
October 1st, but we're going to have the contract for
Yes.
approval October 1st. So I don't think we're going to need to continue this item because it should be done by the time you approve the plan. We're going to need to continue 7.
Is that have we found faux bronze plaques? Is what I
We
heard?
do. We have an aluminum product that's
Sweet.
working. Mike Klein did some research and it looks pretty good.
Awesome.
Hopefully it doesn't look so good that they mistake it for bronze. Defeats the purpose. Maybe when they try to sell it, they'll know. I don't know.
And you know, I want to make sure this includes also, I think making sure that it's part of the art project to have an art project at the end of the Esplanade. We dedicated funding for that.
Yeah, I think the idea is to combine the efforts, talk about the kind of abundance of plaques that have accumulated on the Esplanade, trying to organize those as effectively as we can, and then also work it into a broader public art effort. I think that's the approach here.
Okay.
Yeah. But it is going to take some finessing. We're going to have to continue the item.
Is that with 7 still?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a reworked version of 7.
What else?
Green Line advocacy, that continues. Our next step is bringing on the hiring some of the consultants that are going to be needed to support our CEQA attorney's effort. Luke and I have been talking about that. We've got to get that work going.
On that note, actually, could we take a dual track approach relative to the C line or the green line extension? Both we have our litigation side, but in the worst case that it does come down the right of way, we don't want to be totally voiceless relative to what happens and how it's designed and the art that comes with Metro and the like. Councilmember Kalajerovich and I met with one of the companies that was bidding on the, I don't know, what was it, not general contracting or project management role. And they said this is when cities get activated in terms of requesting art, sound insulation, noise, and vibration protections and the like. So I think we should take a dual track approach on this and both requesting specific things.
Well, we could bring the consultants on to study the impacts of the proposed project and to look at prospective mitigation elements that we would recommend to try to address those concerns.
Sure, and we had made a referral to get an understanding from the city attorney or from the attorney that we hired on what to communicate to the residents as to what where we stand with relative to our investigation.
Yeah, I think our outside counsel would prefer that I think we administratively manage the consulting work that occurs. So Luke and I are prepared to try to get those contracts going to support John CEQA's efforts. I don't think he has the bandwidth to administer those agreements. It's a smaller shop. And then I think the groups will work collectively.
I think we wanted to be able to give an update to the residents as to, hey, here's what we're doing right now. So you're saying you guys will hire the companies?
I think we're going to have to administratively bring the consultants, I think, unless we've got.
No, we need the experts, we need the consultants before we can develop the full strategy and communicate to you what you can be saying to the residents.
Okay, cool, thanks.
If we could just go back to number 9 on this, when we talked about Olympics before, I made the comment about since at this point in time we're not hosting an event, but also exploring ways that we can capitalize on the event itself in watch parties or otherwise. Right.
Yeah, we could rework this to reflect kind of the myriad of options. I mean, we're having ongoing conversations. This really is an ongoing objective. It's not something we're going to complete in the next 6 months, but we can recraft this a little bit. We had a meeting actually. Vic Knoll is actually the assigned delegate. Some of you might remember Vic having worked with Edison as a public affairs rep many years ago. Yep. He's with LA 28 now, so a couple of us met with him 2 weeks ago to talk about the possibility of bringing open water swim here as an event and then some of the other supporting activities. I tell you, it wasn't as hopeful as as we thought it might have been. There might be a little bit more rigidity into the Long Beach.
Mayor Brand and I had a talk with Casey Wasserman about this.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, it's a long haul. I wouldn't get our hopes up that we're going to be able to pull the event here, but we're going to keep trying, so.
All right. What else on goal 6? I do note that Paige had made a recommendation earlier about inventory on staffing.
Right.
That we've started, oh, sorry, that was captured. That's different. This is a different one.
What was about?
This was digitizing, and I don't think we captured the staffing one yet. Is that right, Paige?
Yeah, I was referring to goal number 6 when I was talking about a comprehensive staffing assessment and the cost associated with the positions that are needed.
Or desired.
Well, yes, I think we can talk about staffing that are needs and wants, right?
Yeah.
So jumping on that real quick, I think the one position that we really need, that's a big gap in the city's capability, is contracts. And we're at risk every day without a contracts person to advise the directors on how to write contracts, how to administer them, how to look at invoices and make sure they're appropriate for the work activity that's done, how to write for the procedurals. We almost put out a contract with contractor's proposal as the statement of work.
So we'll note contract management expertise in this one as we're
We
considering
have
staffing.
none. I think that's a critical need that puts us at risk every day, and we're losing money, we're losing time because of it.
Okay, and so-
I'd be
go
willing to
ahead.
come back with an organizational, sooner rather than later, rather than waiting for budget. I could give you a preview on what that position would cost and look like, and where I would recommend structurally that position be added to the organization as a standalone item. I could commit to getting that to council in the next month. And we could talk about the cost and impacts.
I think we could consider swapping positions. You got an open assistant to the city attorney.
Our city man, the challenge is we also have.
City manager.
We have citywide communication needs as well, as you heard tonight.
But we're bleeding money and putting the city at risk with this. Communications is not as
So I hear,
impactful or critical.
okay, so I hear that we'll come back with some details on what that could look like, but that might be different than the staffing assessment, and then I see the city attorney back on.
Well, I agree with the mayor and that he could really simplify the process, because we're talking about the administration contracts in the business terms. And if there were one single person, one point of contact that could work with our office, it would smooth the whole process, make it better, and make it more expeditious.
Okay.
So you'll bring us a contract.
Well, what I would bring you is what the cost of that position would look like and what the options would be to implement it. I would love to have it. Candidly, I would love to have it. But to simply convert our existing assistant would have other implications. So these are trade-offs in prioritization of work effort.
Is it necessarily creating a position and hiring someone, or is it training and education to the personnel?
It's that too. I think that, but the conversation that the mayor and I have had on this is it would be somebody who would be the subject matter expert to help train not just once, but ongoing, to support contract development, to support scope of work development, help build new templates for new approaches to project execution, design, build, work with Public Works, work with finance, work with waterfront. There's no question. Jim knows I completely agree with the need for this. My concern is cannibalizing some of the other functions that have been very important to this organization for a very long time, and we were just starting to see bear some fruit. And the notion of communication plan execution, coordinating our ongoing communications team work is also very important. I'd love to find somebody that could do both, but candidly, I don't think we'll be able to find somebody that has both skill sets. So this is something I've been thinking about for a while, and I have thoughts on it, but there isn't, something's got to give.
I'm
That's the
just
problem.
telling you that, I was an acquisitions officer for federal contracts under the FAR. I know very little except what I've researched on state law on acquisition, which is not as clear and concise, which is a interesting term, but as the FAR. The FAR is very consolidated, and it's easy to go between things. The state, it's all over the map from what little research I've done. But when I'm spending my time, that's not full days, but it's every day of the week, and I come in and I find problems with RFPs, and then problems with the contracts we're letting, problems with the procedurals, the billings are just, there's nothing that ties the amount of money we're paying contractors to what the work they've actually completed or not completed.
Invoice
It's just-
milestones.
The invoice is just, hey, we worked for a month, pay us this much. And I think, let me just caveat this. For routine stuff that like Public Works does, you've got some good cookie cutter contracts. I have no question about how that
It's
trend
the
is.
more,
When you
it's
get to
the more innovative stuff.
Yeah, well, and unique.
And the unique items, no question, the unique projects.
The ones that are big money and, will cost us if we screw them up, those are the ones that I'm very concerned about. And just in this, I've only been here 6 months, right? Going on 7. And the holes that I've seen are substantive. And to me, as an ex-acquisitions and project and contract manager, they scare me.
I'm hearing a lot of agreement for the need for this.
Right.
And I'm hearing that backed
Yeah,
up, but
I'm
I think
willing
we
to
need
But
to
it's
do
not
a-
just the need, it's the prioritization that every day we're doing this.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, and so
So-
it sounds like the next step on that is going to be
Yeah,
evaluating
it'd be
what
a
that position
conversation
would look
about
like.
options, perhaps,
Okay.
to create a position or maybe repurpose another one inside the organization.
And before we move on from both of these items, I just want to go back to pages on the staffing assessment. Before I add this in there, is this something we want to commit to? And that goes back to this conversation around capacity, but what are we looking for with an objective like this?
You're talking about the staffing, the comprehensive staffing assessment?
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for, I would say every day we're on the dais, we're talking about where projects are, when is this coming back? It is almost said, we're strapped, we're at capacity. And I think as council, we need to better understand what that means. We're asking a lot. I know that when we get presented with budget, I think you're conservative in the decision packages you bring to us about, what's within our means. And I appreciate that, but I want to understand a bigger picture of where we need to be to get up to speed to where we think we should be. So what staffing and what associated costs do we need to have in our mind when we're thinking about revenue generating and our next budget? So this assessment, I would look to educate us for this next budget. That's
sure.
what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we can do this. We have position comps cost. I mean, we could speak to, you add 3 more engineers to the Public Works Department, you get X number of projects delivered on an annual basis. You add more staff to the city manager's office, you get X number of special projects completed over the course of the year. That type of position costs X dollars annually. We can certainly give you some of that analysis and speak to.
And telling us what the priorities are, as you see them and your department heads see them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and just know, of course, budget always reflects the things that are most immediate within our means. But what you're proposing is interesting in that it speaks to if we had X additional dollars on a sustainable basis, perhaps it allows folks to understand what we could then accomplish with those additional resources. So happy to do it. It is a very difficult exercise. It's not an easy exercise. It's a pretty intense report, but it is something that we're capable of doing.
Can we break it down, and let me go to Eugene too. Yeah, well,
I think Zane had a question.
Zane?
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot around it, and it's impacting all of these things, which is obviously revenues. There's mainly 3 ways of directly impacting our revenues. We can increase taxes, we can increase fees, we can have better investment results. Other than that, it's indirect. And all of these things are revenue dependent, where we're going to get the money to be able to do this. So what I would ask is if the council, as an indulgence, would want to have a strategic discussion or put it within the 6-month gap here, formalizing the discussion about the possibility, as Councilmember Obaji had in the budget motion, raising the transit occupancy tax, having that discussion, having the formal discussion about the short-term rentals, having formal discussion again about the cannabis, which we know is coming back next week, and that span of the taxation, or any other ways of generating more revenue around those 3 concepts that we can directly impact.
Not right now.
Taxes, fees, and investment returns.
No.
Not within the next 6 months.
No.
Okay.
The budget motion, I think, includes a specific referral on TOT only, if I remember from the motion. I don't think it was time specific.
We also had a short-term rental.
We did have a short-term rental discussion, but as to whether they uphold the ban, strengthen the ban, or lift the ban in some regard, right? I believe, the city
Yes,
attorney.
that's correct. And I would, and I think it would be helpful if the council and the mayor said what sort of positions they would like to see an evaluation from, because I do think some of the positions potentially could offset or pay for the costs, such as I think it was Councilman Nierenheim talked about a grant writing, not a contractor, but an employee who was specific to do that. And we're doing it kind of hit and miss by department as needs come up. To make the city manager's point, I wouldn't suggest, as much as I agree with the need of contract administrator, if you remove the second assistant to the city manager position, I don't know who's going to, if the council gives direction to move forward with cannabis dispensaries, who's going to administer that process? Because a lot of the liability, as you'll hear, is not just from the ordinance, but failure to follow the policies that have been set out by the council. And so some of these positions can help generate revenue or at least offset the cost. And I think it'd be good if the council and mayor had the specific, positions ready to go for the city manager to review and see if there can be an offset of costs.
So I'm hearing that in lieu of a full staffing assessment, which might be.
Targeted.
So a little bit more targeted. Zane, is that your?
Yeah. I just wonder, I feel like every time we are going to have a revenue increase, the city manager incorporates decision packages into decision packages into the budget to add positions that are necessary or you feel are necessary.
As soon as we collectively identify sustainable funding, typically you'll see me supplement our resources to try to attack the programs, projects, policies that you're all looking to implement. So that's usually what our proposed budget does. This is going beyond kind of our normal revenue means. This is looking at need outside of sort of current proposed forecasted money. Happy to give you what I would view as kind of the top of the list, top of the shelf stuff from an impact standpoint. But to Mike's point and others, if you have a list or you have specific positions that you have in mind that you want us to analyze in that, we could certainly do both. We could come back with an item later to just talk about this more collectively before doing the work.
I'm open to that.
So you could provide more context to it. I mean, that would be we could do an interim step here.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I think the suggestions that were made here by council and mayor are good suggestions, but I also am looking to you and your staff to educate us on what we're missing.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that. I can tell you what I think fits most of what your needs are. I'm guessing I would probably predict at least 80% of those, if not more, but we could have a more collaborative discussion before performing the assessment too.
I'm open to that.
I would just add one thing, that if you target the right staffing for the right issue, we can save money. That would help.
We can, and there's no question, sometimes that doesn't materialize immediately. You got to be careful when you're actually doing the budgeting. You've got to have specific revenues and expenditures. You can count on
things like
over
preventing
time.
contract overruns and late
over
deliveries.
Over time, that will save money.
And saving staff time because you have a boilerplate written and they don't have to do it from scratch. And those kind of things add up.
Well, and candidly, one thought I've had in terms of, maybe the appropriate location for this might be something that's more accretive to the capital process. It might be that I look at what we have, it could be any department that could ultimately house this position or prospectively fund this position housed in my department or somewhere else. So there are options for this, and I'm happy to present them to you. I'm careful about cannibalizing what we have existing because it is important.
I'll tell you, I'm more scared of what I've seen on contract management.
I get it.
All right. Zane, and then did I have another comment over here, Nils?
One question and one addition. Does the TOT need to make it, discussion on TOT need to make it on here for us to have that discussion, so it's part of the budget?
No, it's in the
motion
budget motion, so I owe you that sometime this fiscal year.
Okay, all right.
But if you guys have specific thoughts on when, that could be
already?
added.
After November, that's all.
Yeah, yes.
And then my addition is, and this is kind of a combination between goal 6, 4, and 2, is bus furniture, bus stop furniture, because that could be a revenue generator, and we discussed that.
So
at ICA.
advertising?
Yeah.
Advertising on,
We should have a discussion on that, invite some of those, what are they, the outdoor companies.
The bus stop furniture, and then
Yeah.
what was the advertising comment?
That's it. Bus stop furniture is a means to advertise.
discussion
advertise,
item
yeah.
on that? Yeah, we can do that.
Nils?
So, one thing that we're talking about here, and Councilmember Kalijevic alluded to it, is our ability to make decisions up here on the council comes from an ability to see what's going on from within the city, the scope. This isn't our, oh, perfect, Mike, perfect timing. You know, this isn't a specific goal to be written here. It is, yeah, I can start off with this, but it's intrinsic within all these new IT contracts and software packages that we're getting. It's an analytical dashboards throughout all of these areas that we're modernizing and improving. So for the permits, inspections, the permit systems that we're giving out now, right? Fire department, how many response times, how many calls. We learned from this recent study about, Hermosa Beach getting monthly reports to the council members. They know exactly what's going on with their city. The police department, same thing, how many calls. We have a lot of this transparency happening on the website. But, dashboards and analytics that just constantly reports, automated reports, especially in Tyler, that ability for us to look at that and make decisions and understand what's going on, not at a micro level, but at a macro level, so that we understand. And this is important because, when people ask us and we ask city staff, well, how come things aren't getting done? Well, that's because we just processed 2,000 permits in the community development last month. That's because we've got this going, that's because that going, right? But it also shows us, to the Mayor Light's point, of the potential holes that we have with not getting things done. Well, we're slowing down in certain departments. So the dashboards and reporting, decision-making tools for reporting. So I don't know exactly how, because it's not one exact tool. I mean, there are companies that provide these kinds of things, but there are plugins. So I know finance, you're shaking your head with, I see OpenGov and all the other things, right? How do we integrate that? IT question, I guess.
Yeah, the challenge you have there is that the police department alone has nearly 50 applications that are constantly gathering data. So when you multiply that by the number of departments, you're looking at, we all have dashboards for our departments, but there's hundreds of them. It's like, how do we select the ones that would be important to monitor at that level?
What we could do, we're committing to identify more metrics in the community development department. That's a big goal and initiative right now. IT's done a good job capturing information. Police and fire have done, fire in particular has really improved its accounting and reporting over the last couple of years. What we can work on is trying to identify at least a perhaps monthly report by department that we could create that might at least provide you all with some helpful metrics that would be a sustainable process. Now, ideally, we'd automate it, but I think it's probably going to, each department might be able to automate the report, but getting it into a centralized clearing location probably isn't the case. We're going to have to probably assemble it and then disseminate it to you manually.
Maybe the answer more so is to utilize the commissions. Once a quarter, they get a report on some of these things, just to start off as a baby step.
Yeah, we could we do some of that work with, yeah, we could do that, I imagine. Certain different areas could have some collective reporting. We could think about that.
And then that could be then collectively put together and put on the consent calendar, just, for us to be able to see and what's going on.
Right.
I think it's reporting is huge. People ask questions all the time. What's going on in the city? What's this? What's that? Right? And how are we making our decisions up here? And when it comes to budget time, all of a sudden it's much easier to make a decision when you're already pre-informed.
Right. Well, there's a lot that, and it's good for our community because sometimes our community doesn't fully understand all that we're doing on a daily basis as well, right? So,
What's doable within the next 6 to 7 months for that? I heard maybe piloting some department reports.
yeah, I think we could, maybe, if we want, it depends. If we want to report back to council, I think what we would do is probably do a little bit of, use the phrase we've used a lot tonight, inventory, what metrics we have currently available to us that could be reported out to commissions. We could talk about where we would start with that kind of data gathering and maybe at least get the list together and then see if a sustainable list first and then figure out where we might be able to expand.
Right.
We could do some inventorying on that.
The next thing for library, the state of New York in all of their libraries, they have 3D printers. And, digitizing and getting digital enhancements for our libraries. What's the feasibility of going down a path of getting those types of printers and digitization going on?
I think it's very feasible, just identifying potential grants out there that might be able to provide funding for them.
Still Mike.
I think it's very feasible. We could identify some potential grants for the actual machines. I've worked on several projects where we kind of create those 3 printing farms, and then applicants submit the designs, and then they print out the results, and of course they learn the whole makerspace aspect of it. I think it's very feasible and something we could explore for sure.
Okay.
So the next step might just be exploring the opportunities out there for maybe some grant funding around that?
Yes, and there might be some local groups that can provide some support, so we'll investigate that.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. And the last thing I have is, if the city attorney is still here, with the recent Supreme Court decision regarding the anti-camping, there's been a flurry of California cities, including the state of California, doing enforcement and updating the ordinance. Is there anything that long-term wise we need to start looking at to think about being prepared? Because when other cities, we're being responsible, but if other cities are just doing enforcement with no action like we're doing, is there anything that we need to be aware of moving forward with our anti-camping? I know we proposed a lot in the past.
Yeah, we will bring you something. I don't know the timing. I'm currently president of the LA County Prosecutors Association, and we have a subcommittee that's meeting to discuss all the different attempts that cities are making to modify their ordinances. Santa Monica is having discussion later tonight about modifications to their ordinance, and I'll talk to their city prosecutor on Thursday and Friday to see how that went. So we're monitoring all that, and we'll bring you proposed modifications to our ordinance once we have a feeling of what is the most proper way to go. Or if in the meantime we see a sudden change in the number of our homeless, then we won't wait to get it perfect. We'll just bring you something. But the ordinances we have in place are still proving effective at stopping the permanent establishment of homeless encampments the way you see in many of our neighboring cities. So as long as that's working, we've got a little bit more time. But we're going to bring it to you one way or the other. And if you want to put it in their revision, that's fine, because we're definitely going to do it in less than 6 months.
Yeah, if we're going to do it anyways, let's put it on there and get you credit for it.
Perfect.
For what it's worth, at the COG, the Council District 15 council member from Los Angeles was complaining about getting homeless from Long Beach because they started purportedly enforcing their anti-camping ordinance and basically clearing their homeless into the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, they had the cleanup there. They had the cleanup in the city to the north of us. And so we're monitoring all of that.
Dockweiler. Well, that's really good to hear. Yeah, thank you, Jane. So the ordinance that you, or the options you envision bringing to the council, Mr. City Attorney, would include everything kind of both ends of the extreme. In other words, with this new Supreme Court ruling that Councilmember Nierenheim mentioned, it provides greater flexibility to cities with respect to enforcement. So will you bring to us an option that gives us the greatest flexibility under the law to enforce our anti-camping or no camping laws, et cetera?
Yeah, I think prior to your getting elected, because of Martin versus Boise, we wanted to still have some enforcement ability, and we modified it so that we could enforce it at specific times and locations, and that's been what has been helpful in preventing homeless encampments from becoming, permanent, the way they can spring up and then spread quickly. Okay. So at a minimum, we'll present you the option with reversing our limitations because of Martin versus Boise. But we also want to improve our ordinance if we can. Our ordinance appears to me to have been copied from the city of Santa Ana because there was a California Supreme Court case that held it to be constitutional decades before Martin versus Boise. And I don't know that with all the litigation that's gone on, that is still state of the art. So, well, it's not a question of maximum flexibility, limited flexibility. It's reversing the changes we were compelled to make by Martin versus Boise, and then perhaps including them, or perhaps addressing other challenges. And I'll give you an example that, based on the last item from Councilmember Obagi, bus benches are often taken over by somebody who is homeless and may be mentally ill. Torrance has recently proposed an ordinance that prevents bus benches for being used other than for catching a bus. I would change the language from what they proposed to make it more enforceable, but that's one of the options that we're considering.
So thank you. All right, so you and your staff will come with the full panoply of options for the council to consider in its policymaking capacity.
Yep.
And you, please go ahead.
Taking into consideration that Torrance did not sign the Good Neighbor Pledge.
Okay.
I'm not taking that into consideration whatsoever.
Right.
Giving you the full range of options.
All right. In light of the urgency of this, when do you expect you'd be able to come back?
I see. I don't see it as urgent because our current ordinance is working.
Understood, and I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought on that, but so that we're prepared if we have an urgent situation where other cities are now abusing, if you want to put it that way, the change in law, and we have to act quickly. So I'm just asking, when do you think you may be able to come back?
Well, it's more a question, the urgency is more a question of enforcement. So, for example, our police department just got smartphones, and we're trying to get a smart app that Long Beach developed that will allow them to track the number of contacts, because irrespective of the Supreme Court action, the defense of necessity is still very much alive in California. And that you want to have enforcement where it actually can mean something. And so that you're going to want to show that the person had the choice. There wasn't, they weren't acting, they weren't breaking the law out of necessity. They were doing it as a matter of choice. And so part of it is making certain that our department is equipped to be able to enforce that effectively. The other reason I don't see it as a urgent matter is the Board of Supervisors recently voted to direct that no one be held in county jail for a violation of
So I
All right,
think,
all
let
right.
me,
illegal camping.
Thank
so I appreciate the detailed discussion on this. Thank you. It sounds like it's something the city attorney is monitoring and will keep the city council apprised of.
Well, I
Any-
agree. I was going to say I agree with Councilmember Nierenheim and others. Let's put it on the list. Let's move on.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
It is noted on the list. We are nearing the end. Do we have any final additions? I'm seeing a proposal from Paige, the mayor.
I have two, hopefully they're short. One is, we barely dodged the green, I forget what it was called, the Catalina Development, Green Street, or whatever it was, with single resident, what we call co-living, and we don't have an ordinance to control that with objective standards. And I'm very concerned that that could come back at any time, and we're unprepared if it does come back. So I think we should put some priority on developing standards for single room occupancy or co-living or whatever you want to call it,
Yes.
to prevent
Yeah,
that situation.
I fully agree with that, especially since there are projects finishing and potential projects coming up that could
Yeah, we can,
Be helpful with that.
it's on Mark's advance planning to-do
That was my-
list. The co-living ordinance was a referral we made. We won't get to it before we get general plan and housing element done, but on the latter half of the strat planning cycle, I think we can get
So I
to
think
it.
we just put on, it's actually not new, it's existing, right? That we put on here. Mark, when is it?
It would just be a discussion on co-living ordinance
Well, it's at
development,
the
right?
planning commission.
Well, we can get it to planning commission first, or if the council wants to involve itself in the parameters to start with, we can begin with you all. I mean, we can seek their input as the first step and then have it come back to you.
I think some of them have done research. We can take advantage
Yeah,
of that.
all right, so we can take it to planning commission first, if that's,
The research of the lay non-attorney planning commission on a housing item in the state of California.
How about we have a discussion on
should go.
council as to what direction we want to go in, and then send it?
If any direction.
Exactly.
Well, we're crazy not to, because we're allowed to have objective standards and we have none.
All right.
Great, so it sounds like discussion is where we want to go. I had Paige up next.
It
Dana,
does,
is this
I
one?
still had a second one.
I apologize, Mayor. Can I-
Could I just comment on this one, and I'm going to be as quick as possible. Before we even come to council with the discussion, I mean, there's legal issues layered into this. When you come in and say, hey, I want to regulate and put additional restrictions on how people can build homes and who lives there. So we can't come in and just having a free-form festival discussion. There needs to be legal input. We need that ready to go so we don't, end up stepping in a trap. So city attorney's raised his hand honorably every time and said, I could do it. But this is going to involve him and
And our outside firm.
in our outside firm. So bottom line is, I don't think this should go on the let's do it in 6 to 7 month list for all those reasons.
The problem with that is the city of San Jose has already done it, as multiple other cities, West Hollywood, I believe, as well. Sorry, thank you. West Hollywood, San Jose has already done all of this, and we've already had one project come to us. We can have potentially more projects. And one of the reasons why the project we denied on Catalina was because we didn't have this in place. So,
So what's the next step for the 6 months?
I thought it was already, prior direction was given.
we have a referral for preparation of a co-living ordinance. It's not date certain. That's the question. So is this something we want to make a priority in the next 6 to 7 months? Or not? That's really fundamental.
By 6, 7 months, because in January, February, it will be 2 years since we had denied that one project.
We ultimately approved that
We
project.
approved the project.
We eventually approved the project, but the first denial was 2 years ago, coming up in February, 4:15 a.m.
The only way we got away with what we did was.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the weeds.
Coastal-
I'm
Yeah,
saying
no
it's
weeds.
important.
No weeds. To address that great point.
We're
that-
going to discuss.
Well, to
Yeah.
address the point Councilmember Nierenheim raised, which I think is valid, these other cities have done it. It raises the question, have courts of law blessed it? Where we could just
We'll
come
get
in?
legal's
Yes.
input. when
Legal
Well, that,
to-
yeah, so that's why I said 6, yeah, let's have a talk, but
TD has
let's not do
blessed.
within 6 to 7 months unless the city attorney says, I'm going to be ready to roll, I'm going to have all this ready, and I'm going to be able to advise you and bless this. Otherwise, we're spinning our wheels.
Outside counsel.
So council,
Outside
city
counsel.
attorney,
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on, you can put it on there. And keep in mind, I have a limited budget for the use of outside counsel in areas other than litigation. So,
That's
you
not,
can,
that's not a money printer behind you?
what?
It's a joke. Never mind. I said that's
It's a
not,
check
I
printer.
said that's not a money printer behind you?
The check.
No, it's not. You could leave it as a referral and ask that it come back to the council in 6 months, and I'll do my best to make certain, at a minimum, I look at the other cities that have adopted it and find out if it's been challenged and either upheld or overturned in court.
Okay, that's fair.
great.
Fair
That sounds
compromise.
fair. Okay, and then.
And then my last one was,
So just to be clear, are we going to put it in the strategic plan or not?
Yes.
It's going in as an objective
Yeah.
for,
All right.
or
So
for
latter
we-
part of the plan, discussion on co-living ordinance to council. And we will not take it to the planning commission before that, just to be clear.
If there's budget for outside counsel's input on it only.
Let's have a discussion before we get into the.
Yeah, so that's, I think we're going to start with discussion.
Before we decide.
You can decide whether or not we've got enough legal on it or not, or not have the discussion. That's, typically
have a
for
discussion.
objectives, we want broad
Simple,
consensus.
overarching.
Yeah.
Let's wait, as, I agree with what Mike Webb said, and I thought that was the fair compromise. Let's wait till Mike's ready, he'll do his best. Let's not, shoot, ready, aim, or get in there and have a freewheeling discussion that has no legal basis. So Mike sounds like he's excited to do his best to come back to us in 6 to 7 months, but I don't want to put it as a requirement. And I think that's a fair compromise. Let's do it, but let's do it right.
Great, so one final item from the mayor, and then I believe we've
Hold
got
on,
Paige
but-
and maybe Zane. I'm
I
sorry,
still need
Mike.
to know, is
Yep.
it on the strategic plan or
Yes.
not?
So we have on the plan,
We
I'm
have-
sorry, can't see the screen.
For it.
Yes.
We need to, I
Just
need
have a
to.
discussion.
Yeah, we do it, we'll do a straw vote. Is this going to be on the plan or not?
Yes, contingent on the city attorney being ready to do it.
Abstain.
Okay.
All right.
It's going to go on the plan.
The fixed date of April 8th.
Unanimous.
Yes, exactly. That's the other part of this. The day after he's out. Yeah, Mike's going to be gone before this thing gets to you all, so.
okay, my last
All
one,
right.
hopefully it's a quick one, is I think we need to relook at how we do CUPs for a property. And my quick example is there's a company renting Duffy boats in the harbor, and I'm pretty sure there's no, other than Portofino, no CUP would have covered rentals of power boats. So somehow, they're out there operating, maybe illegally, but we should be able, and our charter allows this, to go back and review CUPs when conditions change or the business use.
Are we talking waterfront CUPs specifically?
No, I'm talking across the
Across the
city.
board?
If a use changes substantially or a condition changes,
So what triggers, so what is our current policy on CUP review? What sort of triggers the review?
yeah, right now I've been told it stays with the building forever, and you don't revisit it when somebody else buys the building or leases the building, and I don't think that's wise. Things change, safety rules change, conditions change, and we should be able to evaluate whether that new person coming in or that new use coming in would require a change to the CUP.
So that conversation would start with sort of an information report on how CUPs are currently processed, and then council would decide from there if we're going to make any changes.
Mr. Mayor, if I hear you right, you're concerned about a particular company, a single company operating in purported non-compliance with a CUP or non-existence of a CUP, Why does that necessitate a whole council discussion rather than just enforcement action?
Because that's
on the
one example. I
operator?
can give you more if you want.
Okay, but that's an enforcement issue, that code enforcement
No,
quality
no,
of
no, no,
life
no,
can
that's not
handle.
code enforcement, that is, do we review the CUPs when the owner changes on a building and the use changes?
It's a conversation you could have with Mr. Weiner, I think.
Yeah,
Well, I know
We'll
the
figure
answer
it
now
out.
is no.
I think it's a noble idea, one that may be offline with Mr. Weiner, but not on the strategic plan at this point. I mean, let's wrap it.
All right, so I'm not hearing the addition of a objective for that, but that it's a conversation that could happen. I know Paige was up saying, is this related to, or is this a new
that
objective?
true? You guys
I have
don't
one,
wanna
but
look
it's
at
not
s-
related to anything that's been discussed yet.
Okay, let me go ahead and go to Paige, and then we'll come back.
All right, this should be very quick. It's something that Councilman Lowenstein and I are already working on with city manager, cleaning up MOUs and expenses with RBUSD. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of expired MOUs that we're working through. I'd like to add that to the strategic plan to make sure we get that done. Also, MOUs with various local youth sports and other organizations that are using our fields and community spaces. I understand that we don't have any of these, and they've just been kind of institutional knowledge over the years. And I think this needs to be tightened up and understood so that when we're not here, when y'all aren't here, that it's all in writing. And we also have procedures going forward. It will remove gray areas for us.
Okay, so I'm hearing two things. One, the MOUs and the partnership with the
I think
school
I
district.
wouldn't call it necessarily MOUs, I'd just say RBUSD, agreements with Redondo Beach Unified School District. It takes on a variety of forms.
What it might look like.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's one, and it sounds like that's already going and will continue. And then this new one is MOUs or agreements with folks using parks and facilities. Is that a priority for the next 6 months?
Well, there are elements of, and this is stemming out of our subcommittee, Mayor, and our city council subcommittee discussions with the school district subcommittee members, and there are some property disposition specific actions that we need to bring back to council. So yes, there are, we're not going to get to all of these issues in the next 6 months, but some of them we will. So we'll craft an objective associated with that.
Yep, so start the process. Some of that work is going. All right, Paige, you were good with yours? Wonderful, thank you. Zane, you've got something that's that's a new
Well,
objective
no, it
for
was
6?
actually stole it out of my mouth, an MOU with RBUSD regarding crossing guards.
Yeah, that's
Specifically
so-
crossing guards, because I just got another request for a crossing guard, which I can't actually argue with at Grant and Inglewood, and yeah, I'm like, but we just don't have money for it, so.
Well, that's part of this. Yeah, okay.
That's the argument.
That's
Yeah, tentatively.
So with that last one, we're at.
Motion to approve.
We're at 13 on that final goal, by the way.
We can strike later.
Yeah, we'll come back with objectives and we, you know.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve.
You had a motion?
Mike, is
In a
there something
second.
on there you think you?
I think
could
for
come
now,
on?
what I would suggest is you've put in some good work on this. We'll come back, we'll craft the objectives, we'll give you, we'll make them specific, we'll make them actionable, we'll give you time. We'll look at the full flow over the next 7-8 months of this window. And if there's anything in here that to me starts to feel like we're tipping the scale,
Tipping the scale
we'll
or
have that,
overburdening staff on things that.
we'll have
that
that
already-
conversation when we bring it back in October
Yeah.
for approval.
And Mike, we can't put all the staff on the harbor. You got that, right?
Yeah, the organizational analysis will be, directing, no, I'm kidding.
Okay.
There's a lot of good work here. I think a lot of this is manageable. We'll count the numbers up. We're less than 60. I can say that.
58.
Yeah, exactly. 56 and a half. No.
All right, good work, everybody.
Although vote, right?
Public comment?
Public comment.
Say something.
His laugh said everything.
Let the record reflect.
Any Zoom?
Nobody online? So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
No, we haven't
We have to vote on the current.
Oh, we have to vote on what?
Well,
Strategic plan.
yeah, you don't really, you
Motion to
don't,
receive and file and come back at a later date.
yeah, you don't really vote this. You give direction tonight. You actually adopt the plan when it comes back to you with formal objectives and recommendations. Tonight, you've coalesced on all these items unless there's a specific objective you'd like to direct us not to include. You've done your work. There's no referrals tonight. It's motion to adjourn.
That is our referral.
Yeah, you gave me 50-something of them.
motion to adjourn.
Are we going to schedule the next?
Okay, we have a motion, a second on the floor.
Hold on.
Excuse me. So it says here we're going to schedule the next plan.
Yeah, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We did do some date setting by targeting April for the next strategic planning session. Is that's still the consensus that I think most of us want to have? Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's not during the Redondo Beach Unified School District spring break week.
You put it at the end of April, you're good. That way
Yes.
the new council can come
Yep,
in.
yep. Give the council a chance to settle in first. It'd be end of April, and we would definitely avoid spring breaks.
Well, with ranked choice voting, they might not be in place yet.
We might still be counting ballots in late April. I don't know.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Good job.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Aye.
We do need to adjourn.
I think we did. Oh, we didn't vote to adjourn?